Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruko Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck.
お前はどこまで見えている俺死に様か
Quiet steps. Tripping. Violet blue eyes sparkling with anticipation. Naruto smiles broadly and casually, not lagging behind her white-haired sensei for a single step, not for a single second. Another day of travel and she will be home. Konohagakure no Sato. Her heart beats at the mention of her native village, pressing into her chest with each beat, which is very similar to what happens when she sees Gaara. A pleasant warmth spreads in her chest. Soon she will see her friends, dear sensei, and the cheerful Konohamaru team, who should already be genin. I wonder if they have already caught Tora. And how has her native village changed in 3 whole years? Orochimaru sensei did not become Godame Hokage for his pretty eyes. He had a clear, consistent plan for making the village the strongest, richest, and most influential in the world. The kunoichi shook her head, trying to get rid of thoughts of Konoha. For her, it had always been perfect, despite many aspects, and now, with the government of the serpent himself, the village sparkled with new colors. Naruko's training with the perverted hermit, who was known to people exclusively as Jiraiya sensei, bore fruit. The Jinchuriki strengthened her weak taijutsu, since she used to put pressure on the enemy with numbers rather than strength, improved her Fuin skills many times over, learned to create Rasengan with one hand without the help of a clone, finally learned the summoning technique and made friends with many toads from Myobokuzen, and simply had a good time with her godfather, traveling around the world. The land of lightning turned out to be the richest and most beautiful. The clouds were visible right from the hotel window. Shikamaru would have been surprised, and, apparently, it is clear why Orochimaru sensei said that the state treasury of the village should be replenished first of all. He, according to the perverted hermit, clearly had a score to settle with the rakeage. It was very interesting to spend time with Jiraiya, if you don't count his visits to bars, brothels, peeping at ladies at the springs. The latter, of course, when Naruto is not there. The Sannin, if you think about it, successfully fulfilled his role as a simple godfather, showing a kind of care. Although, it is rather crude to call it a role, rather a duty to teach and a desire to protect. Uzumaki will show his friends his newly acquired abilities, make them happy, stir them up. Surely everyone there is absorbed in missions, not devoting a day to their friendship. Workaholics, Naruko thinks, and she winces as if she ate a whole lemon. She knows that after missions, Chunin and Jonin usually provide the Hokage with plump folders with reports on the work done, written down almost to the second. She really wanted to take on a mission, especially a very dangerous one, to show her potential, but this very factor terribly embarrassed her, so she has to rely on Kakashi-sensei as the team captain. So what if she is a Chunin? She will definitely not write that boring stuff. She will save her nerves. Kunoichi hates written work with all her heart and soul, if you don't count creating Fuin seals on special paper with special ink. This long and painstaking task always calmed and gave some mystical warmth. Probably, it's all about the genes of her Uzumaki mother and her natural inclination to Fuinjutsu. And in her free time, Naruko, it should be noted, actively uses this, escaping from the captivity of life for a couple of hours, feels unusually collected, unperturbed, assiduous, carefully writes seals in calligraphic handwriting, even sticking out the tip of her tongue from zeal. And she tests the seals on bandits who come to hand. It seems that at her expense about 5% of the nukenin in the bingo book are crossed out in red. By the way, the name of Uchiha Itachi, with a sum of 10.5 million for his head, still appears there, despite his life as a shinobi of Konohagakure, and not a criminal. Everything is quite complicated with his affairs there, but, fortunately, his former accomplices are in no hurry to kill for escaping. And that's good. The blonde smiles very often and behaves carefree, but is always on guard. With the help of the fox, she developed her vision, hearing, and sense of smell to the limit. Her sensitivity increased, frequent training in the subconscious and experiments with demonic chakra strengthened their connection even more and expanded the chakra channels. She even developed the ability to sense malice, bad intentions, and negative emotions in a person, a very useful skill, similar to sensorics, only even better. Akatsuki, the organization that hunts the tailed beasts and their jinchuriki, has not shown itself during this time, which is very good. There were no obstacles during the journey, however, the hidden rain village remained unknown and sadly rainy for Naruko. According to Jiraiya's guesses, the main Akatsuki base is there, and if the jinchuriki go there, then only for their own death. Kurama, at the mention of these shinobi, bristles dangerously and angrily hisses through his teeth Madara, to which Uzumaki, out of habit, replies, "We'll get even with him yet." Kyubi smirks contentedly, which causes the kunoichi an irresistible desire to throw in a couple of ideas about destroying this Sharingan. And, in the most painful way possible, up to the destruction of his body and eyes in his own black fire. It was he who set the Kyubi on the village with the Sharingan, made the fox destroy houses, angered. There will be no mercy for him. She had listened to the perverted hermit's short lecture about this organization a long time ago, so she knows that she, Gaara, and other jinchuriki like her have been hunted. And they will act soon. After these 3 years have passed, apparently, they were preparing for an offensive. Naruko may be only 16, but she has quite a few honest and sincere friends, and she will not forgive their deaths, will not forgive herself if at least someone gets hurt. In the end, anyone can be targeted simply because he is her friend, because it will be easy for her to push him around. But she and Gaara must figure it out themselves. Naruko indulges in thoughts about the red-haired man, and all possible bad events fly out of her head. She remembers everything, their first meeting, at the end of which they met eyes, their conversations at night in Konoha, their first kiss under the tree, their soulmate mark, kindly placed by their deer-tailed beasts, their secret correspondence through the summoning, the last of which she sent a couple of days ago. Her hand unconsciously reaches for the tattoo on her wrist, reverently repeating the intricate pattern with her fingertips. The jinchuriki sighs heavily, catching the attentive gaze of the perverted hermit. He chuckles understandingly. She saw Gaara for the last time 6 months ago. A whole 6 months, exo. The distance is simply killing. Breaking. Autumn is already in full swing around, everything is getting darker and losing the rich colors of summer, the leaves of the trees are turning yellow. And it's only mid-August, it should be noted, the 15th. But Naruko doesn't immediately notice this measured withering of nature. She marks 11 weak sources of chakra for herself, 100 meters to the north. She senses their intentions. God forbid, what fools they are just to rob innocent travelers. And none of them hid their chakra. The kunoichi squints blissfully, throwing her hands behind her head out of habit and turning her face to the dark sky, strewn with rare dark clouds. Fools, indeed. Here is the final training, the perverted hermit says first, causing a promising smile from his interlocutor. To him, Databeo. As soon as the words escape his lips, Naruko instantly jumps to the side, hearing a loud whistle for sensitive ears, automatically turning his gaze to the Sannin. His back, covered with shurikens, is bleeding. His red hakama is gradually turning dirty maroon, and he himself, falls to the side. A tall man with a short black hedgehog on his head and slanted brown eyes, dressed in dark clothes, comes out of the shadow of the tree with a stomp, smiling nastily. What a honey kunoichi, he bares his white, even teeth, squeezing the kunai tighter in his hand. A second later, his gaze noticeably grows heavier, and chakra slowly passes through the weapon, sharpening the blade. You will come with me. Pfft, Naruko can't stand it, demonstratively rolling her eyes, and crossing her arms over her chest. Her pretty face didn't show her weakness in any way. She simply emitted dangerous chakra a mile away, only idiots wouldn't feel it. Oh, right. Her violet blue eyes flashed with madness. Isn't that too much to ask, boy? Well, he demonstratively twirls the weapon in his hand with his index finger through the hole in the handle. I have quite a few wishes. And one of them, my dear, you will fulfill. And even more so, the shinobi turned his gaze, full of disdain, to the white-haired man lying in a pool of blood. "No one will help you now." And Naruko knows that the perverted hermit can't be killed with such a childish trick. Even when he was completely drunk, he managed to use Rasengan. He replaced himself with a shadow clone a long time ago. The bandit didn't wait for an answer, apparently taking silence for consent, so he threw a kunai generously filled with chakra at the kunoichi's head. It was clear that his fighting style was to attack from afar with a weapon. Uzumaki tilted her head slightly to the side. The metal whistled a centimeter from her ear, piercing the tree behind her. He chuckled in displeasure, waved his hand lightly, and Uzumaki was surrounded by 10 shinobi. The senseless waving of fists and attempts to grab quickly bored the Jinchuriki. A minute later, she managed to kick 5 of them with one taijutsu, elbowed the 6th in the ribs, and sent him flying with her fist. He plowed 10 meters with his nose, stopping at the leader's feet. He didn't attack, he was clearly thinking through his further strategy. The 7th was quite fast. Naruko didn't have time to block the blow to the kidneys and, with a whistling breath through her nostrils, hit him in the groin with her knee. So feminine, to be honest. He groaned painfully, falling to his knees and whining. Uzumaki saw a suspicious glint from the side of the trees with her peripheral vision. Standing behind the almost defeated enemy, she abruptly pulled a metal star out of the damp earth and, cutting his neck with a precise movement, covered herself with his body. The weapon pierced living flesh with unprecedented ease, and he choked on his own blood, clutching his throat. Dark clothes were completely soaked in blood. Throwing his body aside, Naruko quickly folded the seals of the futon technique, sharply spreading her arms in different directions. The wind was filled with chakra and with a quiet whistle crashed into the roots of the tree, perfectly evenly cutting them. Like frightened bunnies, the remaining shinobi scattered. One of them, after a few moments, decided to attack from behind. He was much faster than the others, and wielded the sword well. Naruko only had time to reflect his attacks with a kunai and dodge. He's agile, the beast, and he's got a pretty good handle on chakra, but he's not used to losing, since he makes such surprised eyes when Uzumaki twists his arm until it crunches painfully, waiting for the right moment, and breaks his spine with a kick from his heel. He screams, trying unsuccessfully to break free from the grip. But the kunoichi holds him tightly, knocking the air out of his lungs with a subsequent knee strike. More blood. And he will be sated. Naruto's eyes instantly transform into fox eyes. Kurama is awake and wants to enjoy the show to the fullest. Naruto sees no point in refusing him. Kyuubi in the body of a kunoichi smiles contentedly and, reveling in someone else's pain and fear, grabs him by the wrists. Breaks the radial bones, and the elongated nails dig into the skin on someone else's palms. He grins slyly like a fox, licking the blood from the tips of his own fingers. It seems that it is also saturated with fear. It has been a long time, almost a month, since the fox went hunting in the body of Uzumaki. He always came across some small bandits, and now there was no larger animal. Of course, he can occupy the body of the vessel for a maximum of 5 minutes. And later he will begin to be covered in scarlet chakra haze and lose control. But who said that there are strong opponents opposite him? Another one comes to reinforce the shinobi, jumping high and raising his leg to strike the skull. Kurama crouched down, dodging a strong swing with chakra, and kicked one in the side, and he practically ran into the blade with his stomach. The blade of his former ally. Kurama raised his sword so prudently that he could not hide his mocking smile grin, staring attentively into the empty eyes of the already corpse. Such impotence, it makes your teeth ache. Kurama shrugged and turned around. 2 shinobi were running towards him, quickly making identical seals. The leader of this gang and one of the remaining ones, they already understood that they would not win, but at least die with dignity. Maybe. The demon casually threw the sword on the ground, beckoning his opponents with his index finger. Earthbreak technique. They both shouted in unison, stopping 5 meters away from the kunoichi and clapping their hands to the ground, as if summoning. The ground heaved, crunching. A huge chunk of earth, thoroughly saturated with chakra, brazenly ignoring the laws of gravity, flew at the blonde with great speed, and in pursuit the Katon technique. Stupid. Kyubi's eyes sparkled dangerously with anticipation and excitement. He had never tried using his vessel's techniques before, limiting himself to hard taijutsu and demonic illusions. Sometimes simple ki pressure was enough, but he wanted to try something new. Concentrating chakra in his palm and giving it a direction, Kurama ran straight at the earthen projectile. Stretching out his hand, Otama Rasengan hit the target. In a second, the enemy's technique was blown apart, leaving behind loose pieces of earth. The path is clear. The half-leader of the gang will stay for dessert. And now? Red eyes with fox pupils were directed at the shabby blonde with gray eyes and a childish doll-like face, which now expressed confusion and wild fear. From a sharp blow to the face, his jaw clicked, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. But the victim, to his credit, quickly recovered and made an attempt to hit him in the neck. Clearly, he was aiming for the acupuncture points. Kurama took his hand away with his palm, blocking the next 3 blows, and knocked him to the ground, hanging from above. He closed his fingers on his neck, not noticing how he involuntarily emitted a terrible ki. A couple of seconds of onslaught of pure physical force was enough to kill. His death was not so painful. But he had slightly forgotten about the latter, a second ago reveling in the animal horror in the eyes of that shinobi. The eyes were beautiful, ash-gray, slightly slanted. It was pleasant to look into them, but it was no less pleasant to watch how they slowly dim, losing their bright light, quickly, with a spark and with a ghostly hope for salvation. But you can't escape from a demon, no matter how hard you try. He won't look at strength, at appearance, won't fall for pity, but will simply wipe you off the face of the world. Why? Because you can't change him. How many capable people have gone into the dregs of society and died ingloriously like that, underestimating an opponent because of his appearance? He would be a valuable specimen if he had more brains. The gang leader had completely lost his fear from the despair that had washed over him. There was no longer a smile on his face, only a tangible bitterness of defeat on his tongue, as well as a metallic taste in his mouth. And the corpse of the white-haired man had beautifully and epically disappeared with a loud bang a moment ago, and the real one was standing behind, leaning against the very tree where he had stood earlier, and was carefully observing the situation. He was in no hurry to help, which meant that he had been confident in the kunoichi's victory from the very beginning. That was how it had turned out, actually. The shinobi already understood that he had gotten involved with death, but they would definitely not let him run away, and he was in no hurry to surrender so quickly. That would be even more humiliating. His head ached badly. The pressure of the kunoichi's suddenly blackened aura could not help but stun him. His death would still be painful, the shinobi understood that. That's why he took and cut off a good half of the hair from one blonde tail with a kunai. The hair slowly fell to the loose earth, finally performing a beautiful pirouette with the help of a tailwind. Kyubi hissed angrily, slowly turning his head and rising from the corpse. I didn't notice. Got distracted. An unacceptable mistake. The rage rolled in sharply. The hands trembled dangerously, slowly flaring up with fire. Katon is the natural element of the fox. It was also passed on to Naruko. True, she only knows the most basic jutsu of the fireball and fire dragon, just in case. She did not like to burn, and Kyubi did not insist on training. He knew how Uzumaki treasured her hair, combing it for a long time, with trepidation and pleasure. Even though she never had much time to take care of it, she wanted to be like her mother and was even sad why it was not scarlet, like all Uzumakis. But that was what made her stand out. Naruko treasured it also, because Gaara liked it. It was long, right down to her ankles, and attracted attention with its blooming shine. And now one tail reached her waist. But cutting it was baseness for an enemy, who would soon melt in fire in the literal sense of the word. Kurama hisses and gives him a couple of kicks with his legs, enjoying the painful groans and stifled screams. This guy was just a rare stupid freak, there is nothing to pity him for. His face is like a bloody mess, in which the faces are beaten into mush, and his mouth is full of blood. The fox finally touches his solar plexus with his hand. The fabric of the black cloak, like the skin, instantly burns out. It smells like burning. The smell of blood intensifies in the air. The bones burn like a log on a fire. Kyubi inhales the sour spicy aroma of someone else's blood deeper, squinting his eyes with pleasure. Yes, he is a beast, and a deadly beast, despite the temporary female shell. Soon the power over the body will return to its owner, so he wants to enjoy this moment to the fullest. The guy writhes, curls up in pain, already screaming, and groans in pain with a broken voice. His vocal cords are soon burned out too. The blood stain beneath him grows, saturating the loose earth with vitamins. And the female figure in a short orange-black kimono smiles sweetly, looking down at the victim. Her flaming scarlet eyes burn him both from the outside and from the inside, creeping into the remote corners of his subconscious. The freak has paid. The demonic illusion works no worse than Uchiha Tsukuyomi. Because no one dares to touch Naruto. He is responsible for her first and foremost. And then the Godfather, and the Hokage, and friends. We're swapping, Naruto whispers unexpectedly quietly. Kurama nods slightly and stamps his foot. The fire flares up quickly, burning the remains. And there's no need for sealing scrolls. The fire will cover the tracks perfectly, and the wind and rain will soon disperse the smell. Naruko stares blankly at the ashes. There was a man, and now there is no man. This is what Kurama can be like, using only 1/10,000th of his powers. A demon is a demon, and such scenes have long ceased to be frightening. You get used to everything with time. The Jinchuriki turns to the Sannin. He is silent for a long time and stares at her. She does not pity such stupid people. Kurama will not cause harm, everything is fine. The white-haired one looks at the absolutely passive face almost inquisitively, but in the end gives in, shaking his head slightly. Naruko smiled contentedly, shaking dust off her short kimono. Kyubi is truly terrifying when he's angry. Uzumaki understood everything perfectly well. He was simply worried about her. To be angry at him because of her cut hair? Why? After all, it was not his fault, it would grow back quickly. Kurama had done nothing to grumble at him with drool and be offended. The fox always exaggerated everything, but cared for him as if he were a small naughty child. In general, he had been showing too much care lately. Uzumaki liked it. You wouldn't always hear something touching from Kyubi, but the words, "I will always protect you," frankly brought tears to his eyes. The Sannin approaches the kunoichi, twirling a kunai in his hand. Let me trim it, he nods at her uneven blonde ponytails. The blue-eyed girl sighs a little tiredly and nods. They walk a good 10 meters and stop near a stream and a small boulder. Naruto sits down on the ground, obediently placing her hands on her knees. Jiraiya sits down behind and lets down her high blonde ponytails. In his movements, Naruto feels the already familiar, weightless care and trepidation. A couple of minutes later, her hair now reached her waist and, at the request of the Jinchuriki, was braided into a low braid. As soon as they finished and Naruto washed her bloody hands in the stream, a conversation began. Adjusting the huge scroll on his back, Jiraiya said, "This Kyubi is very strange. I've told you this more than once, but still, be careful." Naruto shrugged serenely. "He just shows his concern, and he always said that he treasures me. I told you about his attitude towards me. We became friends when I was very little. Only with my permission can he take control of my body. For him, I am not a simple vessel. And you, perverted hermit, know this." The white-haired man sighs tiredly. Yes, he already talked to Kyubi tete-a-tete on this topic. And if after such heart-to-heart talks Fox sincerely hated Snake, because this snake licks its long tongue disgustingly and knows a suspiciously large number of forbidden Fuinjutsu, then he has some respect for Jiraiya. Neutrality, to generalize. I know. But if you let him go, then not in front of your friends. He hasn't stopped being a demon, nods at the former location, where the fire is slowly dying out on its own. Doesn't give the opportunity not to be afraid of his power once again. Reminds who sits in the fragile kunoichi. Oh, come on, the blonde waved her hand casually, continuing to rummage through her backpack. They've gotten used to me like this since the Chunin exam. I don't think there'll be any problems with that. It's just that QB hasn't been free for a long time, but he won't touch my friends. Don't be so careless. Jiraiya and Lise exclaimed surprisingly in unison, though the latter also scratched the cage in his subconscious so much that his ears got blocked. Sannin continued. QB significantly reduced the range of his ki's damage, and he didn't use his chakra much. Of course, we thank him for that, but we can't stick our nose out now, even though we're practically in Konoha. For now, this is his last breath of air. If the battle with Akatsuki happens, it will affect everyone. You shouldn't use the fox's chakra often. As soon as the Sannin finished speaking, the rumbling in his head intensified and a tired voice was heard. Naruto. Maybe I won't touch your friends, out of respect for you, but never talk about me like that. I don't care about their lives at all. I only care about you, so one sideways glance in your direction from the same Uchiha, I'll grind them into dust and won't pay the slightest attention to your opinion. I thought I showed you this a minute ago. I felt like you were watching me. Uzumaki shuddered. Having entered the subconscious, she involuntarily squeezed her head into her shoulders, lowering her gaze in shame. Kyubi lay in front of her, comfortably settled in his bed and for convenience, putting his clawed paws under his muzzle. His red hair had risen dangerously during his speech, shimmering with red copper, and his long black ears were standing upright, trembling. He also expressed his attitude to the current situation with only one dangerous look with a vertical pupil, in which discontent was splashing. Not anger, but simple discontent. Kyubi was annoyed that Uzumaki was talking about how he was practically on a leash with her. Won't hurt her friends? Maybe. But he never gave a clear answer. He only protects her. And Naruko begins to openly neglect this care. Uzumaki didn't even think about it, she just established a relationship with Fox since childhood and didn't think about the others at all. After all, who are those shinobi for him? For Kyubi no Yoko? For an immortal demon? An empty place, no more, no less. He just never talked about it. He hoped that she would understand on her own. The blonde sighed loudly, leaning against the demon's paw, like the first time. She calmly stroked his stiff fur, soaked in blood and dust, easily passing short nails. Even his nose itched. He, despite 10 years of friendship, was not yet accustomed to this kind of touch, nervously twitching his ears, as if he had been struck by electricity. But he tried to relax, honestly. You breathe. You are alive. You are like me, with your instincts and desires, the kunoichi began, but human feelings are alien to you, and that is where we are different. Only demonic ones. I understand, they are nothing to you. But I ask you, not being so sure of this before I ask, do not harm my friends. Forgive me for being so stupid and never asking your opinion. You are my best friend, Databeo. I ask you. Uzumaki bent her back in a low bow, not feeling disgraced at all. She felt guilty and wanted to atone for it. Such an act was not a disgrace. She had understood his confusion days ago. Not just days, but years. The fox bared his teeth. He saw her gaze. Pleading, but still proud. He was sated with these emotions, the emotions of obedience and understanding. The spectrum of feelings overflowed, merging into one. He was glad that she finally understood him. After all, he was and remained a demon. Now I can answer Sensei, everything is easier with him. Okay, Tabeo, I promise, muttered Naruko, pouting resentfully. A different approach was needed with the perverted hermit, chatting. Unable to bear this sweet picture, Jiraiya smiled. Let's close this topic, perverted hermit? What I wanted to ask is, isn't it low to cut a kunoichi's hair during a battle? Naruko ran her fingers through the strands of her thick braid. The hair remained long, but still became unusually short and unusually stiff. Although, the latter is understandable, a kunai is not the most suitable thing for trimming soft hair. Shinobi don't do that. Look at Mizukage-sama with such a huge red head of hair, and she walks around calmly. No, I understand, the guard is prestigious and all that, but many kunoichi have long hair and they somehow go on missions with it. Well, in general, there are 2 rules for shinobi: don't hit a kunoichi in the stomach and don't grab her by the hair. The white-haired man authoritatively stuck out his index finger. But not everyone follows this rule. Or rather, only the dregs of society and pathetic nuknin don't follow it. Although, these words are synonyms. For example, for a jonin to use such techniques means to show his weakness and impotence, since he resorted to such low methods. Let not everyone respect kunoichi on the battlefield, often underestimating them, but they will never hit in the stomach, trying to quickly end the fight, because children, potential or real, shinobi are highly valued, as heirs of great clans. I see. Uzumaki threw her braid back, having first adjusted the backpack on her back. Well, shall we move on, Databeo? Jiraiya looked up at the gloomy sky, tilting his head back. As you wish. The rain won't stop us, in principle, but we can take shelter in the cave. No, then we'd better go faster. We had a rest stop 5 hours ago anyway, and it's not evening yet. Uzumaki stamped her feet for a couple of seconds and went on along the road leading to the village, leaving traces of blood behind her. The rain will wash it away. Jiraiya measured her figure with a tired look, but remained silent. Well, are you coming or not? I'll leave myself now, and you won't catch me. The kunoichi's irritated voice shouted. The white-haired man rolled his eyes. She'll leave without him, yeah. Gaara nervously moved his brush across the paper, inventing and scribbling text as he went. With each second in line, his face grew blacker and blacker. Trivial. No, too formal. Too vanilla. Is he the Kazekage or what? Frowning, he crumpled the sheet of paper in his hand and threw it with a precise blow into the trash can standing at the other end of the office. He prudently sent the guards on the ceiling away so that they would not see this pitiful sight. In other words, a strained thought process that is not at all aimed at preserving the safety of the village, as many people think when he does not let anyone, even his older brother and sister, into the office, but at the amorous personal affairs of Sabaku no himself. And here you really have to strain your brain. The summoning toad Naruko obediently bided her time, being in the hot sauna. Unfortunately, for the 3rd day in a row, that's when Uzumaki sent a letter that she would soon return home, to Konoha. In general, little Gamakichi escaped the heat only in the cool office of the Kazekage, day and night hiding from the scorching sun behind tall stacks of documents. Well, in 3 years he had already managed to get used to the change in climate, and it became easier and freer to communicate with the guy Naruko. In principle, the messenger was quite satisfied with the work, until he grows up like his father, Gamabunta. He simply cannot be allowed to fight, but the call to deliver love notes, of course, he did not look, but there are probably about love, is quite interesting and he can handle it. He also travels at the same time. In general, there are many advantages. But his brother Gamatatsu is just superfluous in this matter. He is constantly distracted, and all he wants to do is eat. But Sabaku, with his endless work, never got around to answering. The peace treaty with Konohagakure stipulated a lot. One must be careful not to be left with nothing. Gaara, of course, knows that Orochimaru prefers to cooperate with Tsunagakure and not to be distinguished by suspiciously small print in the lower right corner of the 100th page. But he is still a politician, cunning and smart, far from inexperienced. Gaara's father, Raza, died in a fair fight with his children, his conscience still slumbering. For the good of Suna, so to speak. He learned about the mark on his son's wrist, but he was serious about it, to the point of forbidding him to leave the village. Forever. The rage of Sabaku no, and Kankuro and Temari, who after the Chunin exams became very close to the younger one, and for their familiarity were dragged into the abyss of mistrust and the most dangerous missions, could not be expressed in words. And techniques. Their former sensei, Baki-san, was very helpful in this tedious, for all the ignorant people, matter with documentation and dissemination of information in order to change the Jinchuriki's image a little in the eyes of the village. Of course, as a result of which almost everyone learned about his truly difficult childhood, the fact that his own father tried to kill him 7 times, the 7th was relatively recent and turned out to be his last, spread throughout the village faster than a plague. And sidelong glances and whispers were directed at all the Yondaime children. Everyone did not miss the opportunity to chat about the weather with those shinobi with whom Gaara had previously collaborated on missions. In short, for about half a year the village was unstable, both because of the sudden death of the Kazekage, successfully veiled as killing one's own children for no apparent reason and in self-defense, and because of the election of the new Kazekage. With a heavy heart and genuine hatred, the elders gave the hat to Gaara, but pledged to closely monitor his every decision. Probably only Chiyo-sama and her brother, Ebizo-sama, were more or less well-disposed towards him. And people, to the sincere surprise of the Jinchuriki himself, are really drawn to him. Not right away, of course, but little by little. They whisper less behind his back, bow their heads in respect and greet him as soon as he passes by on the street. Gaara still senses their fear and understands its nature. It is always present in everyone's heart. But, fortunately, it is gradually being replaced by calm and respect, and this is great progress. And he even got some admirers, to his great horror. And he found himself a student, Matsuri a calm and very promising girl. In general, life was going well. Gaara has been ruling for almost a year and a half. With his older brother, sister, and former sensei of their team as his assistants. They help him cope with problems, support him, and smile suspiciously often. They notice the changes in him, trust him with their lives. And the Godame of Suno will preserve this fragile peace between him and the people. He will prove by his actions that it was not in vain that they joyfully exclaimed during the inauguration, letting go of past fear, letting go of far from pleasant memories of the past Jinchuriki. But now the red-haired man was not thinking about the village at all. His head was filled with worries and his own problems. Something strange was happening. Nature had simply become too fickle. In Konohagakure, judging by the clouds hanging from the northeast, it was actually raining. For them, in the midst of hot August, this was strange. And for the inhabitants of the desert, the real strangeness was the daytime coolness that was only present at night. Not a single sandstorm in a week had only completed this absurdly frightening picture. But empty assumptions would not change anything. So far, everything was quiet and peaceful. As if before a storm. But, by the way, he had promised himself not to think about it today. Gaara read Naruko's letter again, his eyes greedily catching each line, carefully written in calligraphy. It may not be what Gamatsu mentally called a love letter, but there was something subtle and intoxicating. The red-haired man carefully touched the mark on his wrist with his fingers, shuddering slightly. A chill ran through his body, barely perceptible. From Naruto Uzumaki. Hello, Gaara-kun. I'd really like to see you, Databeo. When was the last time we saw each other? Half a year ago, huh? It would be nice to talk to you about Akatsuki one-on-one. You remember the information Itachi brought, right? Maybe Snake dug up something too. Spies are great people, especially if you're friends with them and you're the first to learn the latest information. They'll be taking action soon. Very soon, even. Be on your guard. Always. My training with Jiraiya-sensei is over, and I'm returning to Konohagakure in a couple of days. Wait for me, I'll come as soon as they give me a long mission. I don't know, of course, how I'll persuade Snake to go alone, but I'll try. Honestly, Databeo. True, there's something with his sister, Toshi. He's not responding, and that's bad. And yes, my Kazekage-sama, the red-haired one says on these lines, chuckled. I love you. For Gaara, Sabaku no. Is it worth answering? The dog bent over the 10th, not yet soiled sheet, hanging there for a minute. The baby thinks too often, the little toad snorts mentally, crossing his paws over his chest. Gaara-kun, maybe I should help you? Gamakichi finally decided to ask, watching as the habitually collected and young head of the village stained the paper with ink, leaving a greasy blot instead of a greeting. "It's not worth it," he exhales tiredly, crumpling the sheet again and throwing it away. It was an anniversary one. The 11th one is coming. Went. Empty. The red-haired man propped his cheek up with his hand, tiredly closing his turquoise eyes. "Maybe I shouldn't answer anything?" Orochimaru was distracted from the papers every now and then, occasionally glancing at Tsunade. She was nervously fiddling with the hem of her snow-white medical gown and pacing the room, almost stepping on the daimyo's agreement with her sharp heel. But this scribbled papers didn't bother him much. They had been gathering dust on the floor for 3 days already, and no one had tried to clean them up. The umbu on the ceiling were wisely silent, not even looking at the contents. Shinobi understand everything, and that is why, with a slight movement of a pale hand towards the door, they silently and noiselessly dissolve into shunshin without unnecessary pathos and smoke. The Godame Hokage's office was always a creative mess, heaps of scrolls of various colors and sizes with a lock made of fuin seals, smudged notebooks, fresh blots on drafts, folders with personal dossiers of important people, stained with traces of coffee. Orochimaru, although he was overly neat, which affected his appearance and manners, but he always worked dirty and did not like to clean. Cleanliness was present only when customers, advisors, ambassadors, and other respected persons came to him. In general, all this business was forcibly stuffed into cabinets and nightstands by Tsunade a couple of minutes ago, and unnecessary sheets were mercilessly thrown into the trash can. The room, dim from the dark lighting, was still noticeably transformed. Outside the window, a terrible torrential rain was pouring, clumsily drumming on the roofs with incredible force. I sincerely did not want to go outside. I did not even have the strength to look at this riot of the water element. And after all, it was not even 10 in the morning, the 16th of August, outside the window. Weather uncharacteristic of summer in Konoha is often a harbinger of bad things. In the office itself, equipped with various barriers and weapons, large windows halfway up the wall were framed with blue-gray half-closed curtains. In each corner, there was a nightstand with indoor plants that absorbed moisture. But despite the excellent conditions for keeping such representatives of flora, they were slowly drying up. Another oddity. But Tsunade and Orochimaru had completely different thoughts in their heads. One was thinking about work. He was trying to think, if it weren't for the clicking of women's heels on the smooth oak floor and nervous muttering from the side, and the other was busy with her own worries, or rather, common ones, but only she was worried about them. And each was irritated by the annoying ticking of the clock hanging on the side opposite the sofa. 9:35, 9:36. 9:37. Calm down, Tsuna. Orochimaru couldn't stand even 15 minutes of pacing back and forth in the office. He rubbed the bridge of his nose with his fingers, closing his tired amber eyes for a second. The snake had hardly slept for the last week, busy with the problems of the village and accepting too many reports from his subordinates. Of course, the increased number of missions was a big plus, but especially important assignments were highly paid and upon completion required those completing multi-page reports in extremely clear handwriting. It would be better if his people worked, and not day and night bothered themselves with reports that had to be submitted both in writing and orally. But order is order, so that it could be maintained. But take it, these documents were frankly annoying. The snake's eyes sparkled with irritation, and his unnaturally pale skin made him look like a corpse. Recently, after the peace agreement with Suna, an immeasurable amount of supposedly vital papers had accumulated. Even the newly acquired oak table was threatening to fall apart, desperately creaking its legs. And his assistant Kabuto brought papers every day, secretly hoping that he would not be called upon to do such work. But Orochimaru was surprisingly kind and indulgent, preferring to deal with all the important papers himself. Even though he trusted Kabuto as if he were himself, he was obliged to be aware of all the events. Only with each passing day, the bags under his eyes were getting darker and darker. He needed to rest, otherwise he himself was starting to get nervous from drinking strong coffee with sugar, dozens of glasses of which were lying in the corner. And then there was that clock. 9:38. Senju raised an eyebrow and stared at him with genuine surprise. Nervously blowing a strand of hair off her forehead, she took a deep breath. Orochimaru held internally. Now another angry tirade would begin, in the end of which he would be the one to blame. And he would not have time to put in a word or justify himself. With a bored expression on his face, he propped his head up with his hand and stared at his friend. He had already gotten used to it, after so many years. "You just told me that?" she hissed, darting her honey-brown eyes menacingly. "Jiraiya sent us a toad with a message yesterday. He'll be here today. Today. I just can't imagine how he'll react." She plopped down noisily on the couch, throwing her head back and crushing the perfectly ironed medical gown underneath her. She just wanted to close her eyes and pass out for 2 or 3 days, forget about everything. Her relationship with Orochimaru had become closer over the past 3 years, and she needed to tell Jiraiya about it somehow. Maintaining a relationship with this perverted Sannin might not be that easy. After all, she knew that he was once in love with her and sees Kami, he can do anything. And if Naruko would certainly understand everything and be happy, then his friend's reaction would be truly unpredictable. He could either get upset and smile sadly, or make a sarcastic speech about an unplanned pregnancy, imminent marriage and divorce, while smiling stupidly and innocently. True, he would get it later, but such things never stopped him. In general, he was a very unpredictable person. But recently, Senju's feminine essence has been outweighed by sober reason and prudence. Work in the hospital always found her everywhere, haunted her even in her dreams. Despite the qualified medics working, it was necessary to improve the teaching methods. And 2 students, whom she had been obliged to teach 2 years ago, sat on Tsunade's neck. Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno suddenly decided to become medics. Fortunately, both had the Suiton element and good chakra control, so the time spent on them was not in vain. A big and significant minus was that there was no medicine subject in the academy. The most they knew before her training was how to bandage a wound and stop bleeding. But, nevertheless, she managed to mold medics fighters out of them, especially with their donkey stubbornness, competitive spirit and Sakura's recently discovered Doton. The pink-haired girl showed great promise. But Tsunade was tired. Tired of working in the hospital, of not getting enough sleep, of visiting Kumogakure for the 3rd time with Itachi for a new temporary peace agreement. Yandeme was known for his violent temper in the land of clouds, and his dislike for the new Hokage and for her, so it was not easy to get him to even listen to the possible prospect. After one incident almost 10 years ago, he generally only curses at her. Rarely out loud, but more often in writing. Although Tsunade is respected by him as a talented medic and Sannin, but, look, he almost lost to this woman in arm wrestling. But the main events are about to begin. Akatsuki will act quickly, sharply, because they do not like to stir up trouble once again. They will not allow the Jinchuriki to recover their strength and hide. The information Itachi collected about their abilities turned out to be very useful, but it was not enough to build strategies and defense plans. In the end, knowing who works with whom in this organization in pairs, it is impossible to determine who exactly will attack first. Each pair of Nukenin has their own Jinchuriki. Pain and Konan are the main ones in the organization. Their abilities are practically unknown, except for the most powerful dojutsu of the former and the possession of paper techniques of the latter. Pain also has piercings all over his face and body, and, as far as the Sharingan could notice, they pass chakra. Haiden and Kakuzu are an immortal duet, not well coordinated, but cruel. The first kills by performing a ritual with a long spear and uses a 3-bladed scythe. The second demonstrated mastery of right ton, swait ton, and taijutsu. Sasori Akasuna and Deidara Tsukuri, the first is knowledgeable in medicine and poisons, controls puppets. The second is an explosion expert who has a Kekiai Genkai Bakuten, skillfully uses explosive clay, is unstable to Genjutsu. Zetsu is a master of infiltration and surveillance, has a specific appearance, can clone himself into tens of thousands of copies and turn into any person, copying their chakra and appearance. Tobi is an unofficial member of the organization who appeared almost before Itachi's death and, apparently, ended up on his former partner's team. His abilities are unknown, wears an orange spiral mask. Kisame Hoshigaki is Itachi's former partner. Former swordsman of the mist, owner of the sword Samahata. Due to his ability to draw chakra from his opponent and use it, he is nicknamed the Tailless Bijou. Master of Suetun. In the war with these Nukmin, allies are needed. Preferably, strong ones. And preferably, specifically Kumo, who can still help in controlling the nine-tailed fox. Naruto can transform without losing control only with 3 tails, and then only special restraining barriers and hope for the fox's prudence, which is not a very good argument. You know that sooner or later you'll have to tell him, Godame said, appearing next to Tsunade a second later and distracting her from her intrusive thoughts. She was thoughtfully biting her lips, her unreadable gaze fixed somewhere out the window, and her fingers were nervously tapping on the armrest. Nervous. The snake, sighing tiredly, put his hand on her shoulder. She relaxed and closed her eyes. The desired calm, which was something they both lacked. They were silent for a minute, enjoying the silence, not paying attention to the ticking of the clock face. 9:47, 10 o'clock. 10:10. It's not just that I'm worried about, you know. Akatsuki won't sit idle. Once Kakashi is told everything about them, he'll have to accompany Naruto on any mission. I know. They remained silent for another 5 minutes until Senju changed the subject, lowering her voice to a half-whisper. You remember those poor kids from the rain country? Yahiko, Konan, Nagato? Yahiko Pain has Nagato's Rinnegan, who knows what he did to get those eyes. Maybe even killed him. Jiraiya was too kind to those kids. I told you we should have gotten rid of them right away. Well, you know. Senju threw up her hands. You're just a heartless beast if you say that. Aren't they the same? They created an organization that became famous all over the world, with the strongest Nukmin, and now they are trying to capture the tailed beasts? For what? For a pseudo-world in the shell of an illusion? Senju pursed her lips in hurt. We didn't know that. If we had, we could have prevented it before it was too late. In the end, we would have fought off Hanzo and immediately taken them to Konoha. It's too late to think about what didn't happen, Orochimaru snapped. I realize more and more clearly that Jiraiya's kindness has backfired on us. We have no right to make mistakes from now on. Tsunade-sama, you have a message, Itachi Uchiha's velvety voice rustled in the office. He was temporarily subordinate to Haim in dealing with Kumo. Tsunade jumped up from her seat and caught a fairly light scroll with a purple border in midair. She immediately opened it. Without reading even half of it, she snorted angrily and burned it to ashes in her hand. Catan had only recently submitted to her. Old freak. Brainless blockhead. May you go to, she growled angrily, getting heated up. Taking off her medical gown, she sealed it in a spatial pocket and threateningly cracked her fists. Itachi, you placed a transfer seal at the entrance to their village, right? Having received a nod, Haim smiled contentedly. Use Shunshin. Orochimaru, we will be gone for about a week and a half. I'm leaving the management of the hospital to Shizune, she will return from her mission this evening. Okay. Just let Yondaime sign the papers voluntarily, without being in Genjutsu. Itachi? Of course, Orochimaru-sama. Itachi, dressed in the standard Jonin outfit, nodded slightly. Go. With a characteristic muffled pop, the two shinobi dissolved in a whitish cloud of smoke. Senju would obviously beat the nonsense out of A with his fists. And the main advantage in this is banal, all the negotiations are for Haim. And she will take hers. Orochimaru exhaled relaxedly, moved to his leather chair and looked at the gloomy view of the village. Damp, wet, disgusting. But it was time to have breakfast and get back to work. Thanks to Kabuto, he sensed it and ordered to set the table in the empty conference room. While Orochimaru leisurely ate meat salad and drank, fortunately, green tea, and not the boring coffee, he also managed to listen to the inspired Yakushi about his reforms in the academy, which had long ago come into effect. I didn't think you'd like working with children, Kabuto, the Sannin said, having finished his meal. The ash-haired man hesitated a little, but nodded in agreement, adjusting his round-framed glasses out of habit. It is quite interesting to teach children the art of medicine. I have already written down the characteristics of those who can continue to be ninja medics. There is a predisposition, and they are not squeamish. Good. Give the papers to Shizun in the evening and you can conduct additional classes. Eat. Finally, I'm home. Naruko screamed at the top of her lungs, spreading her arms and laughing joyfully. She climbed the highest pole and looked around the nearby half-empty roads, searching for familiar chakra. Suddenly, someone's pink head began running along the wet roofs, rapidly approaching. Naruko waved her hand and jumped down to the ground, where Jiraiya was yawning lazily, leaning against the damp wall. The downpour ended just as they were returning, which was a very, very good thing. People were slowly getting out of their houses and cafes, the air was damp and chilly at midday. Naruko shivered from the piercing wind, zipping up her black and orange jacket to the neck. She had already managed to curse the short kimono, a palm above the knee. For all its sins, she should have at least worn long leggings instead of shorts. And warm ones. Sakura deftly jumped off another roof, landing next to the blonde. Squealing, she hugged Uzumaki tightly. Naruto laughed and did not stop smiling widely. You're back. Glad to see you. Sakura's voice became more pleasant to the ear. She cut her pink hair into a bob, leaving a hitayate like a headband. This makes her look a little more mature. And you, Sakura? Well, have you become stronger? She tilted her head to the side with interest. Violet blue eyes appraisingly slid over her fair face. Joy and confidence splashed in her friend's bright green eyes. Yes. I'm studying under the watchful guidance of Tsunade Shisho, she taught me a lot. And Ino Pork too, but some tricks are unknown even to her. She whispered conspiratorially in my ear, stretching her smile even wider. Naruko smiled. It was understandable, Yamanaka probably paid more attention to studying clan techniques, like Haim and the future head of the clan. And Ino didn't really want to become an Irionin, it was more of a competitive impulse. After all, Ino and Sakura are close friends, despite all the squabbles and quarrels. And you've changed, you've even become taller than me, Haruno muttered almost offendedly, crossing her arms over her chest. No, I just have boots with a 3-centimeter heel, the blonde showed off her new shoes. My old shoes and clothes were completely worn out from training, I had to buy new ones. I remember how I almost fell off a tree in them once, because I wasn't used to them. Well, who would doubt it, you love getting into such situations. Hello, Jiraiya-san, the pink-haired girl remembered in time about the Sannin, who approached her friends with a slow, lazy gait. Hello to you too, Sakura. We're going to Orochimaru, we should talk to him, and then you can walk and talk all day long. Okay, Jiraiya-sensei, let's go. Sakura, shall we meet at the ramen shop later? Of course. I just returned from the mission, I just gave Hokage-sama a report. We'll meet in an hour, I'll look for Yamanaka, and it seems Shikamaru isn't on a mission either. Haruno quickly galloped off somewhere towards the hospital. After looking after her for a couple of seconds, Uzumaki smiled contentedly. And Sakura has matured, Databeo. Jiraiya decided not to knock, and in a purely friendly manner, kicked the door to the Hokage's office open. Fortunately, the hinges were strong, as was the door itself. An old friend is an old friend, and he is allowed to do so. Orochimaru lazily leaned back in his chair, putting the papers aside. It was clear as day that no one would let him work today. It was a pity, of course, that Tsunade had left, but her job was difficult and very important. Orochimaru-sensei. Naruko squealed happily and rushed to hug him. Orochimaru was almost surprised by such a display of calf tenderness, but he hugged his former student. The Hokage hat suits you so well, why don't you wear it? The blonde pulled it off the edge of the table and put it on, twirling in front of the senseis with an important look. They surprisingly rolled their eyes in unison. You should be thinking about the Kazakage hat right now, the perverted hermit joked, smiling mockingly. Naruko pouted but thought about something and smiled dreamily. And what about Tsunade-bachan? Is she in the hospital? No, she has one important mission in the cloud, she had to go. Naruko, of course, was upset, but nodded understandingly. The matter was still more important. So, are you ready to return to the ranks of the shinobi? Orochimaru glanced at her contentedly. The blonde kunoichi had stretched out, become more confident and stronger. Her light aura, despite the demon, radiated calm, and her eyes, pure, violet blue, were innocent and large, open. Her face was soft, even ideal. Ami, inherited from Minato, was decorated with a promising grin. Of course, Databeo. But first, let's eat. Sakura and I are going to Ichiraku in an hour, and then we can take on a mission, preferably A rank. Don't rush so much, Orochimaru cut her off. First your team, which was disbanded before you arrived, will have to pass a test. True, Sasuke is on a mission now, but you won't need him anyway. A test? Uzumaki scratched her head in confusion. And who will conduct it? Hokage-sama, did you call? Someone entered the door with a quiet knock. Kakashi-sensei. Still with the same ash-blonde hair, a tired but joyful look in one cold gray eye. Naruko crashed into his chest with her cheek, hanging on him like a koala. He smiled with his eye smile. Sure, Naruko had grown up, and in the future she would cause him a lot of problems, but he was glad to see the daughter of his late sensei safe and sound. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, I have a present for you. The blonde chattered, rummaging through her backpack. Smiling triumphantly, she fished out a small dark green book and solemnly handed it over. Hataki's eye sparkled with delight. He opened the first page with trembling fingers, running his eyes over the contents. Is this new? He breathed out in amazement. Naruto barely restrained herself from rolling her eyes. And why did he like this pornography so much? And Jiraiya was standing next to Orochimaru and smirking contentedly. Well, of course, his brainchild, in general, is quite popular all over the world, and the reaction of a devoted reader was expected, but it warmed the soul. Yeah, a print run that hasn't been released in the Land of Fire yet. With an autograph. To be honest, I tried to read this part too, but it seems a bit murky to me, and the intimate scene is too drawn out. Well, that's up to you to decide, she spread her hands. Hey, all my works are bright and colorful, no need for blah blah. The Sannin intervened, sincerely indignant. It's not my fault that you didn't like the genre. I won't argue, the kunoichi waved her hand. At first, Naruto was simply interested in his work. Jiraiya did not refuse the student's curiosity and confused her with the words that she would need it in the future, and she began to edit. She did not like the genre, but the style is good, it must be admitted. More than once they quarreled because the perverted hermit often disappeared in brothels and clubs, sometimes in mixed baths, supposedly in search of inspiration and muse. But Uzumaki could not do anything, because the Dato-V writer owned Shunshin. She could smell it, but she sincerely did not want to run to another village after him. He was methodically absent for 2 or 3 days a month, and then came home exhausted, slept, rewrote everything he had invented from a notebook all day, and only then willingly taught Uzumaki. The Sannin trained in taijutsu and ninjutsu, sometimes kenjutsu with swords, sent her to meditate on Mount Myaboku and slowly master senjutsu. But she had not yet achieved any particular success in the latter due to the frequency of training. And because of the fear of turning into a toad when accumulating natural chakra. Minor quarrels were frequent. Naruko could not sit still, and she wanted to go around the entire shinobi world as quickly as possible. Jiraiya spent a long time explaining that it was better to stay in one city for a month or 2 and not rush. Sometimes he went on reconnaissance without warning. Akatsuki still did not move, but this seemed more like the calm before the storm. It was truly difficult with him, but after 6 months, Naruko got used to it and stopped minor quarrels due to her unwillingness to argue. After all, the fact that she doesn't read such literature doesn't mean that others won't appreciate it. See you at about 4 o'clock on the training field. Kakashi radiated calm and melancholy, but some kind of anticipatory spark was noticeable in his gaze. He will definitely be reading a new book now. Naruto smiled and, nodding goodbye to everyone, left the office. Further conversation between adults was strictly forbidden for her, and the barrier against wiretapping was direct proof of that. A couple of minutes later, the simple truth dawned on Naruko. XO. I should have given him a book later. He'll put everything aside and read. You always do things first and then think. Kurama woke up. And he grumbles forever, like an old man. Everything is as usual. I know myself. Well, what can you do? Kakashi-sensei is happy, and that's the main thing. And I'm so hungry. Not my problem. Kyubi yawned and turned off the mental connection. Naruto frowned. He's really unfriendly, maybe he's got fleas, hee. Uzumaki skipped home, to her dorm apartment. Approaching her familiar walls, she whistled in surprise. The building no longer looked beaten down by life, but rather like a new building. Her floor was always the top one and even had a renovated balcony, only it needed some glazing to make it ideal. Orochimaru really got into it with the Reformation. Although, he never liked to put things off like that. The apartments and dorms in the village never looked so new. Apparently, the state treasury allowed them to fork out so much in connection with the new ruler. And the residents, former drunks and smokers, a great company, religiously monitored the cleanliness and did not even look badly in Uzumaki's direction, as if they were intimidated. But Naruko, hungry and tired, didn't really want to think about them. She should take a shower now. A small surprise. The key didn't fit. Uzumaki blinked stupidly and thought, is this even her apartment? Definitely yes, she can find her way here even blindly. The doors and locks were replaced, but she should have warned them. But, she can't enter her own renovated house like a vandal, through a broken door or window. Naruko stomped around the entrance for a couple of minutes, smearing the rug with dirt, and slapped herself on the forehead. She always had one key with her, and the other was kept under the rug, which Orochimaru-sensei knew very well. And it would be illogical to leave the keys to the house inside the house itself. And sure enough, the new lock gave in easily and Uzumaki calmly entered her apartment. Well, the cosmetic repairs were not bad, her favorite orange color was present, all the things were untouched, everything was just fine. Uzumaki threw her heavy backpack on the floor without looking and hung her wet jacket on the back of a chair to dry. She quickly ran into the bathroom, threw off her clothes, and went into the shower stall. Hesitantly pulling the faucet, she already thought that she would die from frostbite because of the cold water. But no. The hot water scorched her face and neck, making her roll her eyes in bliss. How long had it been since she had showered? 3 days for sure, if you don't count the pouring rain. A pleasant fatigue washed over her body, she wanted to stay under the hot streams as long as possible. But everything has its time, there would be time later. Naruko soaped a washcloth and began to scrub the dirt and dried blood from her hands, feet, and hair. She smiled sadly, washing the shampoo from her cut hair, carefully throwing it back. But I wonder why Kurama turned out to be so uncooperative. All he wants is to sleep longer, the ignorer. Naruko stood under the pressure for another 5 minutes and decided to finish her water procedures. Wrapping herself in a bath towel and showing off her bare feet on the cool wooden floor, she brushed her teeth and changed into regular black pants and a blouse with sleeves with a whirlpool sign on the back. Oh yeah, and the Chunin vest. Back then it was a little big for her, but now it fit like a glove. Uzumaki twirled in front of the mirror, hissed, looking at her impressively protruding breasts even in the vest, because of which the zipper could not be fully fastened. She always had to be bandaged, but now Uzumaki decided to limit herself to a simple bra. A third size is even too much for a 16-year-old, but apparently physiology did not give a about her desires and back pain. Having dried her hair with a hairdryer, the kunoichi tied it in her usual lush ponytails. Glancing at her watch, she sped up. It didn't take long to find the frog purse in her backpack and put on her usual gear, a holster and a pouch, so Uzumaki decided to quickly inspect her apartment before leaving. The walls were orange and white, there was a new single bed and bright bedding, a new lightwood desk with blank notebooks and notepads in the drawers. The shelves were filled with her old books on history, ninjutsu, fuinu, and various adventure dramas. A couple of textbooks on the art of flower arranging, carefully wrapped in pink ribbon, lay in a drawer. Uzumaki smiled, clearly Sakura and Ino had done their best. The layer of dust was light, either the renovation had been completed relatively recently, or someone came to her and cleaned at least once every 6 months. Most likely, both. Naruto resolutely moved towards the kitchen. As expected, new neat cream-white curtains instead of the old ones with flowers and worn by life, a new refrigerator, completely empty for now, great. As a child, Naruko often had to do renovations. Especially after her birthday, when her apartment looked like a ruin. The third could not do anything to civilians, but if shinobi were guilty, he would happily give them only D-rank missions for a whole month. When Naruko became a genin, she finally understood how cruel and humiliating it was. And the mysterious shinobi often helped her. He still helps now, admittedly. And kind Makoto-san, who bought sweets and allowed her to walk with Sasuke and Itachi, and even have dinner with them. Naruko remembers the kindness with which she was treated and sheds a lonely tear, staring out the window. The sun lazily rolled out from behind the clouds. Despite the hatred of the inhabitants, she had someone to live for, someone to become stronger for. And she still does. Akatsuki will be strong enough for her and Gaara to defeat, but others should not suffer because of the problems of the Jinchuriki. Who knows what they are planning, but with such military power as the nine-tailed beasts, one combined Bijudama can, as Kurama said, destroy half the world. And this is not good, everyone will die in the war. Naruko, lost in thought, leaves the house towards Ichiraku, loudly slapping her feet on the wet ground and puddles. The world will really disappear. This cannot be allowed. The blonde's face turns black, she looks at her feet indifferently and puts her hands, frozen by the wind, into her pants pockets. There will definitely be a war. And it definitely cannot be avoided. Naruko, a strange voice, brings the kunoichi out of her thoughts. She turns around, putting on a blindingly joyful smile. It's not the time to be sad. Naruto? A familiar voice asks. Naruto turns around. Shikamaru? Is that you? He squints his eyes incredulously, smiling, glancing at his melancholic face. His eyes are interested, slightly slanted, but partly sleepy. The shinobi nods, yawns widely, and, out of habit, puts his hands in his pockets. You've grown so tall, Moose. Either she was that short, or Nara was actually almost a head taller. He used to be short, too, matching her in choji. But she was more interested not even in the similarity of their poses, and the invariable long, spiky shinobi hair gathered at the back of their heads. But in his companion. The blonde with 4 ponytails looked Uzumaki straight in the eyes with interest, smiling with the corners of her lips. She and Temari had become good friends during the time Naruko and Jiraiya had been holed up in Suna for a month. And even at the Chunin exams 3 years ago, they had been more than kind to each other. Hello to you too, Temari, Naruto nodded contentedly. Are you on a mission with us, or did you just run off on a date with Shikamaru? She silently took a step away from Nara. Her exaggeratedly sour expression indicated otherwise. Yeah, 3 haha twice, I need this lazy guy. Naruko is not stupid, so the faint disdain and slight tremor in her voice did not go unnoticed. I am the political face of Suna, and I am temporarily working here together with Nara. We are solving matters with the next Chunin exam, she said in a businesslike manner. And it is our responsibility to appoint all the examiners, send out invitations for participants to all the countries, and come up with the tests. How problematic, Nara muttered lazily, yawning heartbreakingly. Someone just wants to sleep, Temari snorted indignantly, giving him a displeased look, which he carelessly ignored. Someone just wants to find fault, Shikamaru retorted. Don't piss me off, Nara, or you won't live to see the Chunin examination, the kunoichi barked, reaching for her battle fan. Are you threatening me? The shinobi raised an eyebrow gracefully. He did not show his tension with either facial expressions or body movements, but despite all this, he was more than ready to repel an attack from this hot-tempered and problematic woman. His main weapon was shadows, and with a full reserve of chakra, there were more than enough of them, at least in the dark, at least in the sunlight. Naruko knew perfectly well that Shikamaru would definitely not fight seriously, especially with a woman, and hid a sly smile, stubbornly pursing her lips. But before, Shika would not have gotten up in such nasty weather, and here he was accompanying the kunoichi of the sand and an assistant in important matters. And Sabakuno? It was obvious that she noticeably blushed at the mention of the alleged date. These two were always calm and reasonable, and now they really got to it arguing for no particular reason. It would have been a good couple, yes. But Nara would have been under the thumb. Temari is too bossy. Hey, guys, cool down, Uzumaki snapped at them. People are looking at you askance. Maybe we should go to Ichiraku and have lunch? No, we should come to an agreement with Hokage-sama and think about the tests. Last time was too easy. In Suna it won't be so easy. The promising attitude of the kunoichi of the sand literally screamed that even the most brilliant genin might not survive to the end. Naruto mentally sighed in relief. It was good that she was already a chunin. Well, good luck in realizing your plans. If anything, call me, I'll help, I'm not short of imagination. After saying their goodbyes, they went their separate ways. Naruko watched the future chunin examiners walk away, contentedly watching them walk a little closer to each other. You guys are such conspirators. Naruko reached her favorite place, and Sakura arrived just in time for the hot ramen to be served. They chatted about everything, training, food, clothes, and friends who had gone on missions at such an inopportune moment. During this time, Uzumaki managed to empty 7 large bowls of ramen, much to her friend's horror. How she managed to fit so much in, only Kami knows, but after paying for the food, the kunoichi quickly headed to the training field. By the way, how is Sasuke team? You've been nobly silent about him, but I'm interested to know. All Orochimaru-sensei told me was that he's on a long mission. Sasuke? The pink-haired girl hesitated, thinking about the answer. Naruko noted with satisfaction that her cheeks no longer burned when his name was mentioned, and she mentioned it somehow in passing. Had love really passed? Or had it simply grown stronger and no longer shouted about itself? Everything seems to be fine with him, the pink-haired girl shrugged, adjusting the hatai in her hair with her hand. He's studying with Orochimaru-sama, and as far as I know, he and Itachi-san have never had a falling out. He's been serving in the Umbu temporarily for about 3 months now, gaining experience. Ah, the snake didn't skimp on security, he takes the best, Uzumaki smiled good-naturedly. He's probably studying there with his NII-san, he'll explain it better by personal example. Probably. We've only seen each other a few times in 3 years, and that was when he and his entire team were dragged to the hospital half-dead, or for a routine checkup on Tsunade Shisho's orders. But I know for sure that he already has good control over the violet chakra, and can even enter the 2nd stage painlessly. Yes? Oh, I can imagine how much he suffered with her. She reacts even when Orochimaru is nearby. Here too, willpower is needed. So Uchiha will return soon and our team will begin missions? Naruko thoughtfully scratched the thin skin near her ribs, but under the thick chunin vest and sweater it was not very noticeable. I'd scratch myself with chopsticks. She joked, but, not hearing a clear answer from Kyubi, well, if snoring can even be considered an answer, she sighed tiredly. Well, we are all chunin and can start missions even in a group of 3 people, but I think it would be better to wait for Sasuke. And anyway, we were all loaded with missions at the wrong time. But for the good of Konoha, we can make an effort. The village has only grown stronger over the years. Another 10 minutes and a couple of topics later, they reached the training ground. Hatake greeted them beautifully, he threw bombs with sleeping gas under their feet. They detonated with a quiet pop, and thick purple smoke enveloped half the training ground. The kunoichi reacted quickly and, holding their breath, managed to hide in the trees. The wind, as if inopportunely, stopped and was in no hurry to drive away the dangerous cloud. Naruko made two-hand seals, and a strong stream of wind swept across the entire clearing, blowing away half the leaves from the trees and the sleeping smoke. Both kunoichi jumped out of their shelters, but kept their distance. The sun finally came out from behind the clouds towards evening and warmed the wet earth. It became warm also because of the warm chakra passing through the channels at an accelerated pace. Kakashi stood by 3 pillars, on one of which rested a wound-up clock with an alarm. And surprisingly, he wasn't even late. He didn't waste time, waiting for the kunoichi to come out of the shadows, and began to explain the task. You don't have much time until sunset. At 6 o'clock, the alarm will ring, and if you don't get these bells, he shook the objects in the air. You will fail and won't see any high-ranking missions. I hope you remember the meaning of this test? Teamwork, Sakura nodded understandingly, pulling on her black gloves. Exactly. They had a similar test, but to be honest, they didn't even want to remember it. It was such a colossal failure, the likes of which the whole world had never seen. And thank Kami that it hadn't, otherwise he would have had a heart attack. It was simply shameful, and for each member of the team, Naruto found himself in a trap, as Kyuubi said, the most predictable and stupid one in the whole wide world, only a ram would get caught in it, and so on down the long list of humiliations. Uchiha was buried in the ground up to her neck, and Sakura fainted twice, without really doing anything. That's the kind of teamwork they had. Everyone decided to deal with an experienced jonin on their own. It even sounds stupid, and they all screwed up together. But, fortunately, due to some kind of comradely support like, don't let your neighbor die of hunger, they were able to avoid a shameful return to the academy. Naruto attacked from behind. Unexpectedly, but expectedly. Kakashi easily twisted her arm behind her back, holding a kunai to the back of her head. Don't rush. I haven't started the test yet, Hatake instructively told the truth. We're not genin anymore, sensei, Uzumaki said and hit him in the leg with her heel, in the groin with the edge of her palm and in the solar plexus with her elbow. He doubled over like a child, but after about 3 seconds he turned into a log with a characteristic pop. Of course, it was his favorite technique. But where did he go? Naruko decided not to disturb Kyuubi and trust her instincts. It took a little longer, but after a minute, when she and Sakura united, she could smell him distantly. 100 meters to the northeast, a whisper escaped from her lips. Sakura only clenched her fists tighter, nodding and getting ready. Uzumaki stood in front of the trees behind which Hatake was trying to hide. And he would have succeeded if not for her sense of smell. Having formed a single bird seal, the Jinchuriki jumped high in the air and shouted. Wind release, air bullet technique. Taking more oxygen into her lungs, the kunoichi exhaled compressed air, cutting through the trees. A shadow flashed towards the west. Sakura, who had been carefully watching her surroundings until now, rushed after it. Kakashi didn't want to attack. He was curious about their skills in luring out the enemy, and, admittedly, they succeeded. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, watching the battle nearby, were intrigued by the strength of this duo. After all, they trained for a couple of years as sannin and probably learned a lot. They became noticeably stronger, but as everyone knows, Kakashi has many times more combat experience. Sakura drew Hatake into close combat. Yes, she was much slower, but her blows could easily split a skull and break several bones at once. It all depended on where she hit. The ash-haired one only dodged and substituted, and could not see from the side where Uzumaki had disappeared. She was found quickly. A horde of the blonde's clones flew in from behind, attacking with kunai and shuriken. Eventually, one of the clones grabbed the sensei while the others held his legs and restrained their chakra with a Fuin seal. Haruno, with an anticipatory smile, lowered her fist full of chakra to the ground beneath her feet. Okasho! With a loud exclamation, the earth loudly cracked, turning into crumbs. You couldn't say it was raining, huge chunks of earth were wet, but the technique only benefited from this, sucking the jonin into a swamp of mud. A huge wave of clones, as well as Kakashi himself, were swept down to the neck. The pink-haired girl smiled contentedly, folding the seals of the Doton technique. The earth hardened, and the original jumped out from behind the bushes with bells in his hands. At first, Naruko was, to put it mildly, dumbfounded. She had only seen such a blow of terrible force once, when she fought Tsunade-bachan. Now it was clear what, besides medicine, she was teaching her personally. But all the better. She could fight on her own. Not the rear, not a dead-end defense, but an equal fighter. And a medic, to boot. Jiraiya whistled in surprise in the background, looking at the crater in the middle of the clearing. Yes, Senju had trained Sakura well. Not bad, not bad, Hatake smiled with his eyes, and after a second he became serious. But not enough. Poof. And again he was replaced by a block of wood, and the bells in his hands turned into blades of grass. He did it. Again. Exo, what a specific opponent, the blonde hissed, loudly gritting her teeth in irritation. She was already starting to get annoyed by his game of cat and mouse, but at the same time, it meant that they were close to victory, right? Naruko turned to her sense of smell again. If earlier she had found him because of his cologne masculine, with sharp notes, now the sensei smelled faintly of dog. Yes, his summoning now did not play into his hands with its suddenness. And the amount of foreign chakra had increased. The Ninken were in full force. Sakura. Be on your guard, he called his dogs, they can attack from underground. And indeed the kunoichi jumped aside in time, the animals appeared with the purpose of immobilizing the legs. A huge bulldog flew at Sakura from behind and mercifully grabbed her shoulder, and not her throat. After all, not to death, she threw it away with effort and stopped the blood with medical chakra. Understandable. As a medic, it would be better to remove her first. Reasonable. But she also knows the substitution technique. When the dogs bite into her legs, pinning her to the ground, Sakura already has time to make the necessary seals. Naruko takes Hatake aside with another gust of wind, and then draws him into close combat. He attacks together with two clones, generously filled with chakra. After a couple of powerful blows, they do not disperse, but jump back, creating raisingans in their hands. The original places a Fuin seal on the ash-haired man and hits him in the jaw with a backhand, throwing him back a couple of meters and raising a column of dust. Cotton. Another substitution. Naruto hisses with anger, like a snake. She is suddenly knocked off her feet by a hard footrest. Uzumaki does not have time to get a word in, only to gasp and wave his arms in an attempt to find balance. Having fallen painfully on his back, he looks angrily into the eyes of Kakashi standing next to him. He is using the Sharingan. This is very bad, but now at least he takes them seriously. From behind, Hatake clones pierce the blonde shadow copies with lightning. The Jinchuriki shudders with his whole body, having adopted unpleasant memories along with the sensations. Electric shocks are no joke. Sakura's scream is heard as if through cotton wool. She again splits the ground with her fist and spits out water balls. Hatake uses Raikiri, and the pink-haired girl barely manages to dodge. Naruto belatedly realizes that he is trapped in a genjutsu, but he cannot free himself. Darkness. A pain in the chest. Her hands are covered in something sticky, but somehow intangible. Naruko sniffs and almost feels sick blood. Fresh, soaking her clothes, her skin, and everything around her. And when the light appears, her eyes see a clearing incinerated by the fire of the technicians, on which corpses lie. Adults, children, all mixed up, bloody, and with empty eyes. Her legs carry her to them, and her eyes are involuntarily covered with a veil of tears. Friends, comrades, mentors. And next to her lands the silhouette of a shinobi. Gaara. Tall, stately, but his entire proud figure is imbued with something elusive and unpleasant. He echoes her actions, he looks around the clearing with frighteningly bright turquoise eyes. His lips twist in a disgusting grin of poorly concealed disappointment. Naruto freezes under this gaze, stops crying and, it seems, even breathing. The Kazekage abruptly turns on his heels and walks away. His figure is smoldering in the fire, and his eyes are burning from tears and uncontrollable anger. she was left alone. Kai. Haruno puts her fingers to her friend's forehead, carefully pouring in chakra. She managed to break away from the sensei, realizing that she definitely won't figure it out on her own, and Naruko is very susceptible to the influence of Jinjutsu. The Jinchuriki suddenly opens her eyes and blinks frequently, focusing her gaze for a long time. But the explosion tag attached to the kunai suddenly sobers her up. She jumps up on cotton legs and, together with Sakura, automatically jumps back as far as possible. There was a deafening explosion. The kunoichi unanimously decided to hide and discuss their plan of action. Hiding in the shadow of a tree, they tried to catch their breath. That was harsh, Sakura squeezed out, healing the burn on Uzumaki's shoulder. It would have healed soon anyway, but for now, it hurt really badly. I agree. He'll drive me gray with his genjutsu. Or blow me up. It's useless to use Rasengan and Futon on him, it takes a long time to create, and he reads the movements with the Sharingan. The same goes for Taijutsu with Suiton, with his right ton, the latter is life-threatening, Sakura picked up, thoughtfully biting the inside of her cheek. How can we take down someone who has many times more experience? Naruko thought for a moment. A sly smile slowly blossomed on her lips, and her darkened eyes glowed only violet. Well. He's our sensei, right? The Jinchuriki began vaguely. Haruno glanced at her friend in confusion, silently urging her to continue. We know his sore spots. His unusual sore spots, Databeo. 10 seconds later, understanding flashed across the pink-haired girl's face. I get it, she cancelled the healing technique and sat down closer, while Uzumaki, quietly whispering, told the essence of the plan. The sun will set soon, do you think they'll make it? Jiraiya didn't take his eyes off the celestial body, which had painted the sky a crimson-yellow hue, slowly flowing away beyond the horizon. He had to go soon, but he couldn't wait to see it through. Orochimaru, standing nearby, grinned confidentially, narrowing his snake eyes. Of course they will have time. Kakashi was nearby. And he heard their plan perfectly, immobilize him with a Fuin while Sakura wears him down in close combat, and then steal the bells. It was banal, simple, but improvisation was still possible. They spoke little, dryly, and monosyllabically. They knew that he could hear, but they didn't know that dojutsu also allowed them to read lips. Or did they know? Shinaro. The pink-haired kunoichi roars, attacking from the side and aiming precisely at the head. Hatake pushes off the tree with his feet and jumps. The tree he was standing on shatters into pieces, and Sakura herself, sharply turning in the air, throws balls of sleeping smoke. They, before reaching, are activated by the strong wind pressure. The unchanging purple smoke spreads for 10 to 15 meters. Hatake literally drowns in it, but skillfully retreats. Sensitive hearing catches a noise from behind. Uzumaki decides to attack with Rasengan. The ash-haired man instantly transforms the right hand chakra in his hand and stuns with the chirping of small electrical discharges, similar to the singing of birds. Uzumaki sees him rapidly falling to the ground, accompanied by his lightning. Putting chakra into her legs, she runs to intercept him. At the very last moment, 2 meters away from the shinobi, she cancels the technique. Hatake barely manages to divert the lightning strike to the side, as the kunoichi knocks him down, stunning him with her next actions. She doesn't hit, doesn't take out a kunai, doesn't try to find the bells. Leaning down, she whispers. Kakashi-sensei, I bet you haven't finished reading chapter 5. I know why the main character is terrified of Sato. Hatake's eyes widened in surprise. He certainly didn't expect that from her. Covering his ears didn't help, he suddenly realized the disadvantage of the Sharingan lip reading. Squinting, he no longer felt the weight on his body. The ash-haired man opened his eyes from the melodic ringing of bells. Naruto and Sakura took one each and flashed satisfied smiles. Hatake pulled the bandage back over his left eye, sitting down on the ground. I certainly didn't expect this from you. Well, it's not for nothing that I'm the most unpredictable kunoichi in the world. Naruko offered her hand to the jounin. And, by the way, I didn't read the whole book, I got bored. So I made it all up. Did we manage, Kakashi-sensei? The ash-haired man scratched the back of his head. Sasuke, on a cleanup mission from the Hokage, will return in about a month, but the three of us can start missions tomorrow as an incomplete team number 7. I will no longer be your sensei, but your mentor. Hooray! Sakura, this needs to be celebrated, Databeo. A cold wind blew across the desert, sweeping away small sand dunes with unprecedented ease and immediately creating new ones. A small crescent moon, which replaced the sun at night, brightly illuminated the empty streets of Suna. The grains of sand, warmed by the sun, slowly cooled. The silence was broken only by the quiet stomping of sandals and the rustling of clothes. 2 figures in black cloaks with red clouds were slowly approaching the village of Pesca. One of them was short, with a mask over his face and black strands of hair showing from behind the collar of his chlamys. He walked with heavy, ponderous steps and left marks in the sand from his long cloak. His small black eyes seemed to incinerate the entrance to the village. He saw the dead, still warm bodies of the guards on the ground. His man had done a great job. The second was a blond man with blue eyes. The promising grin on his face spoke of his intentions. His hand was constantly in his pouch. A quiet smacking sound could be heard, and after half a minute the shinobi, chuckling contentedly, took a small figurine of a white clay bird out of his bag. Having folded a single seal, the soulless clay transformed into a huge white bird with a wide, half-closed mouth and long wings. The shinobi jumped onto the bird in one jump, leaving the first one to go alone. Turning around, he said one last thing. Sasori no Dana, impatiently, I'll take care of Ichibi. It's time for us to catch one small animal, Get out already, he answered rather rudely. Just don't attract too much attention. If you work quickly, we won't have to destroy the village. The shinobi spoke in a rough, commanding voice, with hoarse notes. The blonde rolled his eyes in response. So what? I wouldn't mind destroying a village either, That would only make my art shine brighter, since the explosion would be especially colorful. A mad smile lit up his pale face, and his eyes were clouded over. He was clearly deep in thought, vividly imagining a spectacular and especially powerful explosion. Fool. You just don't understand what real art is. Go and don't make me wait. The shinobi was impatient and quite irritated. The blonde just snorted in displeasure, but decided to remain silent. Deidara knew that he couldn't irritate Dana by waiting, he could easily poison her and not even twitch. The bird soared into the air, making a demonstrative circle around the masked shinobi, and flew towards Suna, with wide wing beats at the ready in the scorching cold wind. Stupid boy, snorts the shinobi, and follows the sandy path further. At the entrance to the village, a shinobi is waiting for him patiently. You did well, Yura, he says as he passes by. The sand spy only bows his head in a short bow, expressing his respect. So, where is the Kazakage Tower? The blonde asks himself, flying over the village. One eye, hidden by his bangs, does not prevent him from carefully examining the village in search of the tallest building. Finally, Deidara finds it, thinking about how to lure this Kazakage out. Blow him up right in his own office? Well, that's not a bad idea. Flying closer to the roof of the building, the sensitive vision from a great height notices someone's bright red hair and maroon clothes, fluttering below from the increasing wind. A heavy aura and simply incredibly aggressive chakra emanated from the short figure. He quickly noticed, Blue-eyed grins contentedly, flying even closer on the bird, so that it was possible to talk. Are you the Ichibi's Jinchuriki? The question is rhetorical, but it still needs to be asked. You're the one I need, Really? Turquoise eyes glow with dark interest. Gaara exudes demonic chakra and danger. A small amount of sand quickly bursts out of the sand bottle on his back, instantly transforms into a solid sand platform and stands at the feet of the scarlet-haired man. The Kazakage confidently steps onto the platform and it brings him to the same level as the blonde. His worst fears were confirmed. Akatsuki had begun to act. All that was left was to quickly recall all the information received from Uchiha Itachi and be as careful as possible. Small grains of sand flowed around the Jinchuriki's hand, swirling into a whirlpool. I don't want to disappoint you, but you won't leave the village alive. As Kazekage, I will protect this village, no matter who opposes me. I doubt it very much, Deidara looks at him with playful curiosity, anticipating an interesting fight, and, putting his hand in the pouch, lets his mouth chew on his palm more clay. 2 seconds later, 5 clay spiders are resting in his hand. He immediately throws them at the enemy, making a seal and shouting with delight. Cats! A chain of explosions rings out, shaking the cold night air. Naruko was returning home in high spirits late at night, wandering the empty streets all alone. As she lived on the other side of the village from everyone else, on the outskirts of the village. The only neighborhoods that were relatively close to her were Inazuka, Hyuga, and Aburame, which she passed by. It seemed that only Sakura lived in the center of the village, while the clans were scattered on the sides, surrounding the village from the inside, spreading out into huge neighborhoods. Although Uzumaki had no reason to complain after all, she lived far away from the townspeople and understood why. Naruko remembered this for some unknown reason, breaking into a sad, nostalgic smile. What had life brought her as a child, except for the pain of misunderstanding? Why did she still so stubbornly want people to believe in her? Despite everything, she was not offended by those people, because they had lost loved ones and their hearts were left with a living wound, soaked in blood and resentment. Naruko silently, without touching anyone, took the blows on herself, did not try to respond or fight back. Her actions would only anger them, inflame even more the hatred of adults that was hidden somewhere deep. It was just that, being innocent as a child and little aware of life, Uzumaki simply did not understand why she, a little girl, had such an unmerciful fate. It simply seemed unfair to her. A fragile soul required warmth and support. Gaara was the only one who understood Uzumaki, who accepted her difficult past. Naruto, being friends with Kyubi, sincerely did not want Gaara to ruin his life in bloody battles and loneliness. He initially had no one, no friends, no loved ones, until the demons with this soulmate mark put everything in its place. Yes, even if they behaved too stupidly and uncharacteristically, but was it done to harm? And Uzumaki, being together with Sabaku no teenagers, understood one thing: there are no people in the world who would understand them more than they understand each other. They have the same thoughts, the same hopes, the same dreams. It is not passion and love that holds them together, it is fate that holds them dark, shrouded in a web of uncertainty, but one for both. In the evening, Uzumaki managed to thank the Hokage for such an unplanned repair. He changed more than one apartment for free, and all the orphans who lived in exactly the same apartments in the dormitory almost prayed to the snake, drooling and enthusiastically watching him from around the corner unnoticed. At first, Naruko was amused by this, but she understood who, if not the Hokage-sama, would help lonely children who in the future would quite want to become shinobi and bravely defend Konoha. In this regard, Orochimaru was cunning. It seems that this is how he found promising students for himself before. He believed that if a child was abandoned by someone, then it was not a fact that he was useless. He certainly did not have to be afraid of these alleys. He himself could squeeze whoever he wanted there, and Naruko giggled drunkenly, wiping away the tears of laughter with her sleeve. The bad thoughts immediately retreated, revealing before her eyes the miscarriage of a crazy fantasy. And only on the 5th attempt to put the key in the keyhole was she finally able to get into her apartment. Half an hour earlier, she had been sitting in the cafe with Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, while all the rest of her comrades were busy on missions. Her head ached quite a bit after a small dose of sake. The adults had allowed the kunoichi to drink a little, though under the strict supervision of the sober Hataki, but the cool shower and clean bed had a pleasant effect on her tired body, and her regeneration was quickly removing toxins. The kunoichi was sprawled on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She could feel Kyubi's anxiety on her skin, which in itself had been transmitted to her. Their bond had grown incredibly strong over the past couple of years, and only Kami knew how the seal hadn't broken yet. Kurama had not missed the opportunity to share his bad feelings with her. Naruko had seen him in such a state only once, when she was learning the summoning jutsu. Then, for the practice of summoning the toad sage Gamabunta, Jiraiya had managed to silently throw Uzumaki into the abyss with an almost depleted chakra reserve. "Well, okay," he only said, "good luck." And with a light flick on the forehead sent the student into a long flight. And Uzumaki screamed heart-rendingly when, instead of a large toad, she summoned a small Gamatatsu and would have been lying, strung on sharp stakes in the abyss, like a shish kebab on a skewer, and with an innocent toad on her head, if Kurama had not woken up in time. Then Naruko avoided death from the stakes at a depth of a couple of 100 meters, and the white-haired one received a powerful blow from Kurama. To this day, a not at all small scar from one tail flaunts on his chest. But that excitement is nothing compared to that. "Are you sure?" Naruto looked at the fox with distrust. "Maybe Ichibi just broke the mental connection? She often has mood swings." "Don't doubt my judgment, I've known her for centuries," Kyubi growled discontentedly. "This raccoon creature hasn't spoken to me for some unknown reason for a week, but he hesitated for a second, choosing his words. "I've never noticed such interference. And we could always talk to each other, we just didn't see the point in it. Shikaku may be a little crazy, but her speech has always been more than coherent. And this quiet murmur and rustling of sand is more than strange." "Stop. I don't understand anything. Did something really happen to Gaara if she couldn't even contact you normally?" Naruto exhaled convulsively, choking on air. Her hand shook like a drunk. "And what about me? I don't think I heard anything from Gaara either. We can communicate mentally too. Exo, and Gamatatsu didn't bring me his reply letter. Do you think it's Akatsuki?" "It's quite possible," Kyubi said, as if cutting off. He lowered his head and bent his crossed paws at the elbows, thinking. The pose was very strange, like a prayer, but he was much more accustomed to thinking like that. Naruto, not daring to argue, simply agreed, remembering Shikamaru, who always brought his fingers together strangely during a careful thought process. Naruko stood on her feet for about 5 seconds, no more. Her limbs felt like lead. The kunoichi hugged herself, helplessly falling to her knees. Her lips trembled slightly, whispering something incoherently. And no, he couldn't leave me? For what? The blonde screamed, hysterical. She couldn't talk to Gaara mentally either. No matter how much she knocked, no matter how much she tried to overcome this mental barrier, the deathly silence scratched her ears. Uzumaki was beating the parched earth with her hands, and lying on the grass, curled up in a ball, as if hiding from the whole world. She had no control over her speech at all, and no one stopped her stormy flow of words. Kurama was still sitting motionless, keeping silent, and thinking. He had no time for female hysteria now. And he wasn't particularly good at calming her down. A demon is a demon. He didn't know what it meant to lose something. It was entirely possible that if Uzumaki's life was at risk, he would feel that same pain, viscous, disgusting, with a sore tongue, but he would never care about anyone else. Except for Naruko. The Jinchuriki stopped crying only after about 20 minutes, when she fell asleep on the ground in a baby pose. And in the real world, she had already soaked the pillow with salty tears and curled up into a ball. No, nothing has started yet, Kurama concluded, looking at his vessel and lightly glancing at her wrist. A hand with a seal attached would definitely react to the boy's fatal condition. He lay down next to Uzumaki, falling asleep instantly. The battle with Akatsuki was more than problematic for Gaara. Akatsuki clearly understood who they were dealing with, and therefore prepared as thoroughly as possible. Gaara himself was also ready for battle, having previously ordered Kankuro and Baki to protect the village and not engage in their battle, no matter what happened. After all, his bad feelings were justified. He combed through the information about Akatsuki anew, although he already knew it almost by heart. But, whatever it was, even skilled spies cannot find out complete information about the enemy. It was easy to determine by external signs that this was Tsukuri Deidara, and, in fact, a short conversation with him only confirmed this. The Kazekage only knew that Deidara had a partner named Sasori Akasuna, a nuke who left Suna 20 years ago, and that he himself owned a Kekiai Genkai Shikuten, and used explosive clay with the help of the mouths on his hands. This information was enough to not miss sudden blows and not allow himself to have his limbs torn off by an explosion. These shinobi had prepared very well for the infiltration. Kankuro had just informed them before the battle that the guards at the village walls were dead. It was clearly a spy. And clearly from Akasuna, who probably still had connections with some of the fighters. The loyal Kazekage Umbu had to be ordered to find him. The village's defense had suffered greatly because it was now impossible to tell who was their own man and who was a spy, but Gaara trusted his troops, and he had placed all this tedious work on the shoulders of his older brother and former sensei, leaving himself only one thing, the battle. This is what he is currently busy with. During the quarter hour of battle under the endless flights of explosive clay figures of birds and spiders, the Kazekage became more than accustomed to the specific fighting style of this Deidara. He was very skilled, and it was almost impossible to catch him in flight. He had to move to Sabaku Fuyu himself, constantly defending himself. He did not stop maneuvering on his giant clay bird, which with its white color was noticeably shaded between the buildings and the black starry sky. The Akatsuki member really turned out to be strong. But what did Sabaku no actually expect? Shikaku inside him was raging. Angry. And these emotions were gradually transmitted to her Jinchuriki. You know, kid, Deidara began rather cheerfully and calmly. You're not as bad as I first thought. If you weren't a Jinchuriki yourself, Akatsuki would have probably lured you over. And he sent a dozen small birds flying, lightly waving his hand and flying away. They were fast and silent, and could fly themselves, a big minus for the enemy and a big plus for the user. Gaara instantly gathered the sand flying around him, forming a shield. A short chain of explosions clogged his ears, but the sand armor held up. Moreover, Godame, waving his hands through the air and directing the sand, created a whole shaft of flattened copies, saturating them with futon. They, having formed in a split second, flew at the blonde. He frowned, throwing small white spiders into the air. He had to be very careful. Here he even mentally complained about his left eye covered by his bangs. He solemnly exclaimed, "Cats!" The clay arachnids exploded a centimeter from the spear's peaks. Another deafening explosion and the sand again dangerously hovers in the air, scratching the opponent's pale skin. Deidara frowns in displeasure, ignoring the unpleasant sensations. Even if I weren't a Jinchuriki, I wouldn't have gotten involved with you. Suna no Kaiwan, Gaara replied, swinging his hand wide. A stream of sand quickly burst out of the pumpkin behind him, instantly transforming into Shikaku's huge sand paw. He didn't have to make any seals, didn't have to pronounce the name, the sand was his extension, and he controlled it with the power of thought. But the voice command itself fueled the technique, and it became many times stronger. The sand hand quickly dove under the huge bird and enveloped both the clay and Deidara. Come on, creature, die quickly. Shikaku squealed in her thoughts, generously fueling the attack with her chakra. The blonde's blue eye flashed angrily, instantly jumping off the bird and creating a new one. It flew quite far, and the Kazekage, having blown up that useless bird with a light pressure of sand, rushed after it. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for us, Sabaku answered, concentrating. Even though he wasn't in the subconscious, he clearly heard the demon hiss in displeasure. Well, excuse me, I could easily smear this across the wall if you let me go, but you could also die from it. Tanyukinari no Jutsu is too dangerous for you, and it will damage your psyche. Oh, thank you for your concern, I'm touched, Sabaku no involuntarily blurted out. The headache immediately made itself known. His vision blurred, and Gaara almost fell off the sand platform, shamefully exposing himself to a pile of spiders. Fortunately, the sand armor held up and, after circling around Gaara for the last time, was carried away, driven by the hot wind towards the dunes. Are you crazy, Shikaku? Don't joke with me, hissed in my head. Did I hurt your feelings? Well, I'm sorry. It had already become a habit for them to argue like this at the most inopportune moments. But a chibi, although she was touchy, healed burns quickly and shared chakra, as much as the flimsy seal could allow to be released. Deidara had one trump card. Another minute or two of waiting and he would gladly use it. He did not want to irritate Sasori no Dana with his delay, but Sabaku no was far from a weak opponent. They had been fighting for about 20 or 30 minutes, and only one bag of clay remained. But the missing Nin's blue eye sparkled rather, after all. He had noticeably reddened the Kazakage's burgundy cloak, the sleeve was singed almost to the elbow, and a huge burn was visible on his arm. Deidara whistled in amazement, seeing how the wound was healing in literally 10 or 20 seconds. Only the adherent of Jashinism, Haydn, who he knew, could recover so quickly. The Jinchuriki's regeneration was truly amazing. But this only provoked him. How many times would it take to blow him up so that he could not recover anymore? Noise. A ton of sand fell on the bird from above. Gaara was already swirling the sand with his hands again, wrapping it around Deidara's arms. Sabaku also clenched his hand sharply into a fist. Sabaku Soso. The crunch of bones was loud, but it was followed by another chain of explosions. The Kazakage clenched his teeth angrily, seeing the blonde smug grin from above. A clay clone? How banal. Irritating. His impudence irritates. His smirk. His character. His techniques. Gaara automatically creates a sand shield, and the blast wave burns his face. He dodges subsequent blast attacks playfully, amazing with his maneuverability. But he cannot retreat for long. Suna Arare forced his opponent to maneuver among sand needles and bullets accelerated by the futon. Deidara emerged from the sand avalanche, the sand from which came from the streets of Suna, scratched, with his cloak torn in many places. Kankuro and Baki stood on the Kazakage tower, not taking their eyes off the battle. The puppeteer clenched his fists tightly and was about to jump off the balcony, but was stopped by the firm hand of the former sensei. Everything inside the shinobi was seething, the blood boiled in his veins. He just wanted to help his brother, so what's the matter? Take it? What? Kankuro hissed indignantly, his eyes flashing dangerously. His hand unconsciously grabbed the scroll with the combat doll. You can't help Gaara now. Baki looked at the Kazakage, who had created a wall of sand in which the explosive snakes were stuck. This is not a battle for you. So? The shinobi did not calm down. And what, you order me to watch how my younger brother fights for the village, and I stand there unable to help? If that's the case, then you'd better cool down. Gaara gave us the task of eliminating the spy, searching for the second member of Akatsuki, and temporary powers to govern the village. Do you think it's better to ignore his order and let the people remain without guardianship? You're talking as if he died. The puppeteer was ready to punch Baki right in the face. For someone he is the Godame Kazakage, but for him, he is a younger brother. Who could use some help right now? Akatsuki has been hanging out with Kawarimi too often. Probably preparing for a powerful attack. Baki changed the subject. Kankuro glared at him with a devastating look, but remained silent, tightly gripping the steel railings of the balcony. He couldn't hold back a grin only when he saw that his brother's opponent was already missing one arm. His sensitive nose smelled the spicy sour smell of blood. Well done, Otudo. Oh, what a beautiful village it was. Wiping the blood from his lip with his sleeve, Deidara said in a feigned sad tone. Gaara narrowed his turquoise eyes suspiciously, glowing with danger and mistrust. It's a pity that my perfect art will leave nothing. Although, no. I'm not sorry at all. What will you do, Godame Kazakage? He said the last with obvious mockery. The Akatsuki member looked like he had, problems. He was hideously battered and tormented by the sand. His left arm was torn off at the shoulder, which significantly reduced his ability to attack. But he didn't care. He didn't even make a sound when he lost his arm to Sabaku Soso, although it must have been clearly unpleasant. His right hand deftly fished a huge clay bomb from his bag, generously filled with chakra. But now it was Gaara who was in trouble. What a s dash dot. Tanuki hissed, loudly and discontentedly tapping her tail on the floor of her subconscious. Gaara had already gotten used to the idea that he himself would soon start swearing with such a demon, so he obediently kept silent. I sense a large amount of concentrated chakra. Bakutan has always been a dangerous Kekkei Genkai, akin to a vile porridge of lava or acid, she said as if she spat. If it explodes, then the whole village, if not half the country, will come to an end. Gaara froze in shock, contemplating Deidara's satisfied smile. What? Could such a thing really be so dangerous? He, easily and gracefully throwing a clay bomb into the air, migrated away on his bird. Quickly. The village can't be destroyed. He's been trusted with too much. He swore as Kazekage that he would protect every single person. He swore to Naruto that he wouldn't lose to Akatsuki. He swore to Ichibi that he would be a worthy Jinchuriki. He's strong on his feet and has plenty of chakra left. He simply ignored fatigue. And he can't give up, there's no reason to. The red-haired man silently watched the bomb fly, spreading his arms wide. Burning fire chakra flowed through his fingers, widening the channels by 1/100th to the point of pain in the vessels. The seal broke dangerously, but the Fuinjutsu held, not allowing Shikaku to suddenly emerge. If earlier the Kazekage had used sand from the main street of the village near the residence for the attack, now he covered a noticeably larger area, the entire village. Enormous waves of sand began to play in the air, obeying Gaara's thoughts. The Tanuki was furious, so she managed to carefully saturate almost every grain of sand with the element of wind. Gaara even used all of his sand and the vessel for it, already saturated with chakra, for this. The people who had been sitting in their houses and shelters shuddered in fear as soon as the sandy floor beneath them began to crack dangerously. But inside the houses, fortunately, nothing had become shallow. But the air was hot despite the coolness of the night, and saturated with danger mixed with blood and hatred. Shikaku, unfortunately, could not go out due to the weak seal, but she had never been stingy with chakra for duels before, even if it meant emptying herself halfway. Kankuro and Baki's mouths dropped open in shock as the floor beneath them nearly crumbled. Streams of sharp sand did not fail to lightly scratch their faces and the skin of their hands, as if warning them, fencing them off. They had no place in this battle, they had their own mission. The bomb was 3 times larger than usual, well charged with chakra and heavy, like a pair of gold bars. That's why it dived quickly. Deidara watched her flight with delight, seeing something beautiful and unforgettable in it. Primordial. Only an immortal could boast that he had seen such a colorful explosion and survived. He didn't care at all about the fate of the village, thousands of people, even the fact that Dana, having warned a couple of his pawns and eliminated people he didn't need, was leaving the village, stopping only a couple of kilometers away from it, would have probably affected him too. He simply wanted to see his art in all its glory. For it is perfect and so majestic that Sasori-sama's eternity simply pales in comparison. There's not much clay left, he muttered discontentedly in his thoughts. An incredibly deafening explosion rang out, shaking the earth and the clear air around. Deidara, his blue eye uncovered by his long bangs, gleaming with delight, watched the huge, bright orange, hot ball that seemed capable of setting the impregnable sand fence on fire. But no. The explosion was suppressed. The sand fell heavily back to the ground. Shikaku in the subconscious grinned contentedly, folding her hands into a snake seal. Yes, there was more fear, an explosion like an explosion. The Kazekage was practically exhausted. And if Shikaku could still boast of an indecently huge reserve, then the Jinchuriki was almost falling off his feet. She could no longer share chakra with him, because his Kirakuki would not withstand another approach. The chakra was too poisonous, no matter how much Ichibi purified it. Their connection could not strengthen due to the weak seal, and the false sleep technique would leave him unconscious, defenseless. But he needed to get up, control the sand again and smear the face of one Akatsuki member on the ground. He, by the way, was now very disappointed that he did not see the performance. A freak, upset that he did not wipe the village off the face of the earth. The hatred towards him grew stronger and stronger. He can't lose. Akatsuki can't be allowed near the tailed beast, Naruko. So, I should warn her. Although, Gaara, after thinking a bit, told Ichibi not to warn Kyubi mentally and was gifted with a look ala, "Are you an idiot or crazy? Uzumaki will still find out first, and to talk mentally over such a distance, you need a considerable amount of chakra and good concentration. Well, where can you find it here, in the heat of battle? Anyway, in the morning Gamatotsu will get to Naruko through the summoning and give her the letter." But who knew that as soon as he sent the messenger toad back to the summoning world, the enemy's chakra would elusively slide along the impregnable barriers of the village? But there was no time to think now. Gaara lifted his sand from the common pile with a slight movement of his hand, compacting his sand platform and forming certain seals. Suna no Mayu. With a quiet, barely perceptible whisper of the technique being spoken, Deidara's face did not change in any way, but inside he simply rejoiced. The Jinchuriki created a dense cocoon of sand around himself. His own sand, into which Deidara, after a huge explosion, managed to quietly throw more explosive spiders. Since he had failed to destroy the village, then at least he would be exhausted half to death. Here he had to act more decisively, but not let him die. He and Sasori-sama would not be able to seal the escaped Ichibi, since only the leader had mastered Fuinjutsu or Dojutsu to the proper extent. Or the Uchiha. The shinobi was once again fluttering on his bird, of which there were no more than 2 in reserve for a critical case. And in the bag there were only a few lumps of clay. He stuck his right hand into the pouch and after about 10 seconds, produced a dozen centipedes. The mouth on his hand licked itself contentedly, getting dirty in saliva. It looked peculiar, but the carrier was quite satisfied. Deidara had only one chance left. Chakra was running out. His left arm was missing, and his right leg did not escape this fate. Fortunately, the bones remained relatively intact, but he limped well. The shinobi stoically endured the pain and stood on his feet due to exceptional endurance and the desire to win. And so, Gaara created a third eye from sand, which floats unnoticed past the grains of sand flying in the air. He clearly sees the cunning, unkind grin of his opponent. The blonde, without hesitation, throws clay bombs. When will he run out of them? The Kazekage manages to slowly cover the cocoon with another layer of sand. In vain. Deidara's lips spread into a triumphant smile. He forms a single seal with his hand and cries out triumphantly. Cats! The air shook again, heating up to the limit. Before the tracking technique was cancelled, Sabaku no saw the frightened look of his older brother and sensei. Gaara sank to his knees. 4 explosions sounded. The right side of his torso and arms were all covered in burns, his clothes were hopelessly ruined. His entire body was burning, blood flowed without ceasing. The sand armor couldn't withstand it, as well as half of the cocoon. But even these bombs couldn't completely destroy the defense. Shikaku hisses angrily, clenching his fangs tightly. He begins to heal with all his might, as fast as the human body can handle. If Gaara loses consciousness, the mental connection will break by itself and she will not be able to help him in any way, neither wake him up, nor take control over his body. Only helplessly beat in the cage and try to scream to the Kyubi. Him. That's not all. My friends are inside your sand and my art will consume you, Deidara mutters quietly, shuddering in pain. The place where his arm was torn off was cold on his skin. He had lost a lot of blood. Overcoming himself, the shinobi activates the technique again. Land. 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 The red-haired man exhales nervously, pressing his hand to his bleeding shoulder. Spiders crawl out of the sand from the side, glittering and sparkling. 3 more explosions. A deafeningly painful attack that engulfs his back in flames. There was no more strength. The dog, but unconscious. The sand peeled off the cocoon, face, hands, the sand platform crumbled, and he slowly dived down. The tanuki in her subconscious was almost hysterical, slowly losing strength along with the dying vessel. She had absolutely no concentration, she could not contact Kyubi. She cursed herself for weakness. Namely herself, and not this new enemy. She did not protect the boy, she could not help because of the weak seal. Closing her eyes, she called out one last time. Kurama, things are bad, we need help. But unsuccessfully. Deidara noticed movement from the west. One shinobi was running towards the Kazekage, anger and chakra emanating from him. And even more so, despair. Akatsuki was faster. He flew up on a bird to the Jinchuriki, who was rapidly falling from a bird's eye view, grabbed him by the collar with one hand and flew away. Gaara gave him a lot of trouble. The fox was right. Naruto was knocked out of her subconscious by the sharp pain in her wrist, let alone scared. Staring dumbfoundedly at her hand, the black curls on which continued to burn scarlet and bleed, she jumped up from the bed and screamed. It can't be. And ran to the bathroom. Putting her hand under the tap, she burned her wrist with a long look, dull, almost lifeless. How? Oh, really? Why did Akatsuki start capturing the tailed beast so quickly? The waves of despair that washed over the blonde from head to toe instantly raised Kyubi to his paws. Kurama! The kunoichi's loud, excited cry almost shook the walls of her subconscious. The fox had been obediently waiting for her all this time. Kurama! Kurama! She crashed into his paw with all her might, hiding her pale face in her long fur. In those 3 minutes while she was thinking about losing Gaara, she had not been freed from the nagging feeling of emptiness. But Ku is here, inseparable from her, standing and breathing, right? And Gaara? The fox was even taken aback. His eyes sparkling with elongated pupils, he carefully leaned over, presenting his muzzle to the kunoichi. She, all in tears, pressed herself against it, still sniffling. What about the seal? He boomed in his usual voice. At that moment, he seemed like a stone block to Naruko, unfeeling, cold. Calm down, Naruko, we need to figure this out. This sobriety of mind even began to infuriate him. His older sister Shikaku, although she was a clot of chakra like him, but with her own will, chakra, life. And she had no right to take the latter away from Akatsuki. Absolutely not. If there were interference and unclear fragments of words when trying to contact mentally, then now there was complete calm. And he, too, felt empty. He and the vessel always had different problems, characters, worldviews, and thoughts. Because Kyubi was always a demon, and Naruto was always a human, a representative of the weaker sex with a fragile psyche. But now the fox was also depressed. And he was angry because of this weakness. He had to get ready for Suna, and urgently. He would deal with these Akatsuki himself, even if they were geniuses 3 times over. After a couple of minutes, Naruko pulled herself together. Rubbing her red eyes, she said. The seal is bleeding. Does that mean he's dead or not? Just blood? Fox asked. The blonde nodded. As long as the blood flows, he is alive. If the mark turns black again, it means he is dead. Shikaku, when creating the seal, told about one subtlety: if one of you dies, the seal will bleed every year on the day of death. A feature of all soulmates. So he's still alive. Naruko sighed painfully and smiled bloodily, tormented by not the most pleasant thoughts. It was still painful and scary to realize that at any moment, captured by Akatsuki, Shikaku would be taken away from him. He would die. He was not one of the purebred Uzumaki, who with their inhuman life force and regeneration were able to withstand the removal of the demon. We need to go to Pasak, urgently. What are you talking about? I didn't think of it, the fox couldn't help but say sarcastically. This snakeling simply won't let you out, and you didn't teach Shunshin. And even if you had taught him, in such a state you would have rushed off to who knows where and wasted your chakra. There are still 5 hours until morning, you need to get some sleep and gather your strength. The journey without stops will be difficult. What if he dies when I'm sleeping? Uzumaki was horrified. No, it's physically impossible. They need a living body when they seal Shikaku, and she needs to heal him anyway. There's too much demonic chakra to deal with in a couple of hours. It could take at least 3 or 4 days. And that's without taking into account that they still have to drag him to the base. You know, this is of little consolation, but at least thanks for enlightening me. Having estimated the time, she decided, a couple of days to get to Suna, and then she would easily calculate Gaara's location by chakra. That's it, now go to bed, the demon said harshly, lying back down on the grass. Naruko stood in front of him for a minute, and then blurted out hesitantly. Are you worried about Shikaku? The answer to the question was an eloquent silence, a small scarlet thread of demon chakra and a juicy bite of an illusory snake in the neck. The eye suddenly darkened, Naruko flew out of the subconscious, falling into a long sleep outside. The sleeping pill worked perfectly. That's a stupid question, Naruto, the fox said into the void, staring at the ceiling, which was an endless expanse of sky. Of course. The morning was not a good one for Uzumaki. She jumped out of bed at 6 in the morning and quickly got ready. She washed herself, put on her usual combat kimono under her chunin vest, grabbed her gear and ran out in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Kyubi said that Orochimaru's chakra could be felt right there. All the better, she didn't have to look for his house and hammer the details into her sleepy head. On the way, Naruko replayed in her memories the Kazekage's reply letter, given to the excited Gamakichi early in the morning. Gaara wrote that he sensed trouble coming. And it came. But why didn't they notify us earlier? Uzumaki didn't calm down, gritting her teeth in frustration. What's the point? We would have found out anyway, even after their battle. Gaara probably didn't specifically warn you, and you, idiot, would have definitely flown here at night without really preparing. I didn't mean to. There was no need to put me to sleep. The kunoichi retorted angrily, almost losing control of her body. A juicy imprint of her sandals remained on someone's roof. Uzumaki, don't take me for an idiot. Do you think I don't know how you think? Kurama growled, running his claws along the cage. Naruko turned off the mental connection. She couldn't argue with him now, when she was already broken. Naruko flew into the office without knocking and extremely quietly, but with all this she almost broke her foot. Orochimaru-sensei. Gaara was captured by Akatsuki, she squeezed out, trying to catch her breath. The snake, who had been calmly sipping his nth mug of coffee and tiredly leafing through yet another report, almost choked on his drink and spilled it all over his white robe. He jumped up from his chair. Did he tell you? Through your call? Yes, Gamatsu just brought it. In the letter, Gaara indicated that he was sure of the imminent attack. And also, here, she slowly unwound the bandage on her wrist. Blood soaked the strip of bandage and flowed in a thin stream onto the oak floor. Orochimaru appraisingly, with the coldness inherent to a medical scientist, examined the hand and quickly bandaged it, first smearing it with some ointment in an acid green jar. There was no point in telling more. We need to go to Suna. Urgently, Databeo. And there I will be able to calculate the location of their base by Gaara's chakra. Shikaku will be sealed for at least 3 days, we need to get out as soon as possible. Orochimaru immediately sent the Umbu guards to bring Kakashi and Sakura. A medic would be just right here. Tsunade left at the wrong time. After a long half hour, his teammates burst into the office with a loud knock, without waiting for an answer. Sakura bowed briefly to the Hokage, came closer to Naruko, and smiled awkwardly. She only took a deep breath, lowering her head. The Sannin quickly brought Hataki up to speed. It would be desirable to leave one of them alive, they go on missions in pairs, finished the snake. That's impossible, I'll personally gut them, Tebeo, Uzumaki hissed. Her eyes shone with determination and real malice. Is Temari-san, Gaara's older sister, still here? Sakura, having overcome her confusion, dared to intervene in the conversation. She doesn't know anything, and we could continue our way to the village together. A friendly village will, of course, let us through anyway, but until they themselves request help, we can't appear there, right? The snake was silent for a minute, but then answered. Shikamaru reported on the mission yesterday evening. She should have left the village in the morning. There was a loud scratching at the window. Everyone turned their attention to the hawk, sitting obediently and waiting to receive important mail. Orochimaru opened the window and took out the message. From Suna, he indicated. They are requesting assistance. And it looks like they need a medic. Kankuro chased Gaara's kidnapper and was poisoned with a deadly poison, the composition of which they still cannot determine. So it is definitely the Tsukurayaka Suna couple, snake-like amber eyes directed at the pink-haired Kunoichi. She nodded seriously, automatically adjusting the small hip bag with medical scrolls. At the moment, Haruno is the only qualified medic in the village, not counting the Hokage himself, the head of the hospital Shizune and Tsunade, who left on a political mission. Be careful. Especially you, Naruko. Keep your hatred under control, the snake gave parting words at the village gate. She reluctantly nodded. But I won't hold back, Databeo. I'll bring you their ashes, put them on the most beautiful shelf in the house. She grinned promisingly, and, sharply spinning on her heels, rushed forward. When the silhouettes of the shinobi disappeared from sight, the Hokage tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose and thought hard. Everything goes wrong, no matter how much they say they are ready for anything. Even knowing the abilities of the enemies, they still present new surprises. Good luck to you, Orochimaru sighed tiredly into the void and hurried back to his office. It would be nice to send them some reinforcements, Guy's team should be back soon. But enough jokes. Now things are serious. Naruko was running through the trees, towards the sand, as fast as she could. She wasted her energy running without a twinge of conscience, because she knew she would have time to recover before the fight. Kakashi-sensei and Sakura were lagging behind her. But the blonde chose not to respond to the latter's indignant cries. She simply sped up to the point that the soles of her sandals broke the rain-soaked tree branches with a crackling sound, and the long whistle of the wind filled her ears. It drowned out any sounds from the outside. Supposedly freedom, breathing down her back and caressing with the wind, supposedly a prison. A prison, fettering her hand with an invisible scarlet thread, leading her somewhere into the distance, towards the sands. She didn't want to talk. She didn't want to answer anything. She just listened to her frantic heartbeat, kurama, and her instincts. And the latter were telling her to pick up the pace. Her fists clenched unconsciously until her knuckles turned white. Gaara, if he were here, would witness her mental anguish and torment for the first time in his life. He would see for the first time her outer cold mask of indifference, frozen on her face during moments of her concentration. He would look with his turquoise pools into her violet blue ones, in which melancholy and uncontrollable anger, seething deep inside, shone openly and selflessly. Anger, burning with the scarlet fire of chakra, not his own chakra, but demonic. Anger, demanding an outlet. Remembering the Kazekage, the former outweighed the latter, and the enemy. Hatake didn't try to stop her, silently skirting the broken branches, and quickly catching up with his student. Why? Because it was pointless. And Uzumaki wouldn't forget about his comrades and their joint mission anyway, even if he couldn't bring himself to call it a mission out loud. For him, this was another difficult task, the goal of which was as simple and clear as day, to help the allies and save the Kazekage. Without a ruler, the village would cease to be a powerful state, which meant that it would essentially cease to exist. Yes, even though Hatake had cast aside thoughts about his student and her connection with the Tsunade, thinking prudently, it was unpleasant for him to think about losing Uzumaki. A possible loss. And while there was a chance, he needed to fight for it, to bite out this life with his teeth. But no one likes or tolerates pity, especially shinobi. Kakashi silently supported Uzumaki. Since childhood, he had been her hidden assistant, protecting her from all troubles, bad places, people, words, and actions. He will protect this time too, if necessary. And Sakura. She couldn't hide her feelings, she couldn't hide her pity, which pushed Uzumaki away from herself, which she clearly felt. In her distant childhood, Ino was a much greater friend and sensible in her thinking for Naruko, even if she was still small. And now Sakura has gradually replaced her. She has become her real friend and a good teammate when Yamanaka had his own thoughts and worries. Where is Ino when she is so needed? On a mission, because they have different teams and different paths. Haruno understood what was required of her on this mission, to serve as a medic for her teammates, the main help for the injured shinobi, to give it her all. And, of course, to help Naruko if necessary. Yes, as a child, Sakura was stupid and unreasonable, she was jealous and did not understand the concept of female friendship, pushing away all the girls and respecting only her parents and idol. But now she understands. Love. Naruto feels love, standing with all her hands and feet and fighting for it, she doesn't care about anything. The pink-haired girl's love for Sasuke, tender, childish, has already left no traces behind, she has outgrown it, just like Ino. But, probably, if she had truly fallen in love with the Uchiha and he had gotten into a similar situation, Sakura would have behaved exactly the same way as Naruto. Sakura looks thoughtfully at her friend's back, which quickly turns into a blurry black and orange spot in the distance. She lags behind her sensei for a couple of seconds, lingering her gaze on his broad back in a green vest, and lowers her hand into the pouch. She swallows one small brown pill, bitter to the point of nausea. The stimulants of her own preparation do not put too much strain on the brain, and the recoil in the muscles is less. The pink-haired kunoichi catches up with her teammates with astonishing speed, no longer annoying them with her exclamations and indignation. After an hour of fast and furious running, Naruko was attracted by a dark, slender silhouette and a blonde head with 4 tails, calmly walking below, along a wet and loose wide path. Sakura jumped from another tree first, sliding as a red-pink shadow right behind Temari, to which she turned around lightning fast and deftly managed to open one moon of her battle fan. Seeing the approach of the rest of the team, the kunoichi of the sand looked at everyone with distrust. She did not feel threatened. The blonde quickly closed the tesson and, leaning on it with her elbow, briefly greeted everyone. Respectfully, she half nodded her head to Kakashi. Are you going on a mission? Temari was the first to ask, as the tense silence between them grew like mushrooms after rain. She was immediately alerted by Uzumaki's gaze and her nervously trembling hands. Yes. To save the Kazekage, Naruko answered dryly. Sobokuno's cloudy green eyes widened in shock, she approached Uzumaki in 3 wide strides and grabbed her tightly by the shoulders, forgetting about the rules of decency. What are you saying, Uzumaki? Her cry was hoarse and ragged. Naruko stood submissively, allowing inquisitive eyes to study her face. To discern where a cruel joke was, and where a lie was. And there was no lie in her crystal eyes, reflecting the sky. It would be better if it was a stupid joke than the truth. Gaara was kidnapped by Akatsuki. They sent us a hawk this morning asking for help. Kankuro was also poisoned. The blonde let go of the dog, looking down at her sandals. Her lips trembled nervously, as did her shoulders, she barely managed to suppress a sob. Throwing her head back, she stared resolutely at Uzumaki, then looked at Kakashi, then at Sakura. I'm with you, a whistling half-whisper was heard on the edge, but everyone just nodded in agreement and continued on their way, keeping the same speed. It only remained to be amazed how Sabaku no was able to calm down so quickly. Temari was made of a special dough. Sober reason never outweighed true feelings, and her life was easier that way. She ran along the tree branches quickly, along with Naruko, Kakashi, and Sakura breathing down her neck a few meters behind. The latter preferred to remain silent, and Sabaku was not grateful to them. She did not need unnecessary information, she loved it when in any situation a person explained the problem or wishes briefly and concisely, without burdening her with unnecessary information. And when it came to the mission absolutely, Naruko was unusually correct. Only gradually her aura darkened, pressed on the psyche, and only fed negativity. They ran without a break for about a day. They stopped for a rest near a small town, where they rested for about 4 hours in the living room, having a little sleep and a snack. Then they ran without any breaks for about 10 hours, until they reached the boundless desert. There it was impossible to run fast, the sun was baking their heads, and their feet got stuck in the sand up to their ankles when running fast. Naruko was slowly starting to boil. She didn't like the hours of delay that could possibly cost Gaara his life. They had to run all day across the endless sands, and they didn't know the exact route. Not used to the desert and such a climate, they could easily fall ill in the middle of the road from sunstroke, and after a long stay in the sun, their heads would spin and their eyes would be filled with mirages that only a native of the sands could ignore. By the way, she also knew where the oases were and clearly determined when a sandstorm was likely. She told her temporary team about this, clicking her tongue in displeasure and frowning. Well. Luck is clearly not on our side, Naruko gritted her teeth in displeasure, having just heard that this natural phenomenon could last no less than 5 or 6 hours. Is there a cave nearby to wait out the storm? Kakashi asked. Temari nodded resolutely in response. Yes. And we'd better hurry. Otherwise we won't make it and we'll be caught either by the sand wind or the quicksand. And even I won't be able to help you there. She found the cave quickly. As soon as they entered it carefully and crawling, because it was not high, about a meter in height, and laid out their backpacks next to them, the wind whistled threateningly, penetrating even into the deep cave and clouding their eyes with annoying, golden-tinted sand grains. Naruto sat down next to Sakura and laid her head on her shoulder, feeling her calm and even breathing. The pink-haired girl, like Kakashi-sensei and Temari, decided to sleep and let her muscles rest. They would not have stopped, having reached the border, but nature itself decreed it so. Naruko walked into her subconscious with a quiet step. She didn't want to wake up Kyubi, who had been awake an hour earlier and kept her in good spirits. Even though he had convinced her that they had at least 2 days in reserve, the tailed beast chakra would take a long time to seal, and after extraction the body would live for about an hour until the life energy lost its supply of real and scarlet chakra, but that didn't guarantee anything. Uzumaki constantly shuddered at the thought that one day the mark would fade, leaving a useless black ligature of hieroglyphs on her wrist. Let her wrist ache and bleed for eternity, seriously, as long as it doesn't freeze into a black useless ligature. Naruko lay down on the grass, throwing her hands behind her head. She glanced sideways at Kurama. He only shook his ears, sensing her approach, but did not wake up. Uzumaki took a deep breath, staring at the sky, covered with white, feathery curly clouds. It was calmer here, in the subconscious. The kunoichi thought hard about her life, completely dismissing thoughts of healthy sleep. But what did her life become like when she met Gaara? Pleasant, calm. They got along very quickly, established a strong relationship, never doubting their decision. It was easy and free to breathe with Gaara. She was not embarrassed by his dark aura, empty and completely absent gaze, indifference to everything. Gaara will be saved. No matter what. And she, as promised, will incinerate these Akatsuki and bring the ashes to Orochimaru in a beautiful painted vase. There could be no other thought. The kunoichi smirked at her thoughts. That was for sure. She fell asleep immediately. Naruko, wake up, it's time for us to go. Sakura, sleepily opening her eyes, listened to Temari's short route and simultaneously woke up her friend. She woke up, which was strange for her, almost instantly. Haruno was a little touched by how she childishly rubbed her eyes with her fists and yawned sweetly, but this was good, finally she got a good night's sleep, otherwise during the previous stops she did not allow herself to close her eyes. So, it will be easier to go around one place, where there is often quicksand. The place is dangerous because it is quite unpredictable, and during a battle, if it happens, you can be buried up to your neck, or even deeper, nothing will help dig you out. The sand is hot, it is better to change your shoes right away, if possible, Temari said in a hoarse voice, in the meantime pulling on black half-boots with a closed heel on her other foot, while Kakashi, not really listening to her, rummaged through his hiking backpack. We'll get there quickly, and then I'll send a search and rescue team, and you, Sakura, help Kankuro. Of course, Temari-san. Trust me. I have no right to make mistakes and will try my best. And it wasn't for nothing that Tsunade Shisho spent a whole year hammering poison recipes and making antidotes into me. Thank you, she smiled briefly and left the cave first in order to determine the route. Kakashi-sensei, I think I can already feel Gaara's chakra even without the Kyuubi's help, Naruto said calmly, opening her eyes. Kakashi turned his calm gaze to her and nodded. All the better, we'll save time. As soon as Sakura heals him, we'll go there together, but in any case, we can't let our guard down. And if there are enough medicinal herbs in the village, then I will be able to make a dose of antidote for us. Sakura decisively inserted. She had everything she needed, the only thing missing was the herbs and, actually, the victim himself. Naruko changed her shoes, stood up and left the cave, followed by her teammates. The shinobi set off, fortunately no one was in the way, neither shinobi nor sand. A couple of hours of sleep did them good, they were much more alert and faster. To the border of the village, which was a huge exorbitant, surrounding the southern part of the village a sand wall, which was strong and flattened by a thick layer of chakra, with a small crack of about 5 meters, opening the way to the village itself. At the entrance, despite the terrible situation in the village, there was a guard, which was more of a formality, or meeting the shinobi of Konoha. Even greater joy for the Sunnites was the presence of the Sand Princess, who immediately ordered to report the situation. Since Kankuro was not able to manage the village, Sabaku, who came, but temporarily occupied this post, together with Baki. Yes, Temari-san. That day, all the guards at the entrance to the village were killed, and several villagers were injured by explosive jutsu, but thanks to the medics, everyone survived. There are suspicions that the Nukenin had accomplices in the village. Are you implying that this is blatant espionage? Temari narrowed her eyes. A timid nod was her answer, to which she responded by gnashing her teeth. Did you find him? No, Temari-san. But I have some suspicions. The second guard hesitated, until now silent and looking at the arriving Konoha shinobi. Who? Council member, Urasama. I saw him that evening at the entrance to the village, but I was leaving on a mission then and couldn't see anything. Where is he now? The shinobi hesitated and fell silent. Temari screamed. Are you kidding me? Even the most absurd suspicions, may turn out to be true. Don't just stand there like pillars and scurry away from here in search of him. If in an hour, pray that she doesn't cut off this time for her misdeeds. I don't have a detailed report on the kidnapping of the Kazekage and Yura. I will punish you with my own hands. Got the gist? She hissed like a snake, grabbing both of them by the collar. A sharp waft of ki emanated from her, which had an effect on them. They quickly nodded and literally dissolved into thin air. The blonde abruptly blew her bangs off her forehead and ran towards the hospital. The corridors in the hospital were not empty. Here and there, medical students in white coats flashed by, even though there were few victims. Sakura walked alongside the blonde, who was hurrying to the operating room. One nurse followed her, constantly chattering something unintelligible. Yes, Sabaku never liked verbosity, but she managed to overcome her anger towards her and extract important information, which, however, only made her feel worse. She opened the door with a bang and headed towards Kankuro. Oh, Temari has arrived, with reinforcements? An elderly woman, dressed in a dull purple cape under a kimono and a white scarf, smiled with dry, thin lips. The old man next to her, dressed in the simple attire of a Suna resident, stood with his head half lowered and discreetly watched the arrivals with his small black eyes, almost hidden behind gray thick eyebrows and heavy eyelids. His head was wrapped, and on his face, near his eyes, a thick network of wrinkles was noticeable, as well as a birthmark on his right cheek. He preferred not to take part in the conversation for now. Chiyoba-sama, Ebizo-sama, Temari bowed respectfully to the advisors and literally ran to her brother's bed. Chiyo-sama, how is he? Very bad, the poison slowly penetrates the vital organs and destroys the cells. He will live for a couple of days at most, if an antidote is not made before then, she stated dryly, tapping a pencil on the organizer in her hand. It contained numerous sheets of paper smeared with formulas for antidotes. The help of a worthy medic would not be amiss here, but it does not look like you dragged that girl from the leaf, the slug princess. Here, she grinned again, looking forward. The next second, her small black eyes widened in shock and anger slowly but surely ignited in them. Standing 5 meters away from her, right in the doorway, Kakashi visibly tensed up. The look full of hatred was definitely directed at him. White fang of Konoha. She roared in a low, hoarse from age voice, but not losing its ringing. I will avenge your son. The former kunoichi was already preparing to attack. Hatake was genuinely taken aback by this. Of course, he would have easily dodged it, but he froze in place upon hearing his father's nickname. The blow to the head was blocked by a fragile palm. Uzumaki stood between them, not allowing them to touch the sensei. Clenching the old woman's fist in her hand, she managed to marvel at her physical strength, at such an age. What do you want from Kakashi-sensei? She asked sharply, boring into the woman with a heavy gaze. Don't interfere, girl. She snapped, freeing her hand and giving him a spinning kick to the side. The blonde parried this blow as well. They were interrupted by the old man's quiet, creaking voice. Sister, this is not White Fang, calm down. He may look like him, but as far as I know, he died a long time ago. The old woman immediately cooled down, but did not take her wary gaze off Hatake. Actually, the White Fang of Konoha is my father. Kakashi smiled tensely through his mask, habitually reflecting this emotion with his only uncovered eye. Chiyo did something that made Naruko herself want to laugh hysterically. She laughed. Loudly, heartily, squeezing out. I knew, I was just joking. She wasn't joking, Uzumaki thought, and, exchanging glances with her mentor, she caught the same ironic surprised look. Chiyo returned to Kankuro again and conducted a second examination with green chakra. Sakura burst into the operating room along with several nurses, braiding her already short pink hair into a ponytail as she went. She bowed and greeted the elders. Medical assistance from Konoha? Elder Chiyo's dry lips curled. I'm afraid you can't help. I don't accept help from outsiders. My name is Sakura Haruno. I am a student of Tsunade Senju, a world-famous medic and sannin of Konoha. I was sent here by Hokage-sama himself, and as a medical officer, I am obliged to conduct an examination. Moreover, making antidotes is one of my strong points. Ah, this rebellious slime princess decided to teach someone? At least she used some wisdom, otherwise she would have died alone, burying her talents along with herself. She was silent for a couple of seconds, and then continued, but with obvious reluctance. Okay, examine him, maybe you'll understand what's what. At the moment, I haven't managed to make an antidote. She pointed with a pencil at her organizer, with sketches of formulas. Haruno nodded and replied. Fine, I'll look at them a little later. Temari-san, please step aside. She slightly pushed the blonde away from Kankuro. The blonde gave her a displeased look, but obeyed. Hatake and Uzumaki politely left the operating room, sitting down on a bench opposite the open door. Naruko looked at her friend's back, hidden behind a snow-white medical coat, with sincere, silent admiration. She was examining Kankuro with chakra and saying something to the medics. They managed to nod, and assent, and supplement her words, writing something down in a notebook. Sakura has changed a lot during this time, Kakashi began, reading a new book at the same time. Naruto smiled lightly. Yes, she has become a wonderful medic. Uzumaki looked with pride at the surprised Chiyo, who was reading those very notes. At that time, Sakura was dictating the names of medicinal herbs to some medic. He nodded and dragged Haruno into the greenhouse. Naruko preferred not to follow them, but to remain sitting. I am sure that she will be able to surpass Tsunade-bachan. I have no doubt about it, the ash-haired man smiled. The conversation ended on a pleasant note. All that was left was to wait for the antidote. Naruko couldn't even think that it was possible to cope with and understand the structure of the poison quickly. As a person who often fell under the sharp teeth of the sensei's poisonous snakes, she could not get this skill, no matter how much she studied. Practice stubbornly did not give in to her. Naruko spat on this hopeless matter, realizing that a medic needed perfect chakra control, which she never had. You were never interested in medicine, the fox yawned loudly, that's why you couldn't do it. With Sakura, I don't have to think about it. Don't put high hopes on her, she won't have time to justify them and will certainly disappoint you. Don't be so pessimistic, I'm trying to think about the good now. And the man who wet all the pillows in the house with his tears tells me about my pessimism? The fox grinned, feigning a semblance of a smile. You lack faith and confidence, Naruko. Be simpler. Act as quiet and calm as you like in front of these people, but I know what's going on in your soul. Naruto turned her dull gaze to Sakura, who was standing at the doorway with a cheerful and warlike look. Come on, help me hold the patient while I extract the poison. Several people crowded around the table. Kankuro was lying on a hard surface on a white sheet, soaked with his sweat. For the first time in a long time, Naruto had seen a person in such physical pain. He was thrown around on the table in all directions, he was groaning and wheezing in pain, grabbing air with pale fingers and breathing every other time. Uzumaki wanted to turn away and leave, so as not to see his painfully white, bloodless face. Could it be that Akasuna Sasori did this? The famous puppeteer and missing nin from Suna, whom Kankuro had always admired? Temari bit her lip until it bled, looking down at him and holding his shoulders. She didn't have the strength to look at his twisted face and lips, whispering something in delirium. This proved that Akatsuki was not to be trifled with. But this did not stop any of them, for the thirst for revenge overcame fear, pain, and resentment. The poison has already penetrated all the vital organs. Haruno briefly outlined the situation, having previously instructed the medics to bring basins with clean, lukewarm water. We need to extract it with the help of this antidote extremely carefully. She pointed with her hand at the metal basin, which contained a green liquid with barely perceptible tart smells of medicinal herbs. The poison has not yet reached the heart, otherwise nothing would have saved it. The poison has been in the blood for a long time, and the heart muscle drives it through the vessels as quickly as possible. Restrict his movements, even if it hurts. His kicking will only slow down the work, and you need to act precisely and carefully. Such a procedure will wake him up even from anesthesia. Everyone nodded and held their hands on each limb of the puppeteer. Sakura slowly put her hands into the green liquid and with the help of chakra, grabbed a little, giving it the shape of a compressed circle, covering both palms. She placed her hands on the spleen. Kankuro screamed shrilly and thrashed in bed. From the surprise they barely held him on the bed, but for the first time everything went very well. Sakura gradually moved her hands away from his body and the green liquid fell with a splash into the basin of water. The violet liquid was noticeable to the naked eye, changing the color of the water to brownish violet. The dishes were changed. The procedure continued, only now it was the liver's turn. The same green liquid, the same convulsions and crazy painful cries, sympathetic looks of the sister and splashes of the substance falling into the water. At Sakura's request, one basin with poison was left to examine it more thoroughly. The procedure lasted for 3/4 of an hour, but now Kankuro's life was no longer in danger. Sakura, smiling with satisfaction, scanned the puppeteer's entire body with medical chakra. There are no traces of poison left. When he wakes up, give him another dose of antidote and that's it, we can consider him saved. Glory to Kami, Temari whispered and slowly slid down the wall, hiding her face in her hands. You're not bad at all. Chio smiled wryly. This poison is one of the most complex in structure, but you found an antidote quite quickly, worthy of praise. Thank you, Chiyoba-sama. Sakura bowed politely, taking off her robe. I tried for Kankuro's sake. This poison is really powerful. She took 2 small flasks from her first aid kit and poured the poison into it with a syringe. If you don't mind, then I'll probably study it in more detail. Fortunately, the Konoha laboratory has it. Okay, but you will share the results with me. Of course. Well, can we go now? Naruko exhaled impatiently, approaching her friend. She shook her head. Kankuro will soon wake up from the anesthesia, we need to question him in detail. Give his body and me at least an hour, I want to prepare more antidote, it will be very useful for our rescue mission. How many ampoules will there be? Kakashi asked. Sakura approached the table and showed one of the medicinal herbs, a rather rare one, with white buds and pale green sharp leaves. Naruko raised an eyebrow in surprise. Such herbs only grow in Iwa, where there are only rocks, which in itself is a paradox. Chewing her lips, the pink-haired girl said. This flower is the last one, there is no other like it in any greenhouse. It is enough for 2 doses. The antidote itself removes the poison and at the same time prevents infection with it for 3 minutes, and when it gets in, it breaks down and transforms into a protein that is safe for muscles and the body. TCH, not enough, I'll have to be more careful, Naruko hissed discontentedly, crossing her arms over her chest. But it's better than dying from the first scratch, Sakura assured her friend. The ceiling of Ichibi was smooth, rather fast and calm. On the statue of Geto Mazo, which was a humanoid statue with 9 eyes, or rather, on its spread 10 fingers, there were projections of shinobi in robes with scarlet clouds. And the more demonic chakra they transferred to the statue using the technique, the wider the eye opened. The second eye. Yes, it was a mistake for Akatsuki to first capture the 7-tailed beast and then the 1-tailed beast, but such an opportunity could not be missed. The heretic demon statue can accept chakra of successively larger size, and absorbing the stronger tailed beast first was highly illogical. Absorbing the next ones now takes longer and requires more chakra from jutsu users. 9 pale blue chakra phantoms had been absorbing demonic chakra for a long time. Gaara was unable to do anything, it was as if he was paralyzed, his strength was gradually leaving his body, his life energy was leaking through his fingers. The phantoms enveloped his body, holding him above the ground, his mouth and eyes, covered with a white veil, were wide open, the chakra was leaving slowly and lazily. Shikaku's attempts to slow the process were fruitless, the more it jerked, the more chakra was leaving. I'm already tired of standing for several days in a row. One of the Akatsuki couldn't stand it. His projection flickered, almost disappearing, if not for the leader's withering gaze. And me especially. And why couldn't Dana and I do the same? Deidara snorted indignantly, opening his blue eyes. It was easier for him to activate the projection and do the ceiling from afar, but no, he has to stand on his feet, and he is already pretty tired from the fight. First, you are responsible for capturing the Jinchuriki and are responsible for him, and second, you are close to the hideout, a deep female voice cut off coldly. When the search parties appear, delay them with traps, but do not engage in combat yet. The ceiling must not be interrupted. Yes, Dana's rough voice cut through the silence that had ensued. We'll deal with them later. Among them are very good specimens for my art. Art is an explosion, Dana, Deidara retorted. Shut up. Silence, the leader's voice, cut off the argument that had begun. Silence fell. Be more vigilant. I sense a huge source of chakra in the direction of Suna. There is a high probability that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki would give chase. All the better. It's my turn to capture the tailed beast, Sasori boomed. Another woman? Like that 7-tailed one? The first shinobi, whose name is Haiden, shouted discontentedly. Crimson, bright eyes suddenly sparkled with lust. Old man, move over, she's mine. Kakuzu and I are relatively close to Suna. Yeah, just 2 countries to go through, easy, Deidara grinned. The 9 tails is not our task at all, but Kisame and Itachi. Well, only Kisame. Don't remind me of that freak, one of the aforementioned said sharply. Kisame Hoshigaki, honestly, did not want to catch the tailed beast himself. Without Itachi-san. He would gladly rip his scarlet eyes with Tomo out of their sockets, but friendship is a flexible concept. Even knowing that Itachi-san was an Akatsuki spy and faked his death, for Kisame he still remained a friend. The first friend, a real one. And this organization does not forgive traitors. Sasori, may he die because of his ambitions, decided to examine the body himself and figured out that it was a skillful, but fake. No one knows why the leader is delaying the destruction of the Uchiha for so long, but Kisame would definitely not participate in his plan. Whatever you say, the Nukenin played well, without giving away false emotions in any way, not with his face, not with his emotions, not with his words. Absolutely. Don't take on too much. Do you understand me? The leader half-asked, half-stated, flashing his rinnegan. Even his projection looked very threatening now. Yes, leader, Deidara said through his teeth, clasping his fingers into a seal again. I'm trying to customize my writing style. Don't be surprised if the style suddenly changes and the pages of text become half as long. I want to try to post smaller chapters, but more often. Oh, and now, I wish I could figure out how to sort all this out. But I can handle it, because this is my shinobi path. Support me with reviews. It is important for me to know that my precious readers are not lost, not all. While Kankuro was being brought to his senses and generously fed with nutrients from the four, Temari was rushing around his bed as if stung, and still could not sit still. The puppeteer spoke slowly, with a wild wheeze, but the antidote that Sakura had prepared in the form of a tincture finally brought him to consciousness. Naruto, if she could, would have grabbed his shoulders, thoroughly shaken him and with gentle persistence would have extracted the information he had received, and at the same time would have marveled at his appearance without purple paint. But her conscience did not allow it. At first, she stupidly walked back and forth in the ward, scratched her sore wrist and changed the bandages for the third time already, without ceasing to glance sideways at the hospital bed. She didn't need coordinates, she had a great sense of smell that any empath or sensor would envy. She needed information about the opponents, their abilities, and cunning tricks to be ready for anything. After a conversation with Kurama, urging her to hurry but not to worry, and a generous dose of favorable, encouraging emotions, Uzumaki really did feel better and she was ready for anything. Well, almost anything. Sakura had already had enough of this and she nobly placed a chair with a back under the Jinchuriki's ass and, pressing hard on her drooping shoulders, sat her down right in front of Kankuro, leaning her sharp elbow on the blonde's crown. Somewhere there, the blue-eyed girl snorted indignantly, but, completely ignored by her friend, sat quietly, crossing her legs. You know their names, right? After a short silence and thought, Kakashi asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Gaara was obliged to inform him about Akatsuki, although Hatake had an idea that he might have considered it unnecessary. After all, the information was too secret and even in Konoha, few people knew about it. Orochimaru, Tsunade, himself, Naruto and Sakura, but the latter had been informed by Uzumaki the day before. Sabaku should not have gotten involved in a fight alone without information. The Kazekage couldn't be blamed for that. After all, he wanted to keep his family safe. But he made a mistake by deciding to deal with everything alone. And Kankuro made a mistake by deciding to chase after his brother. If they didn't destroy the village in the end, it meant they wanted to leave quietly and unnoticed. The one who fought Gaara is gone, but the second one, I am 100% sure, was called Sasori no Akasuna. The puppeteer squeezed out, taking the bitter medicine and leaning back tiredly on the pillow damp with sweat. Chio directed a saddened gaze out the window and smiled dimly with dry lips. Ebizo stood next to her with an absent look, maintaining silence. All of Suna knew the genius puppeteer of all times, who became a master of puppetry and a particularly dangerous missing nin at the age of 15. All puppeteers, including Kankuro, looked up to him. No, they loved the village and were not going to become enemies, and sought to create work similar to his, poisons, and skillfully control the puppets created by Red Scorpion. How happy Kankuro was then when he got 3 combat puppets, Karasu, Kurori, and Sansuro, created by the hands of Sasori himself. In a word, he was and remained the best puppeteer of all time for the Tsunagakure shinobi, being a particularly dangerous, elusive missing nin. But this knowledge of Akasuna became fatal for Kankuro. A puppeteer cannot be killed by his own creation. Kankuro was incredibly lucky that a good medic nin who knew a lot about antidotes was at hand. And Temari managed to notice that Sakura had become much stronger in both character and abilities. But her mood was not lifted by an iota from what she had experienced. With every hoarse sigh, jerky movement and strong coughing fit, Sabaku no was ready to whine like a beaten dog, as if it was she who was suffering now, and not her younger brother. And Gaara, quite possibly, was already dead. But she wanted so much to accept, absorb, swallow the pain of her relatives, if only they would not suffer. Kami, it would have been better if she had been suitable for the role of Jinchuriki. Why wasn't her body suitable? Her younger brothers would not be suffering now. But it was impossible. The past cannot be returned, one cannot become stronger. And she understood that. Helping her brother into a sitting position, Temari sat down next to him on the bed, moved the fork towards him with the toe of her sandal, and began to listen. He easily destroyed all my puppets. Besides me, he was the only one who knew them inside and out. You took them? He glanced sideways at Temari. Yes. They are in your workshop, just in a terrible state, the blonde smiled wryly. She so wanted to destroy them with cutting wind right there on the spot, but pieces of solid wood, nails, and sanbon were scattered all over their battlefield, on the sand scorched by the heat, and picking up each part just to cut it in half seemed stupid. And Kankuro would definitely be offended, he would probably rush to that place to look for them. But the puppeteer only smiled contentedly and continued. After he poisoned me, I managed to cut off a piece of his face, with Karasu's help. I think it will help identify him. Thank you, Naruko thanked dryly. After all, they could split up, and she would no longer sense Sasori. She is not a sensor, but an empath, and would only be able to sense his evil intentions, like those of people ready to attack. But for now, complete calm. Her head was splitting from who knows what, scarlet chakra was pressing on her temples and subconscious, which was noticed 5 to 8 kilometers from Suna, where, judging by the cool northwest wind, there was a forest hiding the lair. The enemies could well have split up for the purpose of escape or delay, protection, so it is still unknown who will get the puppeteer. As Shikamaru would wisely note, yawning beforehand, it is easier to at least strain your brain a little and think through the situation 10 steps ahead, than to bite your elbows from the unknown and miss precious time for sleep. Kami, like him, the lazy genius, was missing right now. He would have calculated everything 100 steps ahead, and Naruko wouldn't be thinking so negatively now. Describe in more detail what they look like, Kakashi asked. He remembered the information about them, but specifics wouldn't hurt, who knows how much they've changed in 3 years. And it wasn't worth Kankuro knowing that they knew anything yet. Yes. Sasori is very short, massive, half of his face is hidden under a black cloth, small black eyes and a white tail, like a scorpion, smeared with deadly poison. Any weapon, absolutely everything, even a chakra-conducting line, can be soaked in it, so be extremely careful. Well, and a black cloak with red clouds. And the second. The puppeteer thought for half a minute. Tall, in the same cloak, hair white or yellow, you can't tell in the dark, uses explosive clay to create bombs. It could even be a Kekii Genkai, but I'm not exactly sure. He controls them very skillfully, can even fly with the help of that clay, making a bird figure out of it. And one more thing, Gaara pretty much battered him in battle, so he will only be able to use his legs and one right hand. Okay, thank you, Kankuro. This information is very important. Kakashi nodded and, having folded the summoning seals, called all his summoning dogs. Yo, Naruko-chan, Sakura-chan, Pakken greeted politely, sitting on the head of a dark-colored bulldog, and turned to the jonin, sparkling his small, almond-shaped black eyes. Why do you need all of us, Kakashi? Here, Hataki held out his hand with a blue cloth, just brought by one of Kankuro's shinobi protégés, urging him to sniff and remember the scent, a detail of the mask of the one you need to find. Act quickly, you don't have much time. And at the same time, check that place for traps. Akatsuki? Okay, when we find it, I'll let you know. Pakken, the only one left, nodded and followed the example of the others, dissolving into a spatial technique and turning into a scent. Okay. Naruko jumped up from her chair cheerfully. It's time for us to get ready, I can sense which way the wind is blowing too clearly. She had no shortage of optimism. Thanks to Kurama for the calming chakra therapy. And the quality brainwashing. Sakura was checking the antidote in the first aid kit for the last time, while Baki and Kakashi-sensei were discussing something with serious faces. Naruto, standing in front of her face, blocking her view in the already dark and small crevice that was the entrance to the village, and curiously looking into her bag, was nobly sent to take a walk somewhere in the forest with a maniac, to which the blonde replied that she would not walk with Sakura, no matter how much she asked. Having laughed at their mutual barbs and caught their breath, they relaxed a little. They couldn't be tense all the time, and a pill of a powerful sedative and a glass of water before leaving seemed to have finally returned Uzumaki to the same cheerful top and clingy one with funny ponytails on his head. They needed to abstract themselves for at least a couple of minutes in order to think soberly. Just as Team Kakashi was about to head to the enemy's lair, Temari and Chiyo-Basama caught up with them. The Princess of the Sands was angry and indignant that she couldn't go in pursuit and save her brother because of the temporary management of the village, which she immediately told the team about, but the second one, with some promising and mysterious smile, volunteered to help in the battle against the puppeteer. Naruto gave her a look full of distrust and skepticism, and Sakura and Hatake just nodded. Still, we need 4 shinobi for a team, the ash-haired man responded quite amiably, smiling with his eye. Are you sure you can handle it? No, Naruko wasn't trying to insult her, it was just that her age was already speaking for itself. Don't doubt it, girl, I can still do a lot, Chiyo cut off her words rather rudely, dreamily raising the corners of her lips. And, still, I will see my grandson at least for the last time. Not everyone immediately realized that this grandson was Akasuna, but the fact remained that his partner, Deidara, lived in the land of Earth, and this, to put it mildly, was discouraging. With the information received from Pakken and the empathic negative feelings of Uzumaki, a temporary team, the Kazekage Rescue Team, set out. Their lair isn't exactly hidden, a huge red arch is visible even from afar, the dog snorted, jumping along the branches along with everyone else. There's a trap 500 meters away, 2 powerful sources of chakra. Behind a huge boulder, under some powerful Fuin barrier that you'll have to remove, they extract a huge amount of chakra, which can be immediately felt in the stale, humid air. There's also that shinobi we were looking for by the shred of clothing, and there's a burning smell, like burnt clay. You can clearly sense Gaara's presence there, right? Haruno asked. Yes. But judging by how much chakra went out of him into some kind of vessel or some kind of absorption seal, he will soon be dead. We practically do not feel his smell, except for dried blood, Pakken said with his characteristic composure. Everything inside Uzumaki broke off. Her face became gloomy, even threatening. She, like then, jumped from branch to branch and literally broke them with chakra, unconsciously spilling into her legs. Chiyo thoughtfully followed the pink-haired girl who began to fuss over her friend, and asked Kakashi. Kakashi, why is this girl so worried about the life of the Jinchuriki? The ash-haired man took a deep breath, lifting his head to the sky, blue, without a hint of rain. This personified Naruko herself. Even if a storm raged in her soul, she would not dare, would not forgive herself if she gave in. If she lost even some, weak, faded, hope. The Jonin turned his gaze to the student, flashing ahead with her lush blonde ponytails and green chunin vest. Her back was tense. Her hands were shaking with poorly concealed rage, apparently even the sedative had not worked on her properly. Another tired sigh before speaking. She became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails when she was still a baby. Hatake paused for a second, giving the elder time for surprise and understanding. Like no one else, Naruko understands Gaara's pain, and he, in turn, understands her pain. They became very close in a short time. And that is why Naruko clings with all her might to what brought at least some bright colors into her life. The elder was silent for a minute, breathing heavily and lowering her eyes. I led the operation to seal Shikaku into little Gaara's body. His suffering was partly my fault, but to question the Yandame's orders would have been suicide. His wife, Karura, was giving birth to heirs even without 6 months of respite. Her body was slowly weakening. But Raza didn't give a about that. He needed a vessel for the demon, and if Karura hadn't died after giving birth prematurely, then she would have probably had to give birth to another one suitable for sealing. Gaara wasn't suitable for this role either, but there was little time. Gaara was desired and loved only by his mother and brother and sister, but Raza valued him only as a precious vessel. He didn't perceive him as a son, even though he was proud of his achievements. In his last days, I don't regret what Gaara did, because it was for the good of the village and, above all, for himself. Now he is free, not constrained by prohibitions and his father's attention, and is free to choose what to do with his life and destiny. Will he be free? Hatake looked ahead at Uzumaki, hiding a smile under his mask. He is firmly connected to the village, and by voluntarily becoming Kazekage, he cut off some of his opportunities. But no one is stopping him from finding happiness. Do you think this girl can handle it? Chio glanced at the kunoichi's fragile back. I'm sure of it. The sealing of the tailed beast, no matter how tragic or solemn it may sound, was almost complete. And all because of Kisame, called the tailless bijou, who generously shared chakra from Samahata with everyone, and the absorption process accelerated. His ephemeral large silhouette acquired greater stability, equaling the leader, who does not need this nourishment. It's time to call him the tailless bijou. Although, more likely a tailless god. Sasori, however, had to leave before this to create traps for the Konoha people that would work in a clearly designated radius. Of course, no one bothered him, but Kisame mentally cursed him. It was because of him that he was ordered to use Samahata. Yes, he understood that it was not playing into his hands, but while Hoshigaki was playing, or rather trying to play, against Akatsuki, carrying out some machinations with the help of a considerable network of spies, then it was necessary to at least initially make concessions. Itachi-san might not be happy with this, but, having racked his brains, one could correlate. Uchiha. Now in relative safety in Konoha, with his beloved younger brother by his side, having recovered from his illness, he suffered from a lung disease since he was 17. But, since he was under the protection of Orochimaru and on good terms with Tsunade, the process of his treatment did not drag on for long. Hime-senju rarely could not pull someone out of the next world. She had more complicated patients, especially during wars. And, judging by his last message, the elder Uchiha is generally participating there on an equal basis with Senju in establishing peaceful relations with Kumo. Well, his modest nature would never have written it outright, but Hoshigaki had long since learned to find the essence of laconic sentences. It read like this: about a month ago I was in Kumo. Your spy is already waiting. I was sorting out important political bodies. I advise you to delve into them too, if you do not want to seem stupid. Hoshigaki. He, in connection with the preparation for the sealing and the collection of information, by the way, sometimes skillfully veiled and false in essence, had absolutely no time. He was finished off by the sometimes stupid missions, not for his level, and the constant supervision of two freaks, whose eyes he would have long ago packed into jars and given to Uchiha for his birthday, the eyes of the all-seeing Pain and the vile Black Zetsu. He already wanted to leave this organization as soon as possible, which had gotten on his nerves. But this boy, Gaara, was truly a pity. He didn't deserve it. The Jinchuriki had suffered a lot during his short life. But Kisame couldn't do anything, unless to slow down the sealing of the next Jinchuriki, or get rid of him altogether. He and that idiotic Tobi, this half-partner, had already managed to peck out his entire brain with his almost childish spontaneity. Were entrusted with the 8 tails, this would probably be his last mission in this snake pit. Kisame, baring his triangular, sharpened teeth in a predatory manner, folded the 3 finishing seals in sync with everyone else. The ghostly dragon stopped enveloping the red-haired Kazekage's body, and he fell to the ground like a sack, completely drained and barely alive. The body still held a glimmer of hope, as the heart continued to beat weakly, but it was useless and ghostly, like what had taken his life. The ephemeral bodies dispersed, the last to flash in the dark gloom were purple eyes with a pattern of ripples on water, the eyes of the leader. He won't survive. Because only the Uzumaki survive. Gaara saw a man in the white space, but he had difficulty recognizing himself in him. His brain was slow to think, and time in the unknown dimension dragged on like jelly. But there was no need to hurry, and he somehow understood this. His hands. His fingers. His soul opposite, small and crying. Why does no one love me? The thin boyish body shrinks into a small lump, swallows tears, and burns with turquoise eyes the passers-by, the children who were too cruel, too cold-blooded. Love is not for everyone. Yashimaruaji-san smiles warmly and hands over a photo of his younger sister, Gaara's young mother, smiling happily. Gaara didn't feel her love, didn't know how to feel the intangible, but the sand that held a piece of her soul replaced that care when it repelled any attacks that threatened his son's life. Do I deserve? Hands are shaking, legs are buckling, and somewhere in the back of the subconscious, anger, injustice, despair, and pain are burning like a fiery ball. Excessive, too burning and adult pain, like for a 7-year-old child in the reflection. Yes, he is 7 now. And he will commit murder. The first, but so sweet and satisfying. I hate you. I hate you. I hate your father. I hate everyone. His eyes are clouded by madness, and the cooling corpse of Yashimaruaji-san lies nearby. The skilled liar he killed himself. The one he loved. A deafening scream interrupts a guttural, demonic roar, and a one-tailed demon rises above the village, swept away by a wave of golden dust. And his father's gaze cuts into pieces, burning with cold, disappointment and condemnation. But Gaara doesn't care. The framed photograph of his mother on the table falls from the shaking ground. The glass shatters, the photograph is covered in tiny scratches. Like Gaara's soul, for which there was no cure. Emptiness. To live means to kill. To live well means to kill a lot. There is no other way. And why? His eyes empty, absent, find the moon on the boundless black canvas of the sky. The full moon. And in Shikaku's head a conspiratorial whisper begins. More blood? Okay, Mom, have it your way. His whole life was scrolling through his memory like this, dousing him with his own emotions, which made his head spin to the point of unconsciousness. Is this really my life? Where is something good? He had a brother and sister, he had a lover, he had all this, right? Without them, he would have been broken long ago, washed away from this world. A hand pale, with thin fingers, clutches the red fabric of the garment. Where the heart beats. It was beating. Exo, this, can't be, Uzumaki whispers incoherently, instantly jumping down onto the clearing. The others follow her. The wrist explodes with pain, stops bleeding. And the tattoo becomes an unhappy soulmate. Kurama, who sensed it first, slowly lowered himself onto the grass and pressed his ears. He closed his tired scarlet eyes. And his razor-sharp teeth clicked too loudly in the complete silence. And in front of her jumped 2 representatives of Akatsuki, Haiden and Kakuzu, very realistic puppets of Sasori. So they are already close. But Naruto couldn't care less. The pupil spins and trembles wildly, like an activated Sharingan, but in an instant it becomes thin as a thread and vertical. And the iris turns a disgusting burgundy color. There is too much pain in those eyes. And it slowly but surely turns into cold aggression. I won't forgive. The Jinchuriki growls like a beast and her blurry shadow appears right above the enemies, menacingly shining with an orange cover of chakra from one tail. Under action, yeah. Will I ever learn not to cut battles in half? By the way, I want to add, Jiraiya is not here, he did not go on this mission, and I managed to edit the previous chapters in connection with this. Common sense prevailed, which rarely happens. The draft with him is complete nonsense. Well, his presence would be obvious cheating, Deidara would have fallen with his first sidelong glance and Odom Rasengan, I swear. Sakura had never seen Naruko like this in her life. So violent, wild, recklessly furious, and blind to her own pain. Uzumaki attacked enemies with cold fury, not even looking at the short spear sticking out of her stomach. No, of course, the pink-haired girl knew about demonic chakra, about crazy regeneration, an ornate seal lock on her stomach and friendship with a demon. She, as a teammate and friend, was supposed to know this. But this can't be compared to their first Chunin exam, there, in the forest of death, when everything healed on her just like on a dog, where she was strangely cheerful and her whole face was lit up with an anticipatory grin when a potential enemy deceased appeared on the horizon. But this is different. They were a little late. Gaara was dead, and the demon already belonged to the missing Nin. All their efforts were not enough, and they lost a measly 10 or 15 minutes. And then, perhaps, everything would have turned out differently. And from the understanding of this, the blood rushed to her temples, and a pale veil of rage froze in her eyes like thick jelly. Sakura caught a glimpse of this glance, and hesitantly backed away, retreating closer to Kakashi-sensei. It was safer next to him. There was a mark burning on her friend's wrist. Black. Haruno didn't understand what was going on at first, but Naruko had told her about the mark's features, and its existence, recently, and that was enough for her to be overcome with sympathy, sadness, and anger. In Naruko, it was as if this same demon had gone off the rails. 3 tails, 3. This was considered her maximum. Then she loses control of herself and acquires a fox shell of a half-demon. Now her body, embraced by orange, breathing burning fire and acid, chakra, looked unidentified, blurred, wild. But still similar to a person, with human speech, all the same fluffy blonde tails on her head, and in the same orange-black clothes, which had already managed to wear out quite a bit and turned out to be perforated in some places, from thorny and cutting weapons. But the former smiling kunoichi was unrecognizable in her, the once soft and correct best faces were distorted, became sharper, and the eyes were frightening, fox-like. It would be worth Sakura getting used to this side of her friend earlier, but it just didn't work out. Naruko chased the enemy, maneuvered between trees and flying kunai, generously filled with chakra, avoided attacks and surprisingly did not rush at her own, in such a state. She hit with the claws that appeared, hands, legs, fire and wind, sweeping trees out of the way and dodging other people's techniques. From a huge scythe, which, surprisingly, was also used in long-range combat, being a throwing iron with the help of a spear, from some 4 black-figured creatures in masks, spitting elemental techniques, from the crooked grins of the nuke Nin. If only to get the enemy. If only to rip out his throat. At least with her teeth, no matter what. Her uncontrollable hatred was physically tangible. Sakura wanted. She wanted to run away. From the chakra that was terribly pressing on her body and lungs, from the aura that literally made the girl's consciousness tremble. Her knees buckled treacherously, and her body seemed to have turned to stone. Haruno almost missed the fireball, but the shinobi instincts were implanted deep in the subcortex of the brain and reacted before the kunoichi realized it. Chiyo was standing somewhere nearby, Kakashi-sensei was thinking hard, Pakken was hiding in the bushes. Everything screamed danger, everything before her eyes was opening up from the applied dotonjutsu, and everything was burning from the living keton. The small undergrowth was almost burnt to the ground, but the battle continued, fortunately, with an advantage in favor of the Jinchuriki. But with a very clearly visible grin on her face and another tail barely appearing. The 4th. And there would be no turning back. But the cold and unperturbed medic was always in activated mode. And the kunoichi could not allow herself to run away. To be scared, perhaps, but not to run away. Her duty was first and foremost to help her friend, both medically and morally. But words of comfort, an attempt to get through, would be the last straw, like the last nail hammered into the coffin. Naruto did not need her tears, did not need her pity, did not need her support. Now she did not need anyone at all. Except for the dead bodies of these nuke Nin, in black cloaks with clouds. Even if they were skillful fakes. Uzumaki was not herself. Her body responded only to animal instincts. Kill. Smear. Destroy. Hubie was apparently not against it. Uzumaki growled like a wounded animal, frantically rushed from one opponent to another and did not give anyone a break. Not one of the Akatsuki who stood in her way. She killed one, squeezing her throat until her neck vertebrae crunched, baring her teeth, contentedly. She growled. It was he who pierced her with a spear, a ritual one, the freak. But he was not destined to fulfill it. She burned his body, blissfully sniffing the smell of burnt skin. Sakura, meanwhile, was examining her opponent with meticulous attention. The last one, he was the fastest and most dangerous. But still. Pakken said it was an ambush, but that didn't change the essence of the matter. The Jinchuriki didn't listen to anyone or anything. And remained just as dangerous and uncontrollable. She didn't react to the crackling sound familiar as the melodic singing of birds of Kakashi-sensei's Raikiri. Picking up a huge three-bladed scythe with a metal cable from the ground, she slammed it into one of the black creatures in a white and red mask, attacking with a katon. So that it would know who it was spitting this nastiness at. The mask cracked. Destroyed. Only she had almost no control over her body. When Kakashi-sensei opened the Sharingan under his Hatayate and ordered her and Chiyoba to go ahead to the Akatsuki hideout and wait for them to arrive, there was no time for jokes. The elder, without thinking twice, disappeared from sight. Sakura really wanted to click her teeth in disagreement and at least try to do something, but Kakashi gave her a stern look. Sakura, go ahead and don't stick your head out. I'll do everything, he said crisply, nodding towards the retreating elder. Sakura was afraid for the sensei, who wanted to cope with everything alone, but something mentally pushed her in the back, away from here. Apparently, confidence in him. Sakura hissed in disappointment, but still obeyed her sensei's order. No matter what happened, she would come running and help. As she should. And now it was her duty to follow unquestioningly, because that's how it had to be, the plan, and take the body. And everything would be fine if Sakura didn't know that the worst was yet to come. A slightly disheveled Pakken quickly led them to a huge boulder and a red high arch. There, a surprise was waiting for them, running up along with the rest of Kakashi-sensei's Ninken. Gai-san? Sakura involuntarily shuddered as soon as the green jumpsuit of the 6th team sensei flashed before her eyes. Lee and Tenten swam out after him, pretty tired from the long journey, but in the mood for battle. They exchanged terse greeting nods. And Niji at that time silently drilled the area with his dojutsu, which irritated Chiyoba. But there was no time, and no desire, to figure out where the Hyuga had crossed her. What's going on there? Is Kyubi out of control? Mato began without greeting, already internally tense. When Kyubi attacked Konoha, when Uzumaki and Niji fought in the 3rd stage of the exam, he felt the same pressure on his lungs and consciousness. Poisonous chakra, burning, dangerous. Team Guy was helping Team 7, but they were heading a little further south, which is why they didn't run into each other at the crossroads. They didn't get caught in a sandstorm, but the familiar dunes had already changed places, and it would have been easy to get lost if not for Hyuga's eyes. There was no point in running to Suna and from there to the shelter, since Niji could clearly see the barrier and the allies approaching it. But the demonic aura, which could be felt from afar, attracted attention. But the shinobi were not yet eager to change their route, wisely deciding that it would be easier to ask Sakura. Naruko lost control and Kakashi-sensei stopped her. The Akatsuki team was there, but when we left, they were almost defeated by her. I suspect it was a trap, a distraction. She lost control because? Lee began to inquire, flashing his large black eyes, in which a sad enlightenment was already shining. No matter what anyone said about him, about this follower of the power of youth, he was smart and insightful. More than insightful. Sakura finally wilted, burying her gaze in her boots. Because Gaara died after the tailed beast was extracted, and she found out about it right away. This barrier is mirroring my dojutsu, Niji frowned, but didn't refute anything. She was able to sense it? Yes, they are both Jinchuriki. Kakashi-sensei asked not to get involved in the fight, he clearly developed some kind of plan. They are already on their way here. Relatively intact, Hyuga closed his eyes, and the swollen bloodless veins under his eyes smoothed out, leaving no trace on his pale skin. Everyone present clearly felt a sense of relief. About 2 minutes passed in silence, and each person pondering his own thoughts. A couple of minutes later, Naruko and Kakashi successfully reached the barrier. Battered, but alive. Without asking any questions, Sakura began to treat the sensei with medical chakra, albeit reluctantly, but ignoring the gloomy Uzumaki, who was stomping forward towards the barrier with the force of a tanker. She greeted everyone, without being distracted from her task, a meticulous examination of the Fuin. Chiyoba, although she understood Fuin a little, was not close to the Uzumaki clan and did not know such a technique, so she stood a couple of meters from the Jinchuriki silently, surprisingly looking at her without strain for the blonde. Easily, but appraisingly drilling her with black almond-shaped eyes. The violet blue eyes, at will, acquired a red tint with a vertical striped pupil, and the hands, covered with burns and cuts, trembled slightly from the influx of warmer, more pleasant chakra. Looks like the 5 seals barrier, Kurama responded weakly, crossing his paws in a familiar seal, feeding healing honey chakra into the rather battered Kirakuki eye and into the skin. Naruko had pumped out too much demonic energy in vain. Those were traps, pathetic parodies of Akatsuki. From the bodies of some Konoha shinobi. And she apologized. So, between breaks from sobbing. And she thanked sparingly. Thank you for saving Uzumaki's mortal body. Hatake should have been the one to say thank you. He used some suppressive seal given to him by Jiraiya for such cases in time. He didn't trust the fox's endurance, he didn't trust it, and as it turned out, not entirely in vain. Hyubi himself failed here, not having time to react and stop the outflow of chakra, or calm down, or at least lull the raging and spitting fire in all directions Naruko. It would be worth giving himself a good slap for such an attitude, but here, sadness misfortune. There is no time, we need to treat this stupid emotional Jinchuriki. By the way, she was now systematically choking in hysterics, although outwardly, she looked very apathetic. The blonde obediently stuck her whole body to his right hind leg and almost blew her nose into his long fur. But the wrist kept aching, and the pain did not go away, despite all the demon's efforts. And how do you know, Databeo? Naruko deigned to peel her tear-stained face off the fox's body and look at him with great surprise. She didn't know such a seal, but, of course, she trusted Kyubi unconditionally. But she certainly didn't expect him to know at least the specific name of the technique. After all, he was more versed in demonic ninjutsu and illusions, and he knew the seals once applied by Minato and Kushina only superficially. Of course, she didn't really want to remember, but for the sake of the curious Jinchuriki, she had to strain her brain. And at this time in Uzumaki's plans, she had already personally smashed that ill-fated cave with her fists and feet, and took Gaara's body. She didn't want him to be carried to Suna, she didn't want him. Even Chiyo wouldn't have regretted it. Hyubi, having read her thoughts, grimaced as if he had eaten a lemon, but remained silent. What I really didn't know was that you suddenly developed the habits of a complete taxidermist. He cast an expressive glance. And this Fuin technique was known to a narrow circle of the Uzumaki clan, and they supplemented it with some kind of mirror trap, or whatever that nonsense was called. Kurama, I'm too devastated to argue with you. She nervously shook her shoulder, showing irritation. Just tell me, did you learn this from my mother? No, from Mito. Although she wasn't particularly accommodating, she liked to mentally start monologues while working on the topic of the techniques she created and other things, in particular, even the difficult relationship with her tree husband. And with Kushina, if you want to know, we didn't really communicate. She was even louder than you as a child, and in recent years, under pressure from Minato, the elders, who opposed her pregnancy and daily protection by at least 5 umbu, during our meetings in the subconscious, she was not averse to showering me with curses. I see. How does this jutsu work? This is the barrier of 5 seals, Uzumaki began in a low voice, returning her eyes to their usual shade. Turning around, she crossed her arms, almost healed from the burns, on her chest. The largest seal is here, at the entrance, and the other 4 are scattered around the area. but in strict order: north, west, east, south. Or northwest, southwest, northeast and southeast. They must be torn off at the same time, otherwise, if there was a powerful impregnation of chakra, some technique may work, for example, an electric shock. But a trap can be set even if these seals are removed successfully. Be extremely careful. Okay, we'll take care of it, Guy nodded. Niji, ordering. Hi, Hyuga quickly activated the Byakugan, carefully scanning the area. These seals were clearly not as large as the main one. A minute later, he found them and reported the location. In the forest to the north, near a small cliff to the east, in the undergrowth to the south, recently almost destroyed, by the way, and the last one by the river along the rocky shore, to the west. Exactly 500 meters away. The whole team hurriedly put on headphones with a microphone to coordinate their actions and simultaneously break the seals, and handed one to Kakashi. They quickly ran to their places. Sakura, who was standing next to Kakashi, to her shame, almost jumped in fright when the sensei for some reason hissed into the void, shuddering violently. Turning away, he took a couple of steps to the side and said a couple of affectionate words into the microphone, obviously to Guy-sensei. It would have been surprising what kind of speech, obscene, turn of phrase he was awarded for his voice being too loud in the speaker, as if he was taking revenge, but the pink-haired girl silently followed his back as he retreated towards the lair. Yes, okay. Now. The ash-haired man abruptly tore off the seal a couple of minutes later. Sakura! He shouted, jumping back. Hi! Sakura clenched her fist and, running up, slammed her fist down. Cracks quickly began to open up on the boulder, like a spider web. Haruno quickly ran back, automatically closing her eyes to avoid the dust and pebbles that filled her view. The curtain of dust fell, and a dark cave appeared in view, where a barely noticeable gleam sparkled. From someone's hitayate. Naruto, having jumped over the barrier of broken stones, seeped into the darkness. Sakura and Chio rushed after her, and Kakashi, frozen for 3 seconds, froze and sighed quietly through his teeth. Team Guy was trapped. With mirror reflections of themselves, including all physical abilities, both ninjutsu and taijutsu. And this meant that it would not be easy for them to win, and they would have to deal with the 2 Akatsuki members themselves. The cave was dark, dim, breathing was difficult and smelled of burning, dust and cold. Sakura grimaced unpleasantly when she came across a mocking, smug smile of some blonde guy with a high ponytail. In a cloak with red clouds. And from the very first seconds, she wanted to smear him on the wall in a thin layer. She did not notice the second Akatsuki member right away, but a whisper on the edge of hearing, "Sasori," drew Haruno's attention. And for a moment she exuded skepticism. Well, the man was short, and his face, half covered by a torn mask, looked too old. As if he was the same age as Chiyoba. Small eyes, expressing absolutely no emotions. And from behind, as Kankuro said, a tail lived its own life, similar to the tail of a scorpion. Everything he throws out is sure to be smeared with poison. Haruno glanced sideways at Uzumaki. The air was wheezing out of her lungs, she was looking ahead with wild eyes. Fortunately, there was no demonic chakra wafting from her yet. But no, it was already wafting so much that it almost knocked her off her feet. Sweat appeared on her forehead, and her neck was quickly getting wet from sweat. The only thing that calmed Haruno down was Kakashi-sensei's presence. Naruko's hands were shaking with hatred, and his eyes, as if in a fit, were running around the dark corners of the cave and could not catch their gaze anywhere to calm down a little. Kurama was basing something soothing in his subconscious, but he couldn't understand. "Get up," Uzumaki said crisply, and in her hand, against her will, Rasengan was slowly but surely created. Gaara was lying on the ground, pale, with his clothes tattered and scorched. The bruises under his eyes were visible like 2 black spots on a white easel. And on it, with a smirk, sat this. That's the polite way to say it. And if it's unprintable, then why all of a sudden? He grinned widely, revealing his front row of teeth. And because you're a little p.l. freak. The technique in her hand even dissolved, because she lost control over her chakra. She wasn't ashamed of such words. She just wanted to kill him. Now. Aha, so you're our Jinchuriki, the long-haired one inclined his head with interest. Screaming, aggressive, and a blonde to boot. And who tells me this? A dim-witted blonde. Naruko grins against her will, running into an angry look. The Nookneen jumps up from his place, throws something white at his feet, probably that same explosive clay, and with a bang a clay bird flutters across the room, with a strange wide mouth, no beak, with wide nostrils. The blonde tenaciously grabs Gaara's body by the collar and jumps on the bird. Loudly flapping its wings, the bird flies away to freedom. Naruto hisses a curse through his teeth. Spinning on his heels, he runs after her as fast as he can, turning the stones under his feet into loose gray crumbs. He wants to lure her out and sort it out himself. Two-tailed ones? Wouldn't that be too much for this freak? His miserable life will end very soon. Naruko, stop. Hataki hisses discontentedly, but to no avail. Uzumaki didn't even bat an eye, she only sped up. There was nothing left to do but chase after her and help. Otherwise, you never know, suddenly he'll have to suppress her chakra again. And this, it's worth noting, wasn't done with a snap of the fingers. He lost a lot of chakra and his best was badly baked on the side. Fortunately, Sakura healed his side and stopped the bleeding in his shoulder. Of course, he suffered from worse wounds, but that was the work of demonic chakra, and it practically does not regenerate damage. Sighing tiredly, Kakashi turned to the elder and student. Chiyoba, Sakura, I leave this one to you, and retreated in the footsteps of the sensei's daughter, pulling the bandage off his left eye as he went. Sakura looked at him for a long moment. She lowered her head, and her fists and teeth clenched by themselves. Chiyo was still silent, peering inquisitively at the short silhouette in the distance, hidden by the darkness. She twisted her dry lips into a smile. You took the antidote with you, right? More affirmatively than questioningly, and quietly, so that her grandson would not hear. Sakura hummed softly, adjusting the glove on her right hand. The gesture was unnecessary, empty, but somehow calming. Perhaps it would be easier for her to get ready for the battle. And this battle, as clear as day, would be oh so difficult. Of course, she was scared as. This was Akatsuki, after all, and judging by his rather menacing appearance and the expressive scorpion tail behind his back, he wasn't planning on giving up just like that, raising his hands, or the doll, for that matter. In general, there was no place for empty chatter here, but Haruno was ready to almost thank both Kami and Shinigami for the fact that she and Chiyoba had at least a minute to talk. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. And how did Kankuro fight him? Sakura, stay behind, I will fight, the elder said confidently, putting her hand in her pouch. With a jerk, she pulled out a fishing line with kunai attached, and deftly attached chakra threads to them. We have 2 ampoules of antidote that instantly dissolve the poison and break it down within 3 minutes, even if it hits a liter, Haruno said calmly, just in case. He, like you, is a puppeteer and uses poisons. Of course, it will probably be easier for you to fight, since you know each other's abilities. But do you really think that I will stay on the sidelines and be just a spectator? Tsunade Shisho taught me not to retreat in the face of any difficulties. I will be the striking force, just say the word. Good, Chiyo exhaled, frowning. I'm sure it's a doll. His doll, a combat doll. I recognize the familiar. Hirako, when Sasori left the village, he managed to finish his creation. Under his cloak, he must have some kind of armor, and you need to break it. Well, judging by how you dealt with the boulder, I can say you can handle it, she smiled, moving her fingers. So, he's under the shell. Controlling the doll from afar wouldn't be easy. Yes. Sasori was standing 15 or 20 meters away and, judging by his hoarse voice, that's how he always spoke, he was going to finish the fight quickly, regretting that he hadn't gotten a Jinchuriki, but some underage girl and an old woman. Rude. Even cocky, but as a missing mean with a glorious collection of powerful dolls and a representative of a dangerous organization, he was practically allowed to do so. Sakura frowned as she concentrated chakra into her fist. Her pride was slightly bruised, but not destroyed. "But you won't get to Uzumaki Naruko, I promise," something like a grin, but an unusual shiver ran down her spine. This opponent was her first serious test. Now she doesn't hide behind the backs of her sensei and teammates, she protects their rear. Either she wins or dies, but she will win anyway. And Chiyoba is with her, and she definitely knows the features of his techniques. And then, based on her words and her own experience, it will be possible to develop a strategy and win. Ah, how easy it sounds to the ear and how difficult it will be to accomplish. "Come on." The elder gave the signal, sharply waving his arms to the sides. The fishing line stretched dangerously, like a bowstring, but the kunai flew straight into Hiriko's face. Sakura rushed forward, right after this attack. Sasori, without straining himself too much, covered the doll with a flexible metal tail and even threw some of them back. Sakura dodged, bending down, but did not slow down. And the meters were shrinking. He threw senbons out of nowhere. Oh, no, Hiriko opened his mouth and they flew in dozens, maybe even hundreds. The pink-haired girl had to show miracles of flexibility and dexterity, just to avoid getting caught by any of the needles. Even her not-so-great eyesight and in the semi-darkness helped her to see the ends of the long needles, smeared with purple liquid. She would like to smile, she has already figured out the secret of this deadly poison. But she can't. Now she can't say a word too much, so as not to be distracted from the attacks. He threw out some tubes when the distance between them was 5 to 7 meters. And they, expressively opening their valves, like a mussel shell, unexpectedly threw out another 150 senbons each. Sakura cursed through her teeth, expressively doing a bridge and rolling to the side on her hands. Like an acrobat, she watched Chiyo out of the corner of her eye. She wanted to throw another portion of throwing iron. Haruno, although she had not yet miscalculated her strategy, decided, as they say, to improvise. Having recovered, she ran forward again. Something told her that it was not for nothing that Chiyoba threw out all her iron so easily, and that this flexible poisonous tail should be feared less. After all, the doll was not the main force, but Sasori, probably. Having fed chakra to his legs, she approached him in 2 jumps, running into a disappointed smirk from her opponent, who clearly imagined how the kunoichi's head flew off her shoulders and fell to the ground in a far from aesthetically pleasing manner, thoroughly dousing her with warm blood. But not here something was. The tip of the scorpion's tail expressively stops a centimeter from the pink-haired girl's eye, but warningly drips poison onto her cheek. But it certainly didn't get into the blood, she had no wounds on her face. Her eyes bulged in fear, but quickly became serious. A smirk adorned her pale lips. "Thank you, Chiyoba-sama." Sakura had already understood everything. She had thrown the throwing iron and had quietly tied the fishing line, or were they chakra threads, around the tail. And it was unnoticeable, because she had practically weakened the chakra current, pretending that the attack had not been successful. Clever, even very clever. Haruno quickly jumped back 1 step and moved to the right, where he was closer. The doll's mouth had already opened threateningly to bestow another portion of the throwing weapon, but the pink-haired girl was faster. Accelerating, she raised her left leg high in a jump and, grouping herself, hit the shell with all her might. "Heavenly leg strike," she roared, generously feeding chakra into the limb. The ground beneath them shook, and the shell shattered into pieces, like a crystal vase on the floor. The kunoichi, pushing off with her other supporting leg from the sharp pieces of the broken thing, jumped back with a simple somersault, towards Chiyo. She carefully peered at the silhouette that jumped in the opposite direction from them, completely covered by a uniform cloak with red clouds. Too low, too fragile. Garnet hair stuck out from a high collar. "I never thought that you would be able to destroy Hiriko." Sakura raised both eyebrows at once, expressing genuine surprise. A guy with a doll-like, neat face and large hazel eyes looked into her eyes, casually. He didn't quite look like a 30-year-old renegade shinobi who had left his native village more than 15 years ago. But appearance, you can't judge strength by it, of course, but how can he be so young? You shouldn't have boasted about your strength, my dear grandson, the elder made an expressive hint. Even if you are up against a little girl and a flabby old woman. I haven't lost all my combat experience yet, believe me. Sasori chuckled loudly, waving his hand. Well, I admit, you are not as feeble as I thought. Perhaps you will become beautiful living dolls. Wah, the pink-haired girl didn't even have time to finish speaking before Akasuna unsealed a combat doll from an unremarkable scroll with a green border. Chiyo's eyes widened in shock, and Sakura became wary, moving closer to the former kunoichi. Dark blue hair stood up straight, framing a beautiful face and contrasting with yellow eyes. An inconspicuous robe to the floor with wide sleeves. Sasori, bending over in a side lunge, slightly moved his fingers and the doll stood behind him, leaning on his left shoulder. And the right, shorter sleeve demonstrated a thin, slender hand, to which the sharpest blades grew, from which a deadly poison slowly, drop by drop, flowed. My strongest doll is a real shinobi. Do you recognize him, Chiyoba? Akasuna smiled madly. This is the Sandaime Kazakage. That's when Haruno realized that she would have been better off chasing that blonde guy and Uzumaki than staying with this monster, and that this was truly a complete mess, no matter how you looked at it. There were full ampoules of antidote in her pouch, and something told her that soon there wouldn't be a drop left in them. The wind whistled madly in her ears, and her eyes were fixed on the flight of the clay-white bird. Naruko ran along the trees that had leaned over the years toward the stream, in a wide crevice, between two low cliffs. The path was long and, to put it mildly, difficult. This ed nuke mean constantly through some exploding spiders, cockroaches, and other clay creatures from above, which noticeably spoiled the environment. Trees with thick-looking branches, along which Uzumaki moved, broke like a dry reed even from a small shock wave, and dust managed to stick to her face and clothes. It is clear that Hatake received more attacks since they wanted to separate him, destroy him as quickly as possible, and deal with Uzumaki without problems. Yeah, but who said that this freak will succeed? A mocking grin lit up Uzumaki's face as she sent shadow clones forward and prepared a wind technique with a decent range. It should at least catch him, and at best wipe him off the bird. Her red eyes with a trembling thin pupil in a layer of dust sparkled no darker than Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. Naruko, calm down, a bass voice abruptly sounded in the subconscious. The attack did not work, the missing mean deftly avoided it. His smug smile shining, causing an uncontrollable tremor of rage. Naruko wanted to release one tail from the chakra to run faster and get an additional combat limb and get this freak, but it did not work. Meanwhile, Akatsuki was diving somewhere into the clearing, but, pushing off, he soared into the air again, even higher. And through a huge centipede, Kakashi got ahead of his attack and pinned him to a tree with a lightning charge, saving the blonde crown of the student. Why all of a sudden, she barked in a breaking voice, frantically trying to form a concentration seal. Fox's chakra was not coming, which, first of all, was very insulting. I won't give you my chakra until you engage him in open combat. You're using it irrationally, and Hatake will only get in the way and won't let you fight alone. I don't care, I need to get to him, but I can't. The fox, grinning irritably, watched what was happening with someone else's eyes and thought. Patterns of frost had long since spread across the light walls of the subconscious, and clouds had thickened in the sky. It began to rain and the fox's bronze skin quickly became wet. The emotions of the already depressed blonde, who was now sitting on Kyubi's head and stubbornly trying to get through his blocking, were to blame for all this. And, again, unsuccessfully. My chakra attacks can affect not only this little human, but Hatake, and Sabaku no's body. Of course, I could replace you. Then replace it. You use your chakra more carefully. Fool. Your body won't withstand the recoil. Or do you want to finally burn your chakra channels and skin after such a jolt of chakra minutes earlier? Kurama growled angrily. He would have used Katan, and for that he would have taken his chakra. And it passes through her Kirakuki eye. Their common hearth does not count, because from there the chakra goes to the demonic cover, and taking from there in addition meant saying goodbye to your skin, but no matter how much you clean it, it remains harmful, especially in such quantities. The Jinchuriki understood this like no one else, but she answered him with a kick and a loud, "I don't give a about this device, I need to get Gaara, give me chakra." "No." "Well, Hataki is out of the game, the blonde exclaimed triumphantly, looking somewhere behind Uzumaki. She stopped at his words and almost flew nose-first into a branch. She blinked, clutching her head, and with difficulty overcame the nausea that had risen in her throat at the will of the fox. She slowly turned around, realizing with fear that the angry Kurama had greatly distracted her and significantly reduced her sensitivity. She did not feel or see Sensei behind a curtain of hot smoke and sit with dry fragments of black branches. 10 seconds passed in an unpleasant, strained silence, and Naruko was already ready to turn around and save Sensei, to somehow heal him with chakra, when he jumped out right in front of her. Alive and unharmed, if you do not count the wounds she recently inflicted on herself. My heart was relieved Kakashi-sensei would never have died so easily. And his left eye, by the way, sparkled with Manjikyu Sharingan. At that moment, Fox's negative emotions became more tangible than ever. Naruto did not understand the reasons for such a dislike for dojutsu, even though she knew that this was the only way to subdue him, but he was very indifferent to Itachi and Sasuke, and that is why she was indignant when a second wave of pain washed over her head, from which her knees trembled treacherously. "I need time to prepare Kamui," he said quietly, so that the tailwind wouldn't carry his words to Akatsuki, and took a kunai out of his pouch. Kakashi-sensei didn't tell about this jutsu, but Naruko knew that his eye had some special technique, like Itachi with his Mangekyo, which, however, due to the engraftment, he spent too much energy and strength on. But the fact itself is worthy of admiration. He was not an Uchiha, but even with one such eye he was mortally dangerous. Everything is decided by skill and experience. "Okay, Tebeo," Uzumaki slowly squeezed out, deciding to herself that she would finish off the blonde herself. She made a single seal. The shadow clones again scattered around the area, waiting for a convenient opportunity to attack. And the missing mean, by the way, almost stopped attacking with explosive clay and posed a danger only in that he could quickly disappear from sight. Hataki, squinting suspiciously, chuckled. Was his strength really almost gone after the fight with the Kazekage? He had no arm, and his supply of clay was clearly not unlimited. Depriving him of his other arm would be quite enough. Deidara, at the moment he saw the copyist's second eye, i.e., a clear confirmation of his nickname, realized that all this would not be so simple. His hand groped in his pouch for 3 small lumps of clay, enough for 25 spiders and 4 birds. His tongue licked his palm greedily and slobberingly, and his teeth began to chew. It was insignificant for killing Hataki, but if there had been only one Jinchuriki here, Tsukuri thought with a grin that half would have been enough. As he approached over the stone cliff, he turned around. They were already far from the shelter, about 3 kilometers. And 10 meters away, 2 shinobi were jumping in full combat readiness. No way, he won't give them the Kazekage's body on principle. Clay spiders jumped out of the long sleeve. Sakura tried to catch her breath, leaning her palms on her bent knees. A suspicious whistle from the side forced her to step aside. She clenched her teeth, suppressing the urge to curse, seeing how the puppet of the Sandaime Kazekage himself spat out another portion of poisonous senbon at her, and Chiyoba, keeping a decent distance, repelled the attacks with the scorpion's tail. Yes, Sasori seemed to have helped them in defense, the pink-haired girl thought with a slight grin, hiding the sticky fear that even made her palms sweat. She sincerely did not believe that the young handsome guy, who looked like he was her age, was, firstly, a missing mean, and secondly, old enough to be her father. He was too proud and self-confident to communicate on equal terms with the one who had taught him the art of puppeteering since childhood. In the elder's place, Sakura would have been offended by this. Akasuna's garnet hair stuck out like a hedgehog, and his large, hazel eyes sparkled in the darkness, as if they were lifeless. Even though the pink-haired girl frowned unpleasantly at the comparison in her head, but in reality, it was as if they were varnished. Empty and expressionless, like his blue-haired doll. Of course, there was one thought about this, but Haruno, busy with the battle, did not have time to think about it. After all, who knows who has different ways to keep their outer shell young, Tsunade Shisho alone is worth something. She had to jump high in place, tucking her legs. Wow, she almost caught a couple of needles in her heel, but she got away with it. A poisonous weapon immediately pierced the half-collapsed wall behind her, passing right through. The kunoichi wheeled to the right and approached Chiyoba. To her shame, her breath was convulsively leaving her lungs. Sakura, the elder, squeezed out heavily. We need to defeat him as soon as possible. He always liked the tactic of wearing down the enemy. Yes, I understand, Sakura nodded once again at her words, still trying to grab the antidote from the first aid kit. What if she didn't dodge and now, Kami forbid, she faints, or collapses in pulmonary convulsions in front of everyone? She crossed herself mentally. Oh, come on, that's crazy. If it's a human doll, then it can retain the abilities that he possessed during his life. Haruno's eyes widened in amazement. And the Sandaime was considered the most powerful Kazekage in the history of the village. It's hard to imagine how Sasori could defeat him as a teenager. Haruno carefully watched the standing opponent. Half of his face was hidden behind the high black collar of his cloak, but his fingers, painted with blue varnish, twitched meaningfully, causing him to involuntarily flinch and tense up. The puppet froze to the left of the missing Nin, his deep yellow eyes sparkling. He was in no hurry to attack yet. His pose seemed standard for a puppeteer. Relaxed, but shouldn't she know how excessive sluggishness and self-confidence can be punished? Well? Aren't you tired? Akasuna smiled unnaturally. Admit that dying from a puppet would be more humane than if I chased you to death. You can't run away for long, and there is only one outcome, and it is a short pause. Not in your favor. Haruno almost snorted. What kind of humanity was there if everything was soaked in poison? And what else could you expect from someone like him? Sakura had one policy in her head: if you left the village where you lived and abandoned the people dear to you, it would be better to die there and not be an eyesore. She couldn't understand how Chiyoba-sama felt now, having to fight with her own grandson, who didn't recognize. Didn't accept. But Sakura didn't want to die, even at the hands of such a strong shinobi. She couldn't let down Kakashi-sensei, who had placed great hopes on her. She couldn't let Sasori get away and approach Naruko. And somewhere nearby, Team Guy was fighting with their copies, and the presence of a missing Nin would not make their task absolutely feasible. The elder took a scroll out of her pouch and unsealed it. Two dolls appeared from the clouds of whitish smoke, to which Chiyoba instantly attached chakra threads. Sakura slightly turned around. Oh. She will control two puppets at once. The more puppets, the greater the skill, so say the puppeteers. Your faces are strikingly similar to Sasori. Could these really be living dolls of his parents? Although, no, the dark shade of the wood they are made of immediately catches the eye. For the first time, Haruno saw surprise in her opponent's eyes. But it was too light and fleeting to pay any attention to it. Mother and father? Sasori inclined his head with interest. A useless idea, old woman. I created these dolls. And I know them inside and out. You're wrong, Sasori, the elder smiled dryly, but decided not to say anything extra. Sakura was quietly pushed back, ordered not to stick her head out. Haruno was given a wonderful opportunity to witness a battle of the strongest puppeteers for the first time in her life. The Sandaime puppet had one arm covered in sharpened blades and some techniques, possibly elemental, to boot. The elder's puppets were probably paired, but ordinary. The mother had long chestnut hair, seemingly real. Well, let's be honest, it wasn't made of dyed straw. The hair for the dolls is taken from real people, and a jagged sword was firmly lodged in her right hand. The father had dark coral hair, and her left hand was armed with a whip with built-in kunai. These puppets had large brown eyes and black robes with long sleeves that hid their bare feet. Without saying a word, the puppeteers moved their fingers slightly. The puppets instantly collided with each other, raising a column of dust and ringing cold steel to the point of pain in the ears. Sakura, squinting her eyes, dumbfoundedly tried to see at least one attack. She looked at Chiyoba. Her hands and thin dry fingers moved unimaginably fast, and in speed she was in no way inferior to her grandson. Many years of experience showed, all that was left was to set her jaw and greedily absorb the experience of this battle. True, her knees began to tremble uncontrollably when, after a couple of minutes of fighting, the dolls were left without weapons. Haruno looked at the ground. As if strewn with makibishi, the ground glittered with fragments of gray steel. It was absolutely forbidden to step there. So much for the decrepit old woman. Sasori doesn't seem surprised. I recognized Chiyoba. He led the doll back to himself, following the kunoichi's example. I was wrong to underestimate you, even over the years you haven't lost your combat experience. It was I who taught you the art of puppeteering. I always dreamed of fighting you for real, dear grandson, she smiled. And I had no intention of dying until then. It seems like it's time already. Haruno bristled mentally, displeased with such rudeness. Forgetting her prejudices, she rushed forward, looking not at the doll, but at the graceful fingers of the missing nin. He lightly moved his index and ring fingers in his direction, and the doll tore off. It took Sakura a lot of effort to pass it without running into the weapon, but Akasuna suddenly jumped to the side, and the puppet made a huge semicircle around the kunoichi. Dozens, if not hundreds of doll arms flew out of the long sleeves. Sakura did not have time to get scared, clearly understanding that at such a speed even one of them could pierce the body through and through. She had to run away here. Turning sharply on her heels, she ran to the left, just so as not to hit the elder. She could no longer be so flexible and agile. Sasori was deliberately exhausting the pink-haired girl. And she, by the way, quite successfully avoided such an attack. She crouched down, stretched out her leg, added chakra, and with a swing of her leg, successfully broke several arms. But there were too many of them. Tumbling, she threw an explosive tag at the back and jumped back closer to Chiyoba. But either her legs got tangled up in her haste, or she was grabbed by the heel with chakra, but Sakura almost plowed the ground with her nose, leaning on the ground with her hands. And yes, how could one not freak out in such a, forgive me, shameful position in front of the enemy, and Sasori, was standing behind him, as luck would have it. Snarling, Sakura dug her fingers into the ground, just to do a somersault over her head and try to get to her feet. The black gloves were thick, so her palms weren't covered in scratches, but her hands still stung unpleasantly. The kunoichi heard quick steps and the whistle of a kunai. No, apparently she was held back by a fishing line, otherwise the chakra thread wouldn't have broken, no matter how thin it was. Sakura stood up abruptly and, picking up the kunai, threw it at Sasori, generously seasoning it with chakra. It flew quickly, but the sandaime blocked it with his hand and flew at the kunoichi. Akasuna, however, pulled something out of his inside pocket. Or maybe it was a deceptive gesture. She was pulled back. Again. XOXOXO. The pink-haired girl didn't even have time to blink before her hand, and then her torso, were bound by chakra threads. Or was it fishing line again? How can you tell them apart? Sakura gritted her teeth as she was slowly but surely pulled towards the sandaime, armed with a broken, but still poisonous weapon. She stubbornly pushed back with her heels, pushing with all her might, but she was being towed, and with each passing second the skin of her elbows and under her ribs was being squeezed. The sharp fishing line, it seemed to be fishing line, soaked in chakra, almost turned the kunoichi's crimson vest into a top. The pressure on her ribs suddenly eased. The Kazakage doll, like Hirako recently, opened his mouth unnaturally. Sakura closed her eyes, realizing that a hail of senbon was about to fall. But no. Purple smoke billowed out with a characteristic hissing sound. Hold your breath. Chiyo shouted, unconsciously taking a step closer. Exo, she would have run to help this girl if sandaime hadn't been unacceptably close to her. Again doll hands flew out of his sleeves. When would he run out of seals? It remained to hope that the strong fingers of the doll hands at least did not squeeze her throat, otherwise she would have to unconsciously inhale the poisonous smoke. One doll sank to the floor, and with her free hand Chiyo attached the threads to Haruno's body, desperately yanking her hand back. It didn't work. She was firmly stuck there. Just hold on a little longer, she watched with a glassy gaze as heavy purple clouds of smoke spread across the high stone ceiling. Luckily, a draft of wind blew through the open, half-collapsed passage and carried the fumes toward Akasuna. Sasori chuckled loudly. "Old woman, do you really think that I only have one bomb of powder?" With these words, the sandaime spat out another small ball, which, upon contact with the ground, exploded into a saturated poisonous haze. "Sakura!" The elder screamed in desperation, tugging at her body with threads. She couldn't get her out, she would inhale anyway. There was a click and a quiet creak. The rustle of burning paper. "Baba!" Sakura succumbed to the elder's manipulations without any obstacles, and now, leaning onto one leg, she was healing her burnt side with healing chakra. She used an explosive seal to disperse the smoke and destroy the interfering hands. She took a big risk. Sasori, for probably the first time in the battle, gave the pink-haired girl an appraising look, slightly tilting his head. She was breathing heavily, trying to quickly patch up her wounds. Her outerwear was half burned, and the straps of her beige skirt lay alone near a small pile of ash from the doll's hands. "We need to be more careful with her." "Well, at least the shorts and the butt are intact," Haruno thought, not without irony and an optimistic note, taking off her crimson vest and remaining in a flesh-colored bra under a thick mesh t-shirt. She also had to leave the pouch there. Fortunately, the other explosive seals and smoke powders did not explode, otherwise it would have looked like a suicide attempt. She hid one ampoule with poison in the pocket of her shorts, and stuffed the second one into her right boot. She was now contraindicated from losing these items of clothing. "You know, I'm already tired of this," Akasuna slowly said, actively twitching his fingers. The puppet was making seals. "I'll show you the technique that made the sandaime Kazekage the strongest in the village." Black sand slowly appeared out of nowhere, filling the already dark ceiling with blinding blackness. Sakura swallowed in fear, and Chiyoba whispered something incoherently. "Element of magnetism." "Iron sand," Sakura managed to make out her words, and they sent shivers down her spine. Everyone on Team Guy was going through a tough battle right now. And it might have been easier if they weren't fighting their mirror images. All of their abilities, taijutsu, weaponry, even dojutsu, were being turned against them for the first time. Guy, having exchanged blows with his copy, sighed heavily and said a few words into Kakashi's earpiece. He received no answer, but all the students quickly responded and were in relative order, but they had not yet managed to defeat anyone. Surely, the copyist had taken the enemy away from the shelter to fight. But it was worth checking. "Niji," Mato called, simultaneously dodging a kick and making a cunning lunge, which, of course, did not go unnoticed by the copy's watchful eyes. "Look what's going on in the shelter and 2 kilometers away from it." They hissed discontentedly into the microphone and squeezed out. "Wait a little bit, I'm, a little busy." Hakusho. Tenten chuckled at this change of mood, but when her copy soared into the air and repeated Sogu after her, Tensasai, she cursed loudly and was already prepared to hear something similar in response. But no, she, still maintaining silence, flew at her with the Kuzurigama. A minute later a tired voice was heard. "How can we defeat someone who is identical to us in abilities?" Takahashi gave in. Her words were almost inaudible due to the whistling and grinding of steel. She skillfully attacked with her blade, parried the attacks in time, but she herself had already managed to get quite tired. "It feels like she's getting stronger." "No." Lee retorted loudly, having just used Konoha Senpu and having a few seconds to catch his breath and take part in the conversation. "It is we who are gradually losing strength, while they remain at the same level. We need to become stronger than them, stronger than we are today, then there will be no problems." No one even had time to be surprised that he didn't mention the power of youth. But they understood what he clearly meant. The earth vibrated slightly from the deafening, powerful blow from the shelter. 3 more times. And a fourth. Tenten almost lost her balance from this, balancing on the smooth surface of the water and frantically digging through empty weapon scrolls. Niji, distracted by the duel, almost forgot about Gai-sensei's request. The shelter is destroyed, the genius Hyuga stated, attacking the copy with a roundhouse kick. It caught his leg and almost deactivated the Kirikuki eye. If he hadn't twisted like a cat and kicked him in the head. It dodged and jumped back a couple of meters. The Jonin somersaulted to his feet and continued. Sakura and the elder are fighting one of the Akatsuki. And the second one, apparently, took Kakashi-senpai and Naruko away. The Jonin, somersaulting away from the Hakusho Kaiten, directed chakra, increasing the range of the dojutsu's vision. 5 kilometers from the shelter, towards the small rocks and over the cliff, there is a wide clearing. They are there. Are they at least okay? Takahashi asked worriedly. Sakura is quite successful in repelling attacks of the element of magnetism. As far as I can see, he clearly saw how something, like sand, was joining together into huge geometric figures. And, spinning, it was flying straight at Haruno. She repelled it with a punch with her inhuman strength. Another push, from which the earth trembled. A kick, the pink-haired girl drove the cone-shaped thing into the ground. The elder stood near the exit and breathed heavily. The one that is characteristic of Gaara? Lee stated rather than asked. Yes. And Uzumaki doesn't use demonic chakra yet. Kakashi-senpai has opened the Sharingan. What about his opponent? Meido's tired voice was heard. He's pretty battered. He's missing both his arms and his cloak, but he manages to avoid Naruto's attacks. She sent shadow clones to look for the Kazekage's body. I see, the team leader said after a minute of tense silence. We need to deal with our copies as soon as possible and go help our friends. The power of youth will help us. Niji and Tenten sighed in the background. Niji and Tenten will go to the shelter, and Lee and I will go to the clearing to Kakashi. Is everything clear to everyone? Meido was burning with energy and was in a hurry to finish the fight as quickly as possible. His copy was gradually receiving some serious blows. Come on! And, as if on cue, the shouts of techniques began. They didn't have much time. The black sand gradually obscured their view, forcing them to squint and peer at the silhouettes of Akatsuki standing opposite them and his doll. He, distracting their attention to one thing, could do something else. Only now did she clearly realize that it was entirely possible for him to smear them on the wall in a thin layer. His hands wouldn't even tremble, and Haruno didn't want to imagine herself without her insides, with a doll's body and empty, varnished eyes. Brrr, Sakura was afraid to breathe out, so as not to miss anything, but her legs moved forward on their own and stood in front of Elder Chio. Her combat dolls had already failed, there was no point in dragging them around without weapons. The already dark room with the dim light was completely plunged into darkness. Haruno helplessly bit the inside of her cheek, searchingly following the chaotically growing web of iron sand with her eyes, the ends of which dug into the floor very impressively, breaking it into stone chips. She would have to run to avoid being strung up hand and foot. Satetsu Kaiho. Sasori grinned maniacally, twitching his right index finger and his left little finger. Sakura barely noticed this lightning-fast gesture, but managed to jump to the left in time and fix her hair that was getting in her eyes. She should cut it off at the root, so that the .s wouldn't get in the way at times like this. Now she understands Naruko, who, although she has long hair, always keeps it in a ponytail and pins her long bangs with invisible hairpins. The elder jumped in a completely different direction, they had no business getting in each other's way now. A second, and needles of iron sand with a deafening whistle dived from different sides, from above, from the left, from the right, from behind. Chio deftly jumped back, managing to dodge and squat when black projectiles flew over her head, but 3 needles managed to pierce the hem of her cape and injure her right leg. She, after all, did not become more agile with age. And Sakura had to grit her teeth, pull on her gloves tighter and, as practice showed, successfully maneuver between dangerous magnetic weapons on all fours. Sometimes on her feet, sometimes on her hands, alternately. And the inner Haruno mentally received a heavy sledgehammer to the head for poisonous, mocking, despite the situation, jokes, like, "The old man is testing us for flexibility, for the future." Her limbs ached painfully, filled with lead, her delicate skin was covered with bruises and bloody wounds, as during the most severe survival training with Tsunade Shisho, but she was calmed by the fact that there was no poison, and she could heal such a trifle. She had to endure. Look, a web of iron sand flies along an incomprehensible, distorted trajectory right behind her. And she cannot turn around, so as not to lose precious minutes. And what minutes, seconds, moments? Jump to the right, kneel down, pulling the other leg in a lunge, and, overcoming the pain in the pierced calf, somersault forward, make a detour and run further, into the depths of the dark shelter, if only these needles did not pierce her heels. Sakura was very lucky then. If it weren't for the small heel on her boot, she wouldn't have been able to run. The thick needle instantly went through the shoe, so much so that Haruno even stumbled and almost hit the floor with her nose, if she hadn't regrouped and somersaulted back. She, and the elder too, in all this running from death, did not even pay attention to Sasori, the Sandame's puppet and the surrounding background. Chio cursed quietly through her teeth when a heavy boulder almost fell right on her, and ran towards the light, to the exit from here. And it was about 15 meters to run to it. They should have lured Sasori there, to the open area, where it was much easier to fight, his movements and attacks were visible, and where there was less chance of dying from a collapse, but Sasori didn't move anywhere, and Sakura wasn't even visible in the darkness. Although, it seemed that she could be detected by her heavy and ragged breathing, it was on her that the grandson concentrated most of his strength. Of course, it would be more logical for her to also get out to freedom, and not run deep into the shelter, but black sand was flying from all sides and there was no time for strategies. Sakura was almost behind Akasuna. She managed to keep an eye on the needles, which, by the way, had almost died down against the general background and no longer posed a particular danger, and the stones falling on her head. Of course, it was pitch black here, pitch black, but the sand was black, but shiny, and, like stones, it dived with a loud whistle, so it was difficult to dodge, but possible. Tsunade-sensei had trained her well in dodging. There, if she even touched you with a finger, you would fly about 30 meters and break through a couple of trees behind you. Sakura, in principle, had never gone beyond sparring with a stronger opponent, and therefore a fight to the death with one Akatsuki made her involuntarily cringe, mentally curl up into a ball and renounce the world. But she had to, she promised herself, Tsunade Shisho, Naruko, in the end. Although fear did not stop her from assessing the real strength of her opponent, testing him by tooth and slowly hatching a strategy for victory in her head fast and as problematic as possible, because she really had few antidotes. Akasuna's skill was fascinating in itself, how deftly and easily he controlled the doll with his fingers, with what an impenetrable face he attacked. The impulsive Kankuro's abilities were far from the Red Scorpion, far. But it is understandable. Only he seemed too young to resemble a 35-year-old man. Maybe by his character, his imperturbable gaze, yes, but certainly not by his face and build. A guess settled in Haruno's head, he could have made his body like a doll's, but what if he also had some special abilities like the element of magnetism? Maybe Chiyoba-sama doesn't know much about her dear grandson? It seems he has more aces up his sleeve than his hands. And Sakura was convinced of this. Pain burned her lungs when she only approached Akasuna. She hesitated for a second, and at first did not understand either from the long run or from the poison that somehow got into her body, but dumbfounded, she blinked, jumped high with her leg over his head and hit him with the same loud, but hoarse Sutenkyaku. And Sasori deftly dodged, jumping back. The doll quickly absorbed the iron sand. Above his head, it gradually acquired other odarani. Sakura squinted, trying to see, and almost joyfully exhaled, catching her breath. The puppeteer did not pay attention to her yet, but this meant that his target was Chiyoba. By the way, she almost managed to run out of the shelter with the same 2 combat dolls. No oh! Sakura screamed as a whole heap of black sand rained down on the elder. The ceiling and walls shook, threatening to collapse completely. And the dolls disappeared into the darkness, accompanied by the plaintive cracking of wood and the frantic beating of the hearts of the 2 kunoichi. Naruko unconsciously closed her eyes and covered her face with her hands as 2 clay spiders exploded in front of her nose. Oh my! She barely managed to jump to the left, but the Chunin vest was noticeably scorched on the right side. The skin was burned by the flames, and Kakashi-sensei, surprisingly in sync with his inner bass voice, shouted, "Take it off!" Groaning and hissing curses under her breath, Naruko got rid of the vest with chagrin, almost scorching one blonde tail. She'll cut her hair off. Sakura probably feels much more comfortable with short hair, so she'll cut it off the same way before that idiot has time to target her hair. That's right. She'll burn his long blonde locks at the stake. And make a voodoo doll. With his explosive clay, yes. The ash-haired man landed next to him, breathing heavily. Covering his Sharingan with his hand, he tried unsuccessfully to stop the blood from his eye. It was hard. The first attempt was unsuccessful, he only grabbed the tail of the dojutsu. The bird's body exploded, and the student's scream almost drowned out the already not very bright thoughts in his head. But it was lucky that this Akatsuki took the Jinchuriki's body. He created a new bird in 3 seconds and again placed the body in the underbeak of the flying one, with a visible grin, irritating the agitated Jinchuriki. And there is no connection now, to contact Guy, and it is unknown what is happening with Sakura and the elder. Simply charming. And again the spiders with their mobile and fast legs fly. Kakashi, without waiting for them to land, imbues the senbons with right ton chakra and pins them to the ground. Yes, Doton is weaker than right ton, and that's a fact. Deidara's situation is unenviable. After all, it was difficult to fight the Kazekage first, then seal the tailed beast for 3 days and now defend his position. More precisely, the body in maroon rags with red hair. Tsukuri noted with displeasure that he almost lost his second hand if he had not replaced himself with a clone. Yes, it took a lot of effort, but it was better than being almost completely unarmed. He doesn't have mouths on his legs. And for some reason, he had a bad feeling about Sasori-sama. No, seriously, he couldn't have lost to some girl and an old woman there, could he? He would have been stomping around down there long ago, grumbling discontentedly about the time he'd wasted on some weaklings, whom he didn't even want to finish off after the poison, they looked so pitiful. And on the other hand, what if those sounds that were distantly coming from the shelter indicated that his situation was very bad? After all, he didn't have great physical strength or Doton to thunder his blows like that. The girl, then, or what? The pink-haired one? And Deidara, when he's convinced of this, will definitely be disappointed in Dan, and he seemed so strong, inspired such respect. A grin involuntarily colored his bloody lips. Deidara spat and began to mold a new creation, picking clay out of his own large bird with tired fingers. True, it won't explode now, but that's not so important. In their clearing, in a word, there's stone and slag, strewn on top with grass and small flowers, beautiful, but there's definitely no clay in the soil. Not in the right amount and not in the top layer. Centipedes. 3. They fly, beautifully fly down, clinging precisely to Uzumaki. Well, her vest was set on fire, so now let her fry too. So much so that the smell of skin and blood would be everywhere. Cats. She screams, making a seal. Her body flies apart in pieces, here is a leg, there is a clump of hair, there is clothing. But Deidara frowns. He may be a new censor, but his eyes see everything perfectly. She was making substitution seals. And yes, pieces of wood, like rain, continue their way to the ground. Shows the middle finger and shouts something. Deidara's ears are blocked by the whistling wind, and he, in general, doesn't care about her speech. Her eyes shine no worse than the left eye of the copy, an annoying guy, clearly stronger and more experienced. But Deidara does not want to die, does not want to give up his position. And there is nowhere to run, and there is no point, he is not a pathetic coward. The mouths on his hands are already chewing pieces of clay unnoticed, and for them it is as if he is crouched on one knee, breathing heavily, and releases another portion of explosive beasts. Spiders are the fastest, and some of them, unnoticed, have attached themselves to the paws of a bird and the body of a former Jinchuriki, waiting for their time. He's not that easy to hurt. Kakashi had to accept that this missing nin, even though he was missing an arm and more than half of his chakra, had quite rightly defeated the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed. He had power, and quite a bit. And it was very difficult to fight against him, a specific opponent, in every sense. But you can't explain it to Naruko, and it's creepy to turn around to look at her, her eyes are like a wind-up doll. Uzumaki said with displeasure, almost growled, that Kyubi was no help to her now, neither with her body nor with her chakra, because the Kirakukii would simply come apart like glass beads strung on a thin thread. Hatake nodded, mentally noticing the enemy frozen in thought, also inactive, and asked Naruko to try the sabotage with the clones again. After all, they were useful, they took a lot of clay for destruction and, as a matter of fact, like the original, they handled the futon quite skillfully at a long distance. He had seen her perform this technique once, and with satisfaction he realized that yes, it began to act faster and at a longer distance, about 10 meters. But it seemed that the nuke nin was already almost at the limit. The long-range technique of the futon cannot be reflected by bombs, so he, having broken away from the bird, flew somewhere back. Naruko tried to create more clones, but judging by the face twisted in pain, this was her limit. "I'll take care of Akatsuki, and you get Gaara." The bird swooped down with a roar, raising a column of dust. Well, the main thing is that it didn't explode. Naruko made a face, rubbing her tense eyelids, and, nodding sullenly, wandered towards the Kazekage's body, throwing out a quiet, "seal him later, alive." Kakashi barely caught the silhouette of the missing nin in the dust. Lightning began to crackle in his hand as usual, enveloping his hand almost to the elbow. He didn't even resist, he fell right away, screaming. And then he began to shine, like a seal burning before an explosion. Hatake, his eyes wide, jumped to the side, hiding behind a fairly strong tree trunk. Splinters and dust covered the space with a thick curtain, but closing their eyes would have been stupid for both of them. The ash-haired one didn't even have time to blink, as white spiders rushed along his back, freezing near the inside of his knees. Without bending over, you can't tear them off, clever. Hatake quickly changed and soared into the air, pushing off from a branch. He quickly folded the seals that were etched in his memory during the battle in the Land of Waves. Suiton, Suryudan no Jutsu. The formed water dragon rises above the clearing and descends upon it in one go. The trees are swept away by their roots, as if by a strong flood. The shinobi's shadow slides on, running away, Hatake after him. In the pouch, a small sealing scroll is waiting in the wings, which is used only after the second hand is eliminated by Kamui. Amazingly, it does not scream, only howls briefly and hisses, cursing. The blood, surprisingly, does not spurt like a fountain, but flows like wine from a leaking jug. But I hope he doesn't die. The blonde bends over to the fallen pouch and turns it over, shaking his teeth, fishing out the last, small piece of clay. Kakashi, to be honest, would like to have such a shinobi as an ally, not an enemy. He will resist to the last, even if the forces are unequal. The nuke nin begins to chew him, like the mouse on his hands until recently. Well, I lost, I realize it, he grins discontentedly, defiantly, looking straight at me, but not at my left eye, as if it wasn't there. But my bombs can go off after death, and after a verbal order. Cats. Naruto is in a hurry like never before. The headache passed in a second, which allowed him to believe in life again and pick up the pace. The bird's tail is strong only with Rasengan, does it flake like papier-mâché and tear into pieces. It smells unpleasant, the clay is damp, sticky like plasticine, clouds of dust fly from behind, and a good piece of wood treacherously flies into his back and hits his vertebrae unpleasantly. But Naruto doesn't even notice. You can't go any further with techniques unless you slightly pry it with chakra, otherwise it's like super glue. Kuyu, he drawls pitifully. Give me a little chakra, free his body. She didn't know that he could also block her chakra channel system. Touchy, though. A loud, almost doomed sigh. Choke on it, but I warned you. The fingers immediately feel strong, and the claws lengthen beyond the possibility of breaking. The hands furiously tear him out of the clay that has hardened like jelly, and the eyes water as soon as you glance at his serene face with deep bruises under his eyes that have settled like black holes. Kazekage. Why didn't you wait? There's a grinding sound in her head, the sound of pouring water, Kurama's silent snoring. Naruto can't calm down, and the demon, at least. But a wave of calm rolls over her, and her feelings are slightly dulled. Thank you very much, Kurama, for your calm. It was oh so necessary right now. But instead of smiling back at the blonde, the demon's ears perk up comically and his eye twitches. Killing this is not enough. Naruto, he hoarsely squeezes out of himself, growling. Move, this dot is about to explode. Uzumaki swallows loudly, noticing the spiders quickly crawling out from the bird's paws, and tries to pull out the almost free Gaara, but his legs are still clenched. Squinting and mentally cursing, he quickly blushes, hugging the body by the waist and pressing his cheek to the pale neck. Heavy. And cold. She barely manages to jump back when the spider almost catches up with her, but it doesn't hold on for long. Somewhere through the cotton wool from afar comes cats, and the spider flares up as usual, as if lit by a match. Having grouped herself, the kunoichi presses the body under herself and tries convulsively to fold her trembling fingers into a seal, because it is useless to search in the pouch. Fuin. Savior. A weak dome covers them and collapses from an explosion. Naruko coughs from the dust that got into her mouth and crumples Gaara's burgundy robe in her hands, soaked in blood. She practically lies on it, her knees catching the line of her hips. Her lower lip trembles, and on the periphery of her consciousness, the fox blurts out something soothing and turns off the connection, leaving her to hysteria. And rightly so. Why should he hear her sobbing? And how could he calm her down? Now, no way. Choking in hysterics, he hears approaching footsteps. Oddly enough, not just Kakashi-sensei. My hands are shaking, as are my lips. Chiyoba-sama. Sakura shouts in a breaking voice, hoping to hear an answer. Kami has not rewarded her with patience, so she rushes to another corner of the shelter, to the saving light, ignoring even Sasori's presence. She runs past him at a distance of 5 meters, and feels his sharp, scrutinizing gaze right on her back. Yes. His eyes convey much more emotion than his face. Would he really kill his grandmother with such a stone face? And in my head, his words spoken between the battle and the emotion that was reflected on Sakura's face pop up. I would call myself a person who could not become a doll to the end. I am an unfinished doll, in whose lifeless body a heart beats. I am neither dead nor alive. Confusion. Women like to do useless things, don't they? Even if we are related by blood like we are, I won't feel anything if grandma dies here. My heart is just an organ. Surprise. Do you want to become like me? Then perhaps you'll understand what I'm talking about. A body that doesn't decompose, a doll's body that can be rebuilt again and again, freed from the shackles of mortal life. Understanding. Yes, Sakura understood and saw the advantages of the doll body, but Akasuna, apparently, did not calculate the disadvantages. He is incapable of feeling. No pain, no joy, no compassion, no doubt. All the emotions on his face are fake, no more, no less. Although, it is not for her to judge what the puppeteers think. The sand parted before her eyes and floated away somewhere back to the creator. But Sakura didn't care. She ran up to the elder and stared at her hand in surprise. It was fake, made of light wood, and with a creaking sound it couldn't connect the joints back together, still blazing with blue chakra. a reliable shield. Haruno noticed that iron grains of sand, like nasty insects, were crawling inside the iron rods. Oh, I couldn't imagine, Chiyoba, that you would decide to partially transform yourself into a doll. Great puppeteers think alike, don't they? Sasori spoke surprisingly respectfully. But now you are deprived of your right hand, the iron sand will not allow you to calmly control the puppets. The elder snorted in displeasure, detaching his arm at the elbow joint. And the puppeteers think alike. But I'm already pretty fed up with all this. Do you want freedom so much? Good. Let's fix the environment and the landscape. You are the first ones who were able to captivate me in battle longer than the Sandaime Kazekage. But, as you can see, his strength was not enough to win. Sakura looked inquisitively at the movements of the puppeteer's fingers. So let's see which of you can last longer. Satetsu Keshu, Tsuchi, geometric figures began to transform rapidly from the same sand, dangerously towering over Akasuna's head. Sakura's mouth opened in surprise. Do you want to join my collection with this little one, huh, Chiyo? The pink-haired girl blushed at her nickname. A compliment. Chiyo was beside her, sealing the dolls in a scroll. Yeah, they were useless now. Chiyo-sama, the kunoichi squeezed out. Your dolls are no longer combat ready, so you can use me. It will be easier with a living doll, and the sand won't affect me. Sakura, she pursed her lips, looking down at the mon on her back, are you sure? I won't be able to protect you completely, yes, even though the elder was a strong puppeteer, but now she is deprived of one arm, and control over her body will be half-hearted. And you don't have to, was all the kunoichi managed to say before small areas of her skin felt slightly cold. Sakura pulled her gloves tighter out of habit and took a deep breath, closing her eyelids. Well, now is my time, her voice said with frightening fearlessness as her eyes opened and shone a bright green. To show my strength. That I am worthy of being Tsunade Shisho's student. That it was not in vain that Kakashi-sensei and Naruko relied on me, she mentally finished, tearing herself away. A huge figure, shaped like a square, flew straight at her. Sakura, subordinated by Chiyoba, jumped high, ignoring the pain in her tendons and muscles, and swung her fist, well saturated with chakra. Bull. Crack. Baba. The figure flew off like a rubber ball hitting the floor and crashed into the ceiling, piercing it all the way through. Stones flew from above. Sasori was amazed, the raised red eyebrow was a direct confirmation of this. Well, now it was clear why she had so easily torn apart Hiriko's shell. And the shelter stone with the main seal. But this power was not her real one, all this was just a matter of perfect chakra control. He knew one woman with such perfect control, Tsunade Senju. Could it be that this pink-haired girl turned out to be a good student, like sensei? Okay, the missing nin became interested. With the movements of his fingers, the figure acquired the shape of an elongated triangle, directed at an acute angle towards him. Sadatsuso, Akasuna drawls barely audibly, and the figure immediately begins to spin like a top. The grandma's puppeteer skills helped the pink-haired girl dodge, otherwise her bones would have been collected from the floor long ago. But she suddenly jumps up from behind and kicks her foot, driving the drill into the floor. Everything around trembles and shakes. A couple more of her blows, and the opposite side wall copies the hole at the entrance. Sakura, apparently, is already under the weak control of the elder, but she attacks herself and, however, she herself dodges quite deftly. Yes, the figured iron sand is very strong upon impact, but not against such destructive force. Sasori cancels the technique exactly when the very emboldened pink-haired girl approaches herself and with a kick of her foot sends the column, which fell almost on her head, up to the ceiling. Finally, unable to bear such mockery, he collapses right on their heads. Sasori, in general, doesn't care, but he finds himself under the open sky, his head thrown back, and laughing hoarsely. The rivals, yes, not weaklings, but quite worthy of battle, although it is impossible to say out loud, tensed up, exchanging glances. Did they really get along so quickly? You, I admit, have entertained me well. But jokes aside, it's high time for me to go, and he falls silent, looking at the granny with almost interest. She, with one hand, without waiting, fishes out of her pouch a small scroll with a green-violet border and a leather-braided rope. Oh, is this what I'm thinking about now? 10 dolls in white robes with special seals on their foreheads appeared behind a thick curtain of smoke in a couple of seconds. Chikamatsu dolls? Yes, they are strong. But it will be incredibly difficult to control them with one hand. Difficulties do not stop me, dear grandson, the old woman smiles. With the help of these dolls, I have captured more than one fortress. It's amazing, 10 dolls. The pink-haired girl blurts out unconsciously, in a word, 2 of them cover her, like a shield. It's all about skill, Akasuna explains to her kindly, hiding a grin behind his high collar. A true puppeteer can control puppets not only with chakra threads, but also with thoughts and willpower. These are your most powerful combat puppets, but, the Nooknin slowly unbuttons his black cloak. It's been a while. I haven't had to use myself. Haruno stares at Sasori's puppet body. He is, a puppet. A living puppet of himself. Chiyoba explains, surprisingly holding back her words and emotions, that his only weak point is the cylinder on the left side of his sternum, with the kanji for scorpion. In the opening of his stomach is a retractable mechanical hook, lubricated with poison, with a stinger on the end. Iron mechanical wings stick out from behind his back. A lump lodges in his throat. Yeah. How can I explain this? I couldn't deal with a pathetic girl and a decrepit old woman for so long. Just think, I even had to use my last trump card. I once subjugated an entire country with these dolls. He spoke as if into the void, but he deeply hurt Haruno's feelings. Inside her, everything was burning with indignation, but yes, they were as good as each other for Sasori, at least that's what it seemed at first glance. Now the games are over and it would be necessary to deal with him quickly, before we grab extra doses of poison. And there are only 2 antidotes. Sakura, without thinking twice, quietly approached the elder and put the antidote in her pouch, whispering that she would definitely have to use it. If that were the case, then Akasuna would have to be defeated within 3 minutes. Until the poison was no longer dangerous. Sakura decided that she would not take the antidote until she got hurt and then she would have to fearlessly go for the ram. Oh. Why did she do this? Sasori has dozens of chakra threads coming out of a special hole, and Sakura's eyes widen in amazement at the dolls that fill the sky. All of them made of dark wood, wearing maroon capes and holding katanas at the ready. But no, there were senbons, and kunais somewhere. If all of this is saturated with poison, then you'll have to survive. And take the antidote, contrary to your thoughts, right away, otherwise there's a big risk of bending over in the middle of the fight and dying right away. And now it was time for the most terrible battle, in Sakura's opinion. Everything was mixed up, the elder's puppets, and the missing Nin's puppets. Sakura ran straight towards Sasori, who was standing on a dais, on his flexible, movable rope from his stomach. His eyes were watching everything that was happening attentively, searchingly, and from the holes in his palms, a cutting stream of fire or water came out every now and then. And that is why the puppets were flying at Haruno in dozens, and the elder got the natural disaster. But, even with the protection of 2 puppets, Haruno quickly received a senbon in the shoulder and a kunai in the side. She had to, cursing, inject herself with an antidote in the thigh and heal the wound in the side on the run. So. Take it, and the last clothes will be cut. Punch one into the floor with her fist, and, pushing off the floor with her palm, kick 2 dolls at once. The wood cracked as it was broken into splinters. Running was getting harder with each passing minute. Biting her lip, Sakura crushed the head of 1 doll and counted the seconds. The 105th was already passing, and she only had 15 dolls to her credit. And it wasn't worth turning around to see the rest of the Chikamatsu elders, they were clearly throwing away 5 of them at a time. But the fewer the puppets, the stronger Sasori's control over them and the more often he used elemental techniques. Yes, he didn't want to have to fix his dolls later, because of himself. When 10 puppets flew at the kunoichi at once, she furiously slammed one into the floor, which scratched her stomach with a katana, completely distracted by it. To her shame, she did not even hear them, they easily disappeared into the general background. As soon as Sakura turned around and prepared to run, the backs of 3 Chikamatsu dolls suddenly appeared before her eyes. Having folded seals, they used one technique, instantly sucking in those attackers, as if in a spatial trap. These moments were enough for her to catch her breath a little. Her leg was cut open near the ankle and bleeding, and there was absolutely no time to heal. Suppressing the pain with titanic efforts, the pink-haired girl turned around and, limping, ran straight to Akasuna. In her hand was the Fuin lock given to her by Chiyo-sama. It would immediately block the outflow of chakra. They were only less than 2 meters apart when Senbon rained down on Haruno from above, and 2 dolls from the side. Sakura, mentally cursing, ran around Sasori and grabbed the rope tenaciously, pulling the sharp end out of the ground. The gloves were immediately torn by the sharp metal, but there was no point in stopping. She had to wrap it up to the elbow, spin around on her heels a couple of times, and yank Akasuna into the ground. The wings behind his back opened completely, slashing her other leg. Sakura hissed painfully when both legs trembled in pain, but stubbornly pulled the rope towards herself. 3 seconds. 2. 1. A Fuin seal was pulled from his pocket and pressed to his chest with a jerk. Sure Haiko! Sakura screamed hoarsely and fell on her back when Akasuna staggered back. Yes, the technique lives up to its name. With a lion's roar, the seal increased in size and nailed the red-haired man's body to the rest of the wall, and the living core in his chest fell out somewhere else in flight. Kami, she clenched her hands into fists, not trying to get up and suppress the trembling. Let alone stop the bleeding in her hand, she even managed to lose both of her shoes. We did it. I wouldn't be so sure about that. The doll in the maroon cape, lying next to Sakura, jerked her hands sharply and slowly jumped up from her place. She picked up the broken sword from the floor. Sasori easily plunged it into Haruno's side, towering over her. Sakura screamed, coughing hoarsely. The antidote had long since stopped working. The poison was slowly spreading through her body, familiar, unpleasant, as if even the Kirakukii were being sealed from the purple liquid. You feel, to be honest, like a kitten abandoned to be torn apart by a mad dog. Somewhere on the periphery of consciousness, you can hear Chiyo-sama's muffled cry and someone's painfully familiar voice. Not even one. Sakura lies on the ground, immobilized by the poison, for an unknown amount of time, trying to gather her eyes into a pile. But then the angle changes abruptly. Sakura is carefully lifted into their arms, and she uncontrollably clasps her fingers on her white shirt, staining it with her own blood. Breathing hoarsely, she sees a cloudy shroud and lavender eyes in front of her. And she feels an injection in her leg. Darkness. Sakura is standing behind, very close, her eyes fixed on the hunched figure of her friend. Her back, covered in wounds, was healing with a hiss before her eyes. Her shoulders were shaking slightly. Her tangled and damp blonde hair was hanging on barely untied elastic bands. Her legs were all covered in dirt and white clay, and her hands, with skin cracked from her own chakra, were placed on someone else's chest, desperately squeezing the burgundy fabric, in a futile attempt to push at least a drop of life into the lifeless body. Naruto used to seem like a second son, something like an angel for Sakura herself, always cheerful, happy, smiling even when it seemed like the situation was shitty and there was no way out at all. She never gave up, she gnawed this way out with her teeth, broke all the walls and boundaries of prudence with her own hands, made friends and found friends in those who were sworn enemies. She knew how to love and desperately wanted to protect what was dear to her heart. It seemed that Uzumaki, so bright and strong, had huge white wings behind her back, only she hid them deliberately. And now, these wings turned black, faded, and dragged behind her back like a wet rag. And she cried. Sakura had never seen her tears, well, never. If her soul healed as quickly as her body, everything would be simpler. Sakura is a medic. And she is able to understand that neither heart massage, nor artificial respiration, nor healing chakra will help. Well, not at all. Haruno collects the pitiful remains of chakra and, leaning on the friendly shoulder of Niji, who came to her aid so timely, with trembling fingers tries to heal the through wound in her shoulder, somehow earned in the fight. Although, she was not ready for that dull whirlwind, that is why she managed to catch all the throwing weapons, not without a dose of poison, in the first seconds. Sakura was not selfish, but belatedly came the thought that now she really needed it more. Among everyone she looked like a beaten dog and almost half-naked, thanks to Tenten, who had shoes and a jacket in reserve. If Chiyoba had not injected the antidote then, she would have had a hard time. 3 minutes flew by like 1 second, didn't give me time to recover, didn't help. Sakura almost coped and lost consciousness, with a smile on her bloody lips. She had already proven to herself that she was not a weakling, that she was capable of more, but it still wasn't enough, no matter how hard she tried. Akasuna was not her level opponent, he was taller, more experienced, stronger, more cunning. Take it. But there was still a chance. She just didn't calculate the time, didn't have time, didn't foresee it. She so carelessly weakened her defense when a pleasant thought about victory overwhelmed her head, only then it poisoned her, literally and figuratively. If Niji and Tenten hadn't arrived in time, Sasori probably would have finished her off, or would have made a living doll out of her with a lifeless look. And then he would have set her on her own comrades. Horror, you can't even think about it. But she was amused by Kakashi-sensei's smiling look and his light, "Well done, I'm proud of you." And just think that this phrase raised her mood to a higher level, and her cheeks flushed so much that you couldn't hide them with your hair, they hung like icicles, dirty, in dust and grains of iron sand. Now it wouldn't hurt to take a hot bath and get some good treatment. The sobs of her friend were getting louder, turning into sobbing, sobered Haruno, pushed her away from her thoughts that had gone far in the wrong direction. And all the friends were standing nearby on the floor of the torn-up clearing, behind which a white clay bird without a rider was lying solemnly, and were silent, keeping their distance. It seemed that only Kakashi was standing closest to Uzumaki, right behind him, so that, if something happened, he could suppress the Kyuubi chakra right away. His entire silhouette, Sakura staring piercingly at his back, was saturated with bitterness. Yes, the mission had failed, the Kazekage had been killed, the tailed beast had been taken by Akatsuki, and Uzumaki should be held tightly so that the thought of stealing the body would not come to mind. And what, she could very well have thought about such a thing in all seriousness. Soon as troops were running from behind to help. It was too late. Temari's eyes widened in defeat and she began to sob dully into Kankura's shoulder. Both stand at a distance. No, they won't allow themselves to raise their eyes to the dead body of their younger brother. Somewhere in the distance, 2 girls are howling, sniffling through their stuffy noses, and howling in one voice, "Gaara-sama." Sakura lazily turns her head in their direction. She feels sorry for them, but not as much as she feels sorry for Naruto. Naruto is torn from the inside. Breaking ribs, twisting souls, shaking, destroying. The hand with the blackened mark is pulsating so much that you just want to tear it off so it doesn't hurt. Kurama is silent. And rightly so. She just has no words. This pain is simply incomparable with her entire past, with all the tears in her pillow, the beatings. Yes, your mother. It's such a trifle, her unhappy past. It will be forgotten, she has almost forgotten. The man she wanted to connect her life with died. And she was there and did not save him. She was one of the first to know about it, she rushed at full speed, but it was not enough. She did not hold that happiness in her hands, and it flew away like a bird from an open cage. The hatred for Akatsuki grew with every second, the only joy was that one was killed and the other captured. If only Jiraiya had taken her on reconnaissance. She would have destroyed everything there, swept away all the shelters. The body seemed to have cooled down. Naruko almost fell on it. Carefully lifting the red head, she placed it on her lap. Other people's looks angered her. Right now, when she wanted privacy so much. To say what she had to. He didn't deserve to die. He didn't deserve such a fate. The first words, hoarse, quiet, broke the long silence and someone else's sobs. Who it was, Naruko guessed, but she really didn't want to look at anyone now, so as not to run into someone else's sympathy. Slowly blinking, Naruko continued, "It was you, the people of Sunagakure, who doomed him to such suffering." "Why him?" Tears involuntarily flowed again in a stream, and her eyes were already wildly red. "Why did he become a Jinchuriki? Why did you decide this for him? And, take it, why weren't you in his place?" The last phrase went through the elder's heart like sandpaper. She immediately understood that Naruko was addressing her specifically. Not the squad that had come running, not all the Suna shinobi in general, but specifically her. Yes, Naruko definitely heard their conversation with Kakashi. And she is so angry that it seems she would easily attack now, overwhelmed by despair. Blindly, indiscriminately, catching her own, because Chiyo stands at a distance, her head bowed and her eyes covered with even bangs. From all glances. She has nothing to answer to this, she understands this perfectly well. She is sorry too. In fact, the last time she felt sorry was when her grandson left the village, when his parents died and when she could not help the child in any way, remaining, it seems, the only close person, but so distant that she herself is disgusted. And Chiyo tried to destroy this erected barrier of alienation, always tried to justify Sasori, even when he ran away, and even now, when he turned himself into a doll. Even when Sandaime disappeared and doubts crept into her head, she justified him as best she could, became known in her society as a vindictive and a nasty old woman, but was true to herself, her dear and beloved grandson, the village. Dry lips twitched and closed in a smile. Her body was still aching from the poison and abrasions, so, take it, she had nothing left to lose. Sakura hears heavy footsteps to the right and glances to the side. The elder approaches Naruko with a grim determination on his face. Naruko's teeth are grinding loudly and her hands are clenched into fists, but she remains silent, obediently silent, even though it is clear that she still has a lot to say. Chiyoba brings her hand to Gaara's chest, which instantly glows with a light blue glow. This is not a simple medical technique, and even if it were, it would be useless to even try. Niji activates the Byakugan and quietly whispers, "Incredible." Sakura, in sincere surprise, opens her green eyes and catches Kakashi-sensei's mixed gaze. With a spark of understanding, she nods, lowering her head. The elder patched up Sakura's fatal wound thanks to this technique. And the price of such a powerful jutsu is too high to go from hand to hand among the other medic nin. A switch clicks in Haruno's brain, and she realizes, not without a desperate sigh, that she was the one who received both ampoules of the antidote. And the elder had already, practically speaking, voluntarily sacrificed her life. She simply couldn't have avoided getting a single scratch during the entire fight. Naruto really wanted to hit her. For some reason, right now, nothing bothered her. But these open manipulations with medical chakra of an unusual color made her clench her teeth and keep quiet, sitting next to her, very close to grab her by the throat. Kakashi-sensei wouldn't have time to pull her away, yeah. And this old woman is not so useless, Kurama dryly interrupted her thoughts. She is trying to resurrect him. What? Is this even real? Uzumaki looked at him incredulously, but somehow differently. It immediately caught my eye that Chiyo wanted to say something, but couldn't. She lowered her head, chewed her lips, squeezing out grains from her chakra reserves, depleted by the battle. It was hard not to notice that she, in addition, was missing one arm. You check. Naruko obediently poured chakra into her eyes, squinting for a second in pain, and sobbed in shock when she saw a small blue coal of energy that was lit up near her solar plexus, while the elder's, on the contrary, was going out. And even then, it was already somehow weak and small, as if half of her life force had already been out of her. Sakura, Naruko glanced at everyone standing nearby, had some kind of mixed energy. She was being treated. No, that's not it, she was practically resurrected. On this new rescue mission, she almost lost her friend. Just wonderful, your mother, and what other stunning discoveries will happen today? You're resurrecting him with a forbidden technique, Naruko rasped dryly. Her voice was weak from sobbing. It seemed like she had cried so much that her eyes would just flow out. At the very least, even just blinking was uncomfortable now. She hated this weakness in public, but she couldn't help herself. Chio said, parting her dry lips. I'm glad that in the world of shinobi, which we, old men, created, people like you appeared. Her chakra was rapidly fading, and Naruko silently placed her hands on top of hers. She knew roughly how to share only her chakra. The blue flame of the medical chakra increased threefold, flashing a poisonous orange for a couple of seconds. Kurama mentally gritted his teeth. Be careful, slacker. I made so many mistakes in the past. But it seems like at least in the end I was able to do something right. Hidden sand and hidden leaf. Their future will not be like the past. As Kakashi said, this feature of yours can become a power that can change the future. You would have been a great Hokage, but know that the sands of Sunagakure will accept you. Naruko shuddered, forcing out a friendly smile. For some reason, she felt like laughing now. Sakura, the elder, addressed Haruno. She blinked rapidly, trying to suppress the urge to cry. Next time, don't risk your life for some old woman, but rather protect those you love. You are very similar to me. There are very few brave women in the world, but if you want, you can surpass your teacher in medical techniques. Her voice gradually died down, acquiring a hissing note. Haruno slowly peeled herself off Niji's friendly shoulder and decided to approach them. Behind her were her comrades, ripe grass smeared in blood, and a clay bird without a rider. And her unforgettable opponent, who had given her enormous combat experience, sealed in a special scroll. Defeated. Taking a deep breath, the kunoichi nodded. It was, after all, her duty to protect and heal those she respected and loved, and the elder, without realizing it, had managed to get into the circle of close people during the half-hour fight. And so, a couple of minutes later, Chio bowed her head, held by Sakura, and died with a smile on her lips. And Gaara opened his eyes. When a blonde figure suddenly fell in front of Orochimaru, almost breaking the floor with his feet, he remained silent. When this same figure with a loud grumbling, vividly described one black male, seasoning her speech with sharp obscene exclamations, he also remained silent. When his personal assistant, Itachi, with desperately sad eyes, settled down behind his left shoulder, for some reason without an umbu vest, and mentally signaled, "Don't let me go with her anymore, please," he was also silent. And it wasn't because he wanted to remain silent. He simply couldn't get a word in. He sipped cold tea from a mug brought by his secretary, Jirobo, and lazily sorted through the papers Kabuto had brought in a minute ago into piles. And he wanted to tell a lot of things. About the kidnapping of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, about Uzumaki running to help, and about the fact that not a single message had come from them yet. Kakashi. As if he had decided to deliberately get on his nerves, he should rest for a week on D-rank missions, maybe his conscience would clear. But no, it would be better to send him for a full medical examination, to treat his old wounds. For a week. And take away all the books, yeah. Hey, what's wrong? Tsunade looked at him suspiciously. The dreamy grin instantly disappeared from his face, and his gaze returned to its usual sobriety. Nothing. You're a bit early. Were you even listening to what I was saying? She narrowed her eyes suspiciously, and her hands somehow clenched into fists and filled with chakra. Tsunade blinked and recovered. A reflex. Did he sign the contract? Snake asked directly. It's just that she never mentioned it during the entire 10-minute monologue. Of course he signed it. Haim exclaimed, proudly handing over the gold-edged scroll. Orochimaru ran his eyes over the lines, assessed the authenticity of the signature and the square seal, and contentedly put it away in the table, under the concealing barrier. What are his conditions? On official paper, of course, a dry formality, nothing more. And knowing how much the Yondaime dislikes Tsunade, and the Hokage too, he didn't agree just like that. Well? He asked one woman. The snake raised both eyebrows, expressing genuine surprise. Did you ask for her to be your slave? Finish the sentence, he demanded. One woman from the main branch of the Hyuga clan, Tsunade, gave in, scratching her bandaged ankle in irritation. There was no time to treat it then, and now I just forgot. A contract marriage? The snake clarified, mentally burying Senju somewhere behind the residence. What a shame, to agree to such a shitty condition. Well, at least I didn't ask for the nine-tailed Jinchuriki himself. That's already outdated, such contracts haven't been signed since the time of the founders. What could I do? I'll have to sacrifice the youngest, Hanabi. You can't imagine, Niji wanted to get his hands on this scumbag, for the Jinchuriki of the two-tailed one. The genius of the clan. I would have torn off his bells, but Itachi got in the way. Uchiha ignored the displeased look with a truly cold-blooded face. And the fact that he pulled these two madmen away from each other by their legs will remain an eternal secret. Actually, Hanabi will be the future head of the clan instead of the eldest, the snake corrected. Tsunade shrugged serenely. Well, then, Hinata, it's not so important. But now our villages will definitely be firmly connected. The snake thought about it. On the one hand, this is a really good reason for an alliance, but on the other hand, try to persuade Hayashi now. He is like a wild dog, he will pounce without asking, without pity, and without even thinking. He takes care of the women of his clan, of which, in general, there are not so many, very jealously. Especially his daughters. But the fate of her eldest daughter is less important than the fate of two villages. Okay. But you deal with all this. If you started this mess, then you'll have to clean it up yourself. The woman only sighed tiredly and brazenly took the glass of tea from her hands, draining it to the bottom in one gulp. Okay. But that's tomorrow, I'm up to my neck in the hospital right now, the checks alone are worth something. Senju began to fuss, and then suddenly stopped at the door. She slapped herself on the forehead and turned back. By the way, you kept quiet about Naruko. Is she on a mission? I didn't keep anything back, I just couldn't get a word in because of someone's chatter, boldly, even too boldly. Yes. On a mission to rescue the Kazekage. Tsunade flinched, blinked 10 times, and stared at Orochimaru with a dumbfounded look. Hell, even Itachi was more than a little surprised by what he heard. This is what it means to leave the village for almost a week. What do you mean? When? How? You let Naruto go as part of Team 7, right? Without Sasuke? Oh yeah, he's on a mission too, but he should be back any day now. Wait. Any news from them? Did they take at least one prisoner? Senju bombarded him with questions, almost sitting on his desk. She did sit down. The snake rolled his eyes, stubbornly trying to get an important document from under her ass. Itachi slipped out the door in the noise, anticipating a heart-to-heart talk with his superiors. Where? To have a drink. He couldn't say that he was upset or saddened by the news, but Naruto would remember this for a long time. And she would have to be kept in Konoha, away from Akatsuki. Uzumaki are like that, vengeful. Although, they are more vindictive, he knew this from Kushina-san, in relation to particularly tenacious enemies. Kisame wrote that Sasori had already found out about his false death. And Pain would probably decide to get rid of him. Although, no matter how many dangerous missions he had gone through, there was no trace of Akatsuki, and no one had ever attempted to kill him. On the one hand, it was good, but on the other, it was somehow too suspicious. Too many nerves, it was close to paranoia. Sitting in some cafe close to the residence and draining bowls one after another, he didn't even notice how some girl sat down next to him, smiling coquettishly. I have no time for you, he immediately brushed her off, clearing his throat. His throat was sore from the alcohol, and in his head were the same irritating thoughts that cockroaches were crawling into every corner, and no matter how you poison them, they are tenacious. The people nearby snorted resentfully, but did not leave, but pressed themselves against his hand with almost their entire body. Itachi irritably moved his shoulder and gave the clingy person a truly frightening look. It worked. And also Ototo. He trains Junu with Godame's subordinates. And then lies unconscious for a long time, constantly rushes to go on long missions, rams, doesn't heal completely, and then resembles an irritating semblance of an under-armored mummy, created by the caring hands of Haruno Sakura. Communication with Sasuke was limited to night greetings, and rare morning ones, during breakfast. And then training missions. How Itachi wanted to take a vacation and at least for a couple of days get distracted from missions, talk to Ototo. But Orochimaru won't let him go. Itachi, of course, was not irreplaceable, but his honor is still tarnished by the past. And if back then, during the inauguration of Godame, people shouted enthusiastically and smiled, it was only because of the Sannin. It was because of him that Itachi was able to gain some trust from those around him, and it was impossible to stop halfway. An unexpected clap distracted him from his thoughts. Uchiha shuddered and squeezed the kunai in his hand. Right in front of his nose appeared a small yellow toad in a blue vest with a pale white hieroglyph for oil. A strong maroon ribbon was tied around its stomach, tying a small beige scroll. He didn't have to think long. A message from Naruko. It was strange, of course, that it was for him, but so be it. Itachi, and Sasuke too, had placed the Fuin seal on Naruko's skin before leaving the village. If only she had learned Hiraishin, she would have been like Minato-san. Hello, the toad saluted cheerfully. I'm Gamatsu, Naruchan's assistant. I have a letter from her. But first I want to eat. The toad looked around, squinting its small eyes in satisfaction. Yes, he was lucky to get right into the cafe. Itachi was sitting at a distant table behind a screen, so the appearance of the summoned animal went unnoticed. Eat later, business cannot wait, the brunette said crisply. Okay, the frog reluctantly handed over the message and sat down on the open menu. I want fish. And dango. Uchiha rolled up the scroll with a slight, fleeting smile. Well, I should go and make Hokage-sama and Tsunade-sama happy. But first, it would really be nice to have some dango. Gaara blinked, raised himself up on his elbows, and slowly looked around. Nearby stood the shinobi of Konoha, quite battered, but still standing, and the shinobi of his village in full combat readiness. They were joyfully shouting something, so much so that the words could not be understood. Some were crying, some were hugging. This not only surprised, but struck the dog to the depths of his soul. Here they are, his battle support, those for whom Gaara was ready to give his life back then, in the battle against Akatsuki. They wanted to help and sincerely rejoiced at his resurrection? Probably. Gaara himself did not understand how he swam out of some emptiness, previously completely broken and lost, having looked at the past that flew by. His chest was stabbing, pressing, squeezing. Longing, loneliness, despair. There was no physical pain, but moral. At least dive into the sea of hopelessness and silent anger, and choke on the tears of his past self. Yes, Gaara saw himself there, a small, lonely, and confused boy, inside of whom hatred was spreading in invisible waves. And in such a suspended state he spent about a week according to his feelings, and in reality a maximum of half an hour. It seemed impossible. It was putting unimaginable pressure on his blood vessels, his ribs. It was as if his hands didn't belong to him. He looked, he saw unusually clearly, but he couldn't make out reality. Somewhere he understood that he had died, somewhere he understood that the battle was lost, somewhere he even accepted it. He died devastated, exhausted, with the thought tugging at his tongue that he had not justified his hopes or the hopes of those who believed in him. The villagers, the brother and sister, the Uzumaki, their faces seemed to have been erased from memory. And Shikaku, after all. They had only just found a common language, and she scratched, growled, tried to bite through the bonds and not give in to the pressure of someone else's chakra, but her efforts were not enough. She fell asleep after some time, and the chakra flowed out of her slowly, even lazily. He didn't feel her presence, didn't hear her voice, and now it seemed that his head had become somehow empty, and his strength had decreased by half. And now, he's alive. He's sitting on the grass, trying to focus his vision. His legs are barely obeying him, his arms feel like they're filled with lead. Naruto is sitting next to him, her nose buried in his shoulder, muttering something under her breath. "I'm so glad." She suddenly exhaled loudly, and suddenly raising her head, she bit his lips, convulsively squeezing her fingers on the back of his head. The Kazekage, honestly, was taken aback for a second and even embarrassed by such a large number of spectators, but something inside him stirred in agreement, and his consciousness affirmatively shouted, "You've been waiting for this for a long time." In the background, they tactically coughed into their fists. Kankuro, the blonde, gritted her teeth in displeasure, peeling herself away from the lips of the silent Kazekage. "And what about me?" He shrugged serenely, smiling. "No time for sentimentality. Time to go home." Yes, Gaara rose from the ground with the help of support. He was disgustingly angry at his weakness, but he had no choice. His chakra reserves were noticeably depleted, and it would be difficult to get used to it. As soon as Gaara saw Elder Chio lying on the ground, being held by Sakura, he immediately understood everything. He didn't need any explanations, and even the joyful cries of his shinobi soon echoed with a nagging pain in his temples. He really had been resurrected. "All of us," the Kazekage said, glancing at everyone standing nearby. "Let's pray for Chiyoba-sama." Few people attended the farewell ceremony. The elder was buried in the Suna cemetery, not far from the previous Kage. Sakura, who had placed a carnation on the marble tombstone, adjusted her sun hat and sniffed. Kakashi-sensei, who was standing behind her, put a calming hand on her shoulder. She shuddered and half turned to him. He looked bad, his hands were bandaged, his left eye was broken, and she herself was not far behind him. Even as a medic, she could not immediately heal all the wounds. Sakura involuntarily wondered how quickly the battle with Sasori could have ended if Kakashi-sensei had helped. She died with dignity, as befits a shinobi. The ash-haired man gave his student a calm look. "You're right, Kakashi-sensei, it was the pure truth. For the village, for a peaceful future, for the Kazekage. It was a death worthy of a true ninja." Gaara spoke sedately 15 steps away, swallowing the words, "for the Kazekage of the village." It seemed too pompous, unnecessary, disrespectful, and he would gladly shove this text right up the person who wrote it. Uzumaki, who was standing next to him, handed him the carnations and stepped back, unnoticed by anyone, adjusting her short black skirt. The funeral was in the morning, when the sand, which had only just cooled down overnight, was slowly heating up, and even she had to put on a hat, but the hot wind after a small sandstorm was completely inopportune. All the girls constantly had to hold their headwear with their hands. But on the one hand, it seemed that the sands were upset, the calm was over, and the storms had begun. Temari and Kankuro stood next to Elder Ebizo, heads bowed. He nodded curtly at them and looked forward. "My sister never wanted a tombstone, but I decided to put one up. She deserved respect, not a colorful vase for ashes, and a couple of people remembering her." "You're right. Even if she liked to joke with death and pretend to be dead," Kankuro added. Actually, he hit the nail on the head. The elder laughed dully, lowering his head so that his already small black eyes were completely hidden behind thick gray eyebrows. Naruko was not particularly collected that day, mechanically placing flowers on the stone and folding her hands in a prayerful gesture. She couldn't even imagine that everything would work out, that everything would be like before. The elder's death had hurt everyone who knew her, especially Sakura. And Naruko too. But, on the other hand, if it weren't for her voluntary impulse, Gaara wouldn't be standing next to her now, and there would be no peace in the hearts of the Suna people. No matter what anyone said, Naruko was desperate, but not stupid. She still wouldn't steal the body, but she would have left Konoha again with great pleasure, together with Jiraiya, tracking down Akatsuki. She would have learned, despite her lack of surveillance skills. She would have trained 100 times harder. And she would have taken revenge with the bloodiest revenge. For the Kazekage, for the Jinchuriki. They had already captured 2, the 7-tailed and the 1-tailed. There were 7 left, and these wouldn't stop. They have a purpose, but they don't talk about it. They don't see Jinchuriki as people, they hurt their feelings, they think of them as scum. And they hunt them like prey. Maybe Itachi learned their purpose while he was in Akatsuki, but since Naruto was told not to tell more than she was supposed to, she could only guess. Fu is a girl from the land of Waterfall, very kind and sweet, was the Jinchuriki of the Seven-Tailed. She was somewhat reminiscent of Uzumaki herself. Good-natured, polite and stubbornly wanting to find friends, to feel someone's warmth and affection, lonely because of her power and abandoned by everyone. She made friends with the demon. She was not taken into account in her home village, she had no parents. They met a year ago and parted as friends. They even agreed to meet. And then the notice of her death came and something in the kunoichi at that moment turned over. Involuntarily, she imagined that Gaara had been captured in the same way, and with a shudder, Uzumaki threw this thought away. And she did not even think about herself. Well, she will die and die, but not at the hands of Akatsuki. Kurama did not like this recklessness. He always said that it is worth at least a little to think about yourself, and not others. Naruto stubbornly ignored this and continues. She drilled the Kazekage's manly back with a loving gaze, and a recent kiss burned on her lips. And she doesn't give a. That a disheveled blonde with red eyes was looking at her in the mirror before going out, doesn't give a. About the piercingly hot wind trying to take away her headdress, about the treacherously short black skirt, about the rustling warm sand under her fingers. She's just glad that Gaara is nearby now, 2 meters away from her, that he is saved, and that those who attempted to kill the Jinchuriki are now sealed in a special scroll. Defeated. Serves them right. Jinchuriki were always hated by everyone. They were not saved, they were not taken into account, they were not pitied or loved. They were feared. But only now Uzumaki herself realized that they, the Jinchuriki, were not capable of everything, and no matter how much they talked or prepared for the worst, it would come true in a completely different scenario, would not let them recover, and, perhaps, would be the most terrible. Kurama said that Uzumaki and Gaara alone couldn't handle all the enemies. That's true. But Naruko was always an optimist. She'll quickly forget everything, but she'll be more careful herself in the future. Tenten, standing next to him, painfully ran her elbow across his ribs, bringing him out of his thoughts. Naruto blinked and looked around. A minute of silence passed. That's it. Uzumaki felt respect for the old woman. After all, she was a strong kunoichi, a good fighter, who, in a word, was not even hindered by age. And there was no point in being angry about what she did 17 years ago. Everything was fine now, Gaara was alive and well, the village was thriving, and it seemed that very little was needed for happiness. For happiness, it is necessary that relatives do not die. After the ceremony, Naruko looked sympathetically at the tall figure of Ebizo, slowly moving away beyond the horizon. Her hand unconsciously clenched tighter, and she felt a dear warmth. The Kazekage looked at her questioningly. Naruko shook her head and smiled. Her cheeks suddenly became flushed. Kakashi-sensei said that we should go home as soon as possible. This evening. To interrogate the barely alive Akatsuki, to calm the Godame, to think about Akatsuki's plans and wait for Jiraiya. And Naruko. Let's go for a walk, Gaara? As always, cheerful and light. The dog weightlessly ran his fingers along her neck, tucking a blonde strand of tangled bangs behind her ear. Sorry, I can't right now. I have a meeting. The kunoichi pouted her lips in resentment. Okay, work is more important now. You don't need Temari, do you? Then me, Sakura and Tenten will take charge of her. I know you have good bathhouses. As much as you like, the red-haired man spread his hands. I'll try to persuade Kakashi-sensei and Gai-sensei to come out at least tomorrow. I hope we'll see each other again today. She whispered in his ear. I'll come see you in the evening. Gaara looked for a long time at the slender figure that was leaving, waving her hand at him in the end. His wrist was still burning black, just like hers. They hadn't discussed what had happened yet, but Gaara didn't want to stir it up. Losing to an opponent was unacceptable, but He needed to resume training, albeit without being a Jinchuriki. It was a shame about Shikaku. She had fallen into the clutches of Akatsuki, and that was against the plans of all shinobi in general. An unacceptable mistake. Serious opponents, worthy opponents. After the meeting with the elders, Gaara came to the training ground. Kankuro was not against sparring, and good. He needs to become stronger. Stronger than he was even as a Jinchuriki. They already took the tailed beast from him. And Naruto still has it. If not today, tomorrow, she will be the target. But the Kazekage won't allow this. The sun was terribly baking the head. There was no hint of wind, either hot or cold. Birds were lazily chirping, huddled in groups on the shady branches of pines and oaks. Their rather yellowed tops stood motionless, and it was impossible to meet any of the inhabitants under direct sunlight. A couple of days ago there had been a terrible downpour, and now it was unbearably stuffy. The strange change in the weather no longer seemed to surprise anyone like a bad omen. Everyone was on guard. Kotetsu waved the newspaper in front of his face in irritation, trying to evoke at least a drop of coolness. It was terrible. Sweat was pouring down the back of his head and back like cold hail. His uniform seemed to be completely soaked. He just wanted to take it off and wring it out like a wet rag. And he wanted water with ice. And a bottle of sake. Izuma was enthusiastically writing something on paper, as if ignoring any irritant. They were the permanent chunin on duty at the gate, dressed in standard gear in both heat and cold. They were rarely called on missions, and working in one place was terribly boring, but it seemed they had both gotten used to it. Izuma responsibly recorded everyone passing through and leaving the village, and every hour kicked the lazy Kotetsu, who was trying to sleep through the day. They played cards, ate, smoked, but somehow no one had found out about this yet. Sometimes they actually slept in shifts, and solved crosswords. It was nice to sit on comfortable chairs under the canopy, but by the end of the day you already wanted to melt into a mass on your miserable chair and ask someone to knock together a coffin. And now it was only morning. The loud stamping of feet and some howling from the side made me instinctively arm myself with a kunai and turn my head towards the gate. Is that Naruto? Kotetsu squinted, trying to make out the tall figure in orange clothes, running enthusiastically alongside the admirers of the power of youth. Izuma muttered something confirming, having heard the cheerful exclamations of Guy and Lee, looming ahead, from afar. From the sour faces of Takahashi and Hyuga, noticeable even from a great distance, one could feel how they were living with those two. "Hello, guys." Uzumaki saluted, running up to the gate at full speed and almost plowing the stone path with her nose. Before the Chunins could even answer, at that very second the dust standing in a column blocked their view. Guy and Lee rushed forward, and, just as quickly turning back, kept asking Kakashi who was first. He, effectively ignoring them, nodded hello to Izumo and Kotetsu and, tiredly rubbing his neck, trotted forward to the residence. A thoughtful Sakura followed him. "Greetings to you too," the Chunins answered awkwardly. Naruko quickly jumped under the visor and brazenly took away the newspaper that Hagain had been fanning himself with a minute ago. "It's so hot, it's horrible." Uzumaki lamented, coyly fanning herself with the stolen thing. "Of course, it can't be compared to the sands, but it's still a shame. It was better when it rained. The mud just can't harden, all the roads are washed away, you can only run in the trees, and it's not even autumn yet. How do you sit here all day? What else can we do?" "This is our job," Izumo shrugged and returned to his list. The necessary document instantly disappeared from under his nose. Naruko, swinging her legs, thoughtfully read the contents, taking a deep breath and slowly blowing her bangs off her wet forehead. "Are these the lists of all the 6 shinobi? An order from Tsunade-bachan?" The kunoichi handed the list back and began to twist her fingers until they crunched, relaxing. Hagain laughed heartily at such a nickname, mentally turning pale. If Senju-san hears this, then Uzumaki will not leave her office without a black eye. Kamizuki nodded and added, thoughtfully twirling the pen between his fingers. "All those who are sick and all those who are wounded on missions. tomorrow there will be a full medical examination. Don't tell Kakashi about this yet, he is included in it too. By order of Hokage-sama. Oh yeah? The kunoichi twisted her lips into a grin. He hates hospitals and, as I suspect, is afraid of injections. Who would drive him there, a whole squad of umbu? Oh, that would be fun. Okay, Izumo-kun, I will keep this secret like the apple of my eye. The blonde folded her hands in a prayerful gesture and, having said goodbye, galloped across the roofs of the village to the Hokage Tower. On the way, however, she almost got sunstroke, but that's not important. She had already caught up with her team and Guy's team on the stairs, and had fallen in behind them. For some reason, it was now that she realized that she not only needed to eat, but also to take a shower and put on clean clothes. Her whole back was wet, her clothes were sweaty. Ten had carefully braided her hair, which had previously been tied into 2 ponytails, into a neat braid. Just for variety and to keep it out of the way, but because of the long run without stopping, they had left the village the next morning, later than planned, and were getting there at an accelerated pace. She could now have built a bird's nest on her head. Naruto angrily threw her braid back and blew her bangs out of her eyes. She adjusted the bottom of her short kimono, standing behind everyone, and adjusted her shorts. She couldn't come to the snake in an incomprehensible state, especially when she had managed to set fire to a Chunin vest. He was always well-groomed, neat, graceful, but next to him, anyone seemed to look like a bum. Orochimaru always had so much cat-like grace that it would have been enough for half the village. Naruko, of course, did not consider herself worse, but her training with Jiraiya had a stronger effect on her habits, a heavy gait, often having to correct her posture, although, rather, her chest carried forward, but this is not an excuse, especially, recalling the bust of Tsunade-bachan, a rougher speech. There were not enough femininity lessons at the academy, yes. Uzumaki seemed a little ashamed of herself, but she remembered her farewell to Gaara. That kiss simply knocked out of her stupid thoughts about her being imperfect, unsuitable for someone like Sabaku no. An easy, good-natured and, let's face it, idiotic smile froze on her lips. The mood rose to the ceiling. Kakashi-sensei knocked on the door and, having received permission to enter, entered, followed by the others. Naruto carefully closed the door and stood in the second tacitly formed row, next to Sakura and Lee. Dressed in a simple but elegant blue kimono, Orochimaru stood by a side cabinet and slowly leafed through a document in a red folder. Silently nodding to those who entered in greeting, he smoothly walked to his desk, quietly tapping his geta heels, sat down on a chair with a sigh and asked. I'm glad that everyone returned in full force and that the problem has been solved. Our support will only strengthen relations with Pasok. I understand that everything went well? Yes, Hokage-sama, Guy and Kakashi stood in front of their teams and reported on the work done one by one. It was not a simple formality, because the letter from Naruto received a couple of days ago did not provide full information about what had happened. Akatsuki is captured, ours are all safe. Kazekage is alive, we will return in 3 days. A written report was also needed, which, citing its importance, would be entered into the database with the S-class mark. Sakura put it on the desk, at the same time pasting a note on the sheet about the especially damaging poison created by a member of Akatsuki, Sasoriaka Suna no, and the antidote. She said a few words about the improved condition of the Kazekage's older brother, who she had been examining all this time. Orochimaru listened attentively, clasping his fingers in front of his face, and, it seemed, like a snake, did not even blink. Sakura, mentally crossing herself, tried to make her voice clear and her thoughts sober. Thank Kami, she succeeded. Having bowed, she stood back, towards Naruko, and somehow stupidly fixated her gaze on the graceful hand of the Godame, leafing through her small insert. Don't be so nervous, it's all good, Naruko whispered in her ear, taking her suddenly sweaty palm in a friendly manner and shaking her up. The pink-haired girl smiled with the corner of her lips and felt a surge of calm, as if the light and soft aura of Uzumaki itself had entwined her from head to toe, covering her like a down blanket. It felt warm inside. They seemed to have become even closer as friends. Sakura was sincerely happy about Uzumaki's happiness, and somewhere deep in her soul, there was even a worm of envy gnawing at her. But bright envy, yes, bright. There can be nothing dark in relation to Uzumaki, especially in those days when they were in Suna. Naruko smiled from ear to ear every day. With her inherent feminine modesty, she expressed her sympathy for the Kazekage and looked quite happy. Sakura thoughtfully bit her lip, staring at the floor. It seemed that Naruko did not want to leave Suna at all. But would Sakura herself have such a person for whom she would be ready to do everything? Move, for example, to his native village? Give her life for him, love, sympathize, respect him immensely? Involuntarily, the image of Sasuke, her first love, popped into her head. So sweet, languid and beautiful, when the world was seen through a prism of pink, when the days were filled with happiness, everything seemed light as ether, simple and self-evident. Sakura was surrounded by a haze of dreams. It seemed to her that there was no one stronger, better and more beautiful than Uchiha. He was the center of her universe, and all the other girls were not friends, but rivals, who seemed unworthy and alien in everything. Including Naruto. Sakura thought only about Uchiha, tried in vain to please him and completely forgot who she was. A kunoichi. And kunoichi, once they have chosen such a path, give themselves over to this way of life completely. There are few of them. And Haruno gave herself up, accepted her new life, forgot about her stupid crush and took off those rose-colored glasses before they cracked inward and showered her with the horror of reality, cutting her before she was ready for it. And her life suddenly became somehow easier. She has matured, her once mediocre shinobi skills are getting better every day, honed by diligent training, her arms and legs have become stronger, her character has hardened, her thin, frail body has become toned, acquired smooth and soft curves. She no longer looks like a thin tall girl, but claims to be an elegant kunoichi. There are no longer those ridiculous sharply protruding elbows and knees. The former angularity of the cheekbones has softened, the skin seems girlishly smooth and warm. Although no, the skin becomes rougher from frequent training without proper care, covered with a fine web of abrasions. Sakura looks at her legs, palms and sees old small scratches, which are not so much laziness to heal, but which are something like trophies. She likes her own scars, they prove her struggle and victory over herself. And Naruko. No matter how hard you try to be like her, as strong, more cheerful and graceful, it doesn't work. She took better care of herself. During tough training, under any conditions. She took care of her beautiful wheat-colored hair and bronze skin. When Sakura stopped loving her unusual pink hair, and rightly so, by cutting it off, she became stronger. Her clothes were always revealing, bright red and blue tones, not just to stand out from the crowd, but also for herself. Naruko Uzumaki was completely different. She had a different life, a different destiny, different ideals. But she blossomed with each passing day because she was loved by someone. She had someone to become beautiful for, someone to smile for, someone to gain strength for. She had Gaara. She changed him and he was forever grateful to her. And it was obvious that this was not a simple crush. Back then, when Naruko was sobbing over his empty, soulless body, she wanted to rip out her own heart so that it would not beat so annoyingly and thoughtlessly against her ribcage. When they kissed, she wanted to turn away in embarrassment and hide her blush with her hair, because she felt some kind of light, airy tenderness mixed with bitter pain and bitterness. Like the last time. Oh yeah, they were shinobi. When Sakura noticed out of the corner of her eye that they were walking together, easily interlocking their fingers, and everything inside her was dancing with delight, as if this was happening to her, as if everything inside her was blossoming. Her friend was happy now, and Haruno would do everything to ensure that that ideal relationship would continue to live in reality. Sakura accepted the path of her teacher, Tsunade. She loved too, just as devotedly and tenderly. She had someone to love, protect, live for. If Naruko had lost this, she would not be who she is now, that's for sure. But Senju, no matter how hard she tried, could not preserve this love herself. She was simply burned out by the war, her own pain and loneliness, and now it is unknown whether she will be able to trust any man. Tsunade paid for her sins in full with the deaths of her loved ones, but now she devotes herself entirely to work. This is what made her the strongest. Haruna wants to strive for this, she sees that with this comes the strength to try. Perhaps this is what distinguished the friends from each other. Naruko now lived not only for herself, and Sakura seemed to want a relationship, but she understood that this would only slow down her development. Sasuke slowed her down, this stupid obsession with him, her own weakness. Sakura, what's wrong? The blonde snapped her fingers in front of her eyes, tearing her out of her thoughts. The pink-haired girl blinked and looked into her friend's eyes. Eyes that radiated kindness, like the sun's rays, sparkling with a cloudy purple glow, like violet petals. The color of her mother's eyes. Kakashi-sensei has already given the scroll with the sealed Akatsuki, probably to the Yamanaka interrogation department. What happens next is none of our concern. Although, I wouldn't mind tearing off all the protruding parts of that blonde beast sealed in the scroll without any interrogation. Of course, I'll have to come here again in the evening, but... yes, okay, let's go. Sakura rubbed the back of her head with her palm and, having said goodbye to the Hokage with a bow, went out the door. For some reason, her gaze caught on Hitaki's back, covered in a uniform jacket and a green jonin vest. He went down the stairs and, crossing the road, slowly and leisurely walked towards the house. Haruno, as if magnetized, followed him with a long, unblinking gaze. But he always protected her. Whether it was a weak girl or a strong girl. He stood in front of Sasuke, in front of Naruko, and his attention and the smile barely noticeable through the mask did not need to be earned. She was on her own. Sakura shook her head and squeezed her eyes shut, pushing away unnecessary thoughts. Now she didn't even notice that she was slowly adopting his habits. Hand gestures, gait, manner of speaking. What Naruto was talking about enthusiastically, leading Ichiraku aside, and Sakura really decided to relax in her company and have a bite to eat. Too often lately she began to think about herself, only herself, was boring about her weakness, childishly regretted when it was not necessary, drew parallels with Naruko, and began to look like a careerist. Work, work, work. And how often all her thoughts inexplicably came down to Kakashi-sensei. Hey, a fist was lightly passed over her shoulder. For some reason you withdraw into yourself too often. Are you sure everything is okay? Naruko narrowed her eyes curiously. Of course. It's all right. Haruno hesitated for a second and felt awkward. For some reason, her pale cheeks flushed red, like some petty girl in love. What a nightmare. Why is that? Her darting, almost frightened by her own thoughts, gaze caught on a tall figure nearby, like a drowning man catching on a straw. Uzumaki turned her head sharply towards the voice, recognizing the familiar indifferent tone that had acquired a pleasant low timbre. Sasuke was slowly heading their way, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and black pants. Naruko ran into him with a joyful squeal and made him stagger back a couple of steps. She loved to greet her friends like this. Uchiha. Long time no see, team. Ignoring the weak painful groan, the kunoichi hugged him almost until his ribs cracked and only then noticed the bandages on his neck and right arm. When did you come back from the mission? Why are you so scratched? Did you really get a strong opponent? You're getting old. Unable to resist, she threw a hairpin and tousled the coal-black hair on the back of his head. Sasuke rolled his eyes and almost slapped her for the brazen encroachment on his hair. Yes, it had grown well in a month, and her bangs now almost covered her eyes. Uzumaki had gone over this too, until Sakura's tactful cough and reproachful look stopped her. It seemed that everything was returning to normal. Sasuke was habitually easily irritated by his partner's behavior, ready to compete in wit and always on guard. True, only one thing had changed. Sakura. Sasuke turned his slow, unblinking gaze to her. The same pink hair, pallor, and something incomprehensible in her gaze. She was preoccupied with something and could not hide it. In this regard, even Naruto surpassed her. She restrained and showed emotions much better. You should be the one talking about battle wounds, Dobe. If it weren't for your regeneration, I'm sure you'd always be walking around like an unfinished mummy. Oh, the blonde hissed discontentedly. How is Itachi-kun? She decided to change the subject before it turned into a big argument. Both Naruto and Sasuke loved to argue, and it would have dragged on for a couple of hours. Pointless and merciless, yes. I don't know, I haven't seen him yet. Uchiha cleared his throat, because his throat was scratchy for some unknown reason, and Naruko subtly caught a slight disappointment in her comrade's gaze. I myself only returned at 10 in the morning. Naruko chewed her lips, trying hard to remember what time it was. She seemed to have checked the time when she was in Snake's office. An hour and a half ago, right? A long mission? For a month and a half. While our team is disbanded, I was temporarily transferred to serve in the Embu. You're growing professionally, Sasuke team. You haven't become a Jonin yet? And you've probably learned Jinu already, right? Naruko may have learned some things from Sakura, but it took a lot to get the silent team to talk. And now he simply couldn't refuse her conversation. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. I trained with Orochimaru and his students, the younger Uchiha said after a short pause. Yes? Well, how are things going? By the way, does the seal no longer react to Orochimaru's presence? Although, you probably don't feel it anymore. Don't interrogate me, Sasuke shrugged irritably. If you want to test my strength, then let's go straight to the training ground. A tempting offer, Uzumaki grinned, baring her sharp front fangs, and cooled down just as quickly. But we're all tired, even me. You probably just took a shower and didn't eat anything except stimulants? So let's all go to Ichiraku. Sakura and I had a tough mission, so you'll listen to me pour out my soul. Uzumaki grabbed both Haruno and Uchiha by the wrist and dragged them in tow to the ramen shop. I'm already sick, the brunette waved his hand lazily, but his words were not taken seriously. And in vain. Sasuke practically fell into a chair and for a long hour strenuously feigned interest. It didn't work out well, but oh well. During this time Uzumaki never stopped her speech, seasoning it with wild gesticulation and occasionally, usually in relation to some blonde son of a, from Akatsuki, obscene words. Saving the Kazekage was not easy for everyone, unfortunately, with one victim, Chiyoba-sama. Sakura sighed heavily, and Naruko froze for a minute, closing her eyes and clenching her fingers into fists. The chopsticks cracked in her hands, she shuddered, apologized, and continued her story. Sasuke thoughtfully remained silent, hiding his face behind his clasped fingers. Of course, he sympathized with her to some extent, but he was so unused to showing his regret that there was no point in trying. Naruto understood this. After ordering another portion of ramen, Uzumaki continued to chat even with her mouth full. Sakura, who hadn't finished the entire plate, ordered herself a peach juice and slowly sipped it through a straw, remaining silent. She exchanged only a few words with Sasuke and, citing work at the hospital, said goodbye and left with a mincing gait. What's wrong with her? Sasuke turned to look at her. Naruko shrugged. I don't know, she's been so thoughtful this morning. I forgot to tell her that Orochimaru gave us a rest for today. She slapped her forehead with her palm and wanted to run away and catch up with her friend. She couldn't yell that after her. Sasuke stopped her, grabbing her wrist. Let her go. Orochimaru probably told you this, not her. She obeys Tsunade's orders, and there will be an examination at the hospital any day now, and her help is needed. Oh, so you admit that she's a good medic now? Naruko broke into a warm smile. Sasuke hadn't had much contact with Sakura during all this time. It was enough for him to know that she had overcome her stupid crush and would no longer follow him around. She had started training a long time ago, had gotten her head together, so she deserved respect. And when Nii-san drove him to the hospital to treat his battle wounds, the doctor on duty, Haruno, always checked him. And now, after Naruko's detailed story about saving Kankuro and killing one of the Akatsuki members, Haruno had probably really gained professionalism. yes, Sasuke thoughtfully sipped hot tea from his cup. She's improved since the last Chunin exam. And who was she with at the next one? I think with Ino and Choji. I see, the blonde scratched her cheek thoughtfully. To be honest, she even forgot if she had asked Sakura about this before. All thoughts capitulated from her head when she crossed the gates of her village, heading off on a mission. Sasuke's gaze fell on the bandaged wrist. You said that Gaara was resurrected by the Elder. So he died. What about your seals? Naruko sighed sadly, unwinding the bandage. Fortunately, there was no blood, only irritation remained. Sasuke carefully took her hand and carefully examined the ligature. There were traces of scratches from nails around it. I don't know about the seals. But when Naruko swallowed Gaara died, it flared orange and turned black. It itched a lot. Somehow, without thinking, I automatically touched it with my hand, scratched it with my claws until it bled. As luck would have it, it's slowly going away. Hubie said that now it would always be like this on the day of his death, but now I don't know. I need to ask. It will be easier to reinstall it, or remove it altogether. You're right, but the second one will probably be very difficult if you remember how much pain it was when it was inflicted. After all, it's a kind of demonic fuin. Naruko bandaged her hand, finished her water in 2 gulps, said goodbye to old man Tucci, and left. Sasuke took a couple of bills out of his pants pocket and threw them on the table, following Uzumaki. It's not like he liked ramen, but it was fatty and very filling. It's unclear how Naruko managed to eat 2 large portions during the conversation and not even get full. She had to go to a pastry shop and buy some cakes. Opening the box, carefully wrapped in a beautiful ribbon into a bow, Naruko handed 1 cake, covered in chocolate, to Uchiha. He refused and, turning to his fork, said goodbye. See you tomorrow, Sasuke. The blonde shouted after her and turned in the opposite direction, home, because the desire to wash and fall into bed greatly outweighed. But apparently it was not meant to be, because Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were walking towards her. It turned out that they already knew about what was happening from their fathers. It must have been hard for you, Yamanaka sympathetically pursed her lips. She understood how painful it was for her friend to see the death of a loved one, and how she now treated him when he came back to life. Ino is like that, warm-hearted, compassionate, and overly sensitive. Naruko smiled sparingly, eating a cream cake to relieve her sudden sadness. Now she seemed completely untroubled by the heat that was baking her head. Shikamaru suggested that they drive towards the training ground to talk. They disappeared into the shadow of a lush linden tree. Lazily rolling a blade of grass from one corner of his mouth to the other, Nara said. My father and Inoichi were summoned by Orochimaru. I understand that the reason for this is Akatsuki? You understand correctly, the kunoichi nodded easily, looking at the sky, at the clouds flying past. There were 2 people in their team. We killed one, captured the other. By the way, it's a pity that it wasn't the other way around, because that surviving dared to make an attempt on me too. A pathetic trick that I easily fell for. Lost in thought, she slammed her fist on the hardened bare ground. Small cracks spread across it, bloody scratches appeared on her knuckles, which, however, disappeared with a hiss. Her fangs lengthened, scratching the corners of her lips until they bled. Shh, calm down, Kurama's quiet, sleepy voice gently passed through the subconscious. Naruko blinked, worriedly examining her hands. Demonic chakra was slowly oozing through them, passing over the skin. It painfully doused her with fire, forcing her to hiss painfully, wince, and outwardly almost shed a tear, regaining normal. Why, the friends sitting nearby were still sitting tense. Ino sat down next to her and calmly stroked her head, remaining silent. Don't get worked up. Even without using chakra today, you know they're damaged from too much of my chakra. It won't heal in 3 days, and the nerve cells won't recover at all. Give me a break. Naruto sat down next to the fox, upset, tucking her legs under her. I'm sorry, Kurama. Right now, it's hard for me to control my emotions. That's the point, the demon hissed irritably. Haven't you forgotten that along with the common chakra source, you took some of my abilities? Sight, smell, chakra claws, katan? We also directly depend on our emotions, both good and bad. Right now, mine outweigh you, and you can't control yourself, but it also depends on the amount of your chakra and life energy. Moral exhaustion and a sore wrist have done you no good. I understand. But maybe it would be better to take it off? I don't feel like walking around with a bandaged hand every year on this day and reminding myself of what happened. It's not that simple. It's easier for Gaara, she kind of disappeared from him, but yours. I can't, the kunoichi echoed stubbornly. I can't look at my wrist. Do something with it, find a way. Okay, Kyubi sighed, sinking down onto his pillow and closing his eyes. Get lost already and explain yourself to them. I think they're still impressed by your transformation, for no reason. Naruko quickly ended the conversation with her friends and wandered home. The cold walls smelled of emptiness. Naruko lowered her empty gaze to the floor. Everything was in disarray. Oh yeah, she was in such a hurry to pack her things for that mission that she didn't even bother to throw them on the bed. Groaning and slowly picking up her socks, one t-shirt after another, she thought. No, not about the bad, because this was already boring, and, as it turned out, it affected both her and the fox. About the good. About Gaara. About the evening walk, about the conversations in his room, filled with cacti and a variety of books, about the deserted cold nights when you wanted to wrap yourself in a blanket and feel his breath at your side. Her cheeks were covered with a blush, and a blissful smile froze on her lips. Memories of recent days left a pleasant imprint on the mind. Little by little, bad memories faded away, and a relaxing bath only enhanced this result. The daytime sleep lasted for about 6 hours. Naruko managed to change into a clean orange t-shirt, a new chunin vest, issued back in the residence, and leggings just below the knees. She tied a hitayate around her neck, but on her feet were the same new boots, with a small heel. Clean wheat-colored hair tied in a low ponytail. Having highly appreciated the smiling reflection in the mirror, Naruko galloped to the Hokage Tower. First she went to Orochimaru, who sat in his office day and night, chatted with him, found out that Tsunade-bachan was too busy in the hospital now and it would be possible to come to her only tomorrow at lunch, and asked where the interrogation room was. On the -3rd floor of the tower, the snake answered, which shocked him. Inoichi is there, on the -2nd is Ibiki. On the -1st, if you're curious, there's a library and a secret archive, even you won't be able to get past the guards. I didn't really want to, Naruko shrugged. Your library on this floor is enough for me. The archivist knows me, and the secret section is accessible to me because the Fuin protection was applied a long time ago by a member of the Uzumaki clan. Ah, Orochimaru lazily waved his hand with a square seal clamped between his index and middle fingers. There are only pitiful remnants of important documents, those that are always at hand, and all the rest have been moved to -1. With a loud click the seal left clear maroon hieroglyphs at the bottom of the document. Uzumaki lazily followed this gesture. Our mission, right? Yes. I combined Kakashi's report, Guy's report, and Sakura's medical report into a pile, wrote out your salary. Here, put it in the closet. He tied up the folder and handed it to the kunoichi. She shoved it onto the top shelf as far as she could and, with a sense of accomplishment, shook her palms. So you won't come with me? Why? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. His right eye was covered with a sideways fringe, and the blue tomo earring in his ear gleamed beautifully under the black strands of his hair. You can't just die under these reports, my nose is already blocked from this dust. And don't you want to look these freaks in the eye, Orochimaru-sensei? Although, then there's no point in interrogators, with your skills. Okay, Snake quickly stood up and ran out of the office first. Naruko followed the frozen umbu guard on the ceiling in front of the office door. He had put up a barrier after all, out of habit. The corridors on the lower floors were dark, smelled damp and had a bitter taste of blood on the tongue. Especially on Ibiki Marino's floor, which Naruko walked through with a slight tremor in her knees, covering her nose. For some reason, she immediately thought that the screams of the test subjects were audible even through the soundproof fuin. Why didn't they send him to Ibiki right away? Naruko asked in a whisper and nodded at the unconscious blonde. Connected to some kind of device that hid his entire body up to his neck. Inoichi put his hand on his head and tried to penetrate his subconscious, to the memory section. Judging by the cold frozen on his stone face, he was not succeeding. The mental block is very strong. But not for a master of Yamanaka's level. Do you really think that a high-class missing mean will give in under torture? Orochimaru grinned ironically. He will give in, of course. But he won't tell everything like the palm of his hand. It's not in our interests to drag this matter out for so long. Akatsuki has already started their game, we can't hesitate. I see, Uzumaki lowered her eyes to the floor. But the main thing is that he knows more than what we got from Itachi-san. Inoichi didn't like that this barrier rejected other people's chakra. The protection is strong, special, but passable. There is, of course, one technique. Naruko, come here, I need your chakra. Uzumaki obediently performed a long chain of hand seals and left the chakra in a special scroll. Inoichi redirected it through a special device and clasped his fingers in the sheep seal. A projection of the brain and information from its different sections, clearly separated by peculiar scrolls, appeared before his eyes. Childhood, skills, character, memory, abilities, knowledge. Inoichi's, brain was used to processing a huge amount of information, so he copied it quickly. Blood flowed from his nose from overexertion, but it was such a trifle. His name is Tsukuri Deidara, 19 years old, former chunin of Iwagakure and head of the Demolition Corps. After a long half-hour of searching for the necessary information, the mentalist parted his lips, turning towards the Hokage, bowing briefly and writing down everything important. Little is known from his memories, he is not in the inner circle and they tell him little about anything. He got into the organization as a teenager, he was brought in by Itachi-san and Kisame Hoshigaki, the swordsman of the mist. The organization consists of their leader, the leader nicknamed Pain, the only woman named Konan, Kakuzu, Haiden, Zetsu, Akasuna no Sasori, who died recently, Tobi. About them except for the last one little is known. Kisame, Kakuzu, the snake's amber eyes flashed dangerously. I remember them, I fought them once. I know their names from Itachi, but that's not enough, I need to know their goals. Not just a powerful illusion, not just the subjugation of the entire world. What exactly do they want to achieve? Achieving peace by capturing the tailed beasts and subjugating the world with their help, the mentalist said crisply. How, it is unclear, but it is somehow connected with the statue in which demonic chakra is sealed. He doesn't know anything else? Unfortunately, no, I'm sorry. Orochimaru, deep in thought, licked his lips with his inhumanly long tongue. He was very dissatisfied. This demolition man didn't know anything more, which meant he was now useless. Got it. Give it to Naruto. She will destroy the body. Do it. Hi, Hokage-sama. It was always raining in the land of rain. It allowed Pain to control every citizen, every person who passed by, to prevent the appearance of strangers and spies. The leader of Akatsuki always sat on the highest tower, dangling one leg down, and watched everything that was happening with his unusual eyes, the Rinnegan. People are used to living in the rain, used to the fact that there is almost no sun here, used to their leader and Angel Sama who protect them. After Hanzo's death, life became better for everyone. Yes, everything is in that reverent fear, yes, without the ability to leave the village, but in silence and safety, in isolation, away from conflicts and wars that in the past brought much pain and suffering. And the rain shinobi seemed to have a premonition of the battle, and the actions on the training ground shook the humid air and the already impossibly softened ground, in the distant streets not yet paved. But now Pain had no time to think about his village. He sat in his office, clasping his hands in front of his face, and concentratedly drilling into the door, through which his subordinates had left 10 minutes ago, leaving behind disappointing news. He, the leader, had lost 2 of his subordinates. 2 S-class missing nin, killed by the pathetic Konoha team and a petty Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Their bodies had been taken and would most likely be studied, their memories read. Shit. Especially if they had taken at least one alive. Especially Deidara. His mental block was certainly strong, but Pain wasn't such an idiot as to believe that it was enough. Konoha had excellent mentalists. One thing was good, Tsukuri didn't know much. Although, Sasori, in general, was not completely immortal and no torture would be suitable for a puppet body, unless it was for the core with a heart. But you can't get anything out of him anyway, just a soulless puppet and a collection of poisons, nothing more. XO. That's why was Akasuna relaxed? His medical and spy skills would be more useful than ever. One thing is certain, Konoha will be strengthening its defenses now. He and Konan have too many things on their minds right now to go after the Kyubi Jinchuriki, and that would conflict with the capture plan. Haiden and Kakuzu have already left for Cloud, for Nibi. Good evening, Leader-sama, White Zetsu drawled, floating out of the floor right in the middle of the office. Pain turned his glassy, ordinary, empty gaze on him. How this creature irritated him. A two-faced, slimy thing with a black and a light part of the soul. Kagaya's miscarriage, forgive me, Kami. If it weren't for his abilities, Nagato would have ground him into dust long ago. He understood, of course, that he was being used, and he used him in the same way. Never mind, Zetsu would be destroyed before the march on Konoha's Jinchuriki. What did you want? Nagato asked coldly. To remind you of our plans, Black said in a deep voice. And that we lost 3. 3? Itachi. This Uchiha probably told everything he knew a long time ago. Although, the organization, except for the declassified names of the missing nin, did not lose anything. He could not learn much, being a spy, but Itachi was always too smart. I would like to have such a shinobi only as an ally. Alas, Nagato is not omnipotent to get the Uchiha from Konoha, but he can try to lure him again. The most precious thing for him is his younger brother, isn't it? Not us, but me, don't forget yourself. I remember everything perfectly. Haiden and Kakuzu are on a mission now. Go with Tobi and Kisame, after Sambai. Yes, Leader-sama, White smiled coyly. A second later, only Pain remained in the office, the sound of rain outside the open window, and thoughts hanging in the air. Tsunade-bachan's office smells of bitter medicine, antiseptic, pure alcohol, and also fragrant red tulips in a glass vase and fatigue. Naruto comes to her the next day after returning to Konoha, hugs her tightly, smiles widely as usual and asks her all the interesting news over a cup of soothing chamomile tea. Senju closes his tired eyelids, leans back in his leather chair, which, however, is no worse and more comfortable than the Hokage's, and launches into a long monologue, which features her temporary security Itachi Uchiha and the yondaime Reikage with the nickname, Hey. And Hey is far from a name there. Naruko listens to the Sannin attentively, sometimes frowning, sometimes grinning, sometimes indignant. But the latter, mostly towards the end, barely catching the important information from Senju's loud and extremely indignant tone. Uzumaki, having heard the main thing, spits out the hot tea that got into the wrong throat, hits his chest and bulges his eyes in disbelief. How so, Databeo? The medic spreads his arms wide. That's it. Princess Hyuga no longer belongs to Konohagakure, she is the world's link to our countries. Niji is too high a price for him, don't you agree? Orochimaru told me, you see, it's time to end this red tape, and I don't have nerves of steel, mind you. Holy shit. And how long will this process last? For this, a personal meeting is needed and all that, and Hayashi-san is not so flexible and accommodating to sacrifice his priceless genome for the good of someone else's village and the world. Uzumaki made quotation marks with her fingers. About 6 months at worst, Senju says, chewing his lips. But I have a feeling that after our friendly conversation with the head of the Hyuga clan, even walking past their quarter will be dangerous for me now. Naruko smiled sadly, understanding the subtlety and irony of the joke. But there was a benefit, actually, and a considerable one: a peace treaty between Cloud and Konoha, respectively, strong allies in the fight against Akatsuki. And the Jinchuriki's training for full control of the Kyuubi chakra was simply an incredible plus. Mastery lessons, so to speak. Naruko accepted this good news with gratitude, but, on the other hand, she could not help but feel sorry for Hinata. She, no matter how it sounded, was a simple pawn in the hands of politicians. It remained to be hoped that she would not harbor a grudge against Naruko. In the end, all this was done to protect the Jinchuriki, and she. The gloomy thoughts of both were interrupted by Shizune entering the room. Having greeted Uzumaki with a sincere smile, she dumped the entire pile of papers on the table, which made it difficult for her to even move along a smooth trajectory. Tsunade, having examined the work front, hid her face in her hands, sighing tragically. You yourself ordered a medical checkup, Tsunade-sama, for all the shinobi, Kato shrugged, looking at her mentor with little sympathy. Naruto noted that she herself had bruises under her eyes and shaking hands, but was still standing on her feet. And now, in short, it's only 9 in the morning. And 25 degrees of heat, the cactus on the windowsill will soon be baked. And the work front was considerable. To begin with, the shinobi who were currently in the village and not busy with missions, then those who would return from missions, absolutely everyone, to be absolutely sure of their physical condition, since many independently and supposedly skillfully licked their battle wounds and lived on without worrying about the consequences. And then the former fighters, unable to work because of their major wounds, those who, due to stupidity and aversion to injections, had effectively lost their normal lives. Tsunadeheim had checked them a long time ago, only when she took over as head of the hospital, but everyone needed care and checking systematically. On top of the stacks was a considerable list of people who had gone on missions and would not return soon, compiled by the Chunin Guard Izumo, and under it were those who would come within 2 or 3 days. Tsunade thoughtfully ran her eyes over the lines, and with a grin, caught the name Hitaki. Naruto, the blonde called to the teenager. She, thoughtfully picking at the uneven oak corner of the table with the tip of her nail, looked up somewhat lazily, as if pulled out of her thoughts. Yesterday I let Sakura rest and told her that I would call her when needed. So, she coughed and drained her almost empty glass of cold drink in one gulp. Go to her house, give her this. She held out a small bag with a single compartment and a tight zipper. And go catch your sensei, he is one of the first on the list for a medical examination. I am entrusting Sakura with the examination of Hitaki only, and, accordingly, his treatment, and you will help her. And at the same time take a couple of tests yourself. You also need a medical examination. The 2 of you will be enough for her for a long time. Maybe not now, but by lunchtime, I could already hear Hitaki's cries throughout the village about his unfair fate and my wonderful leadership. Judging by this, he hasn't been here for a long time, hasn't he? Naruko, interested, opened the zipper, rummaged through her bag and thoughtfully twirled the sleeping darts in her hand. He never showed up here, even when I called and ordered him. But if he thought that without going to the hospital he wouldn't have any injuries or abnormalities, he's deeply mistaken. I haven't forgotten that this scoundrel Hitaki is afraid of hospitals and injections, so throw them with all your heart and, if possible, right into the ass, that way the sleeping pills will work faster. And take a photo for me, I'll frame it. Naruko laughed and saluted, jumping out the open window, straight to her friend's house. She hadn't slept for a long time, scrubbing the floors in the dustiest and darkest corners of her small room with a rag. The balcony door was closed. Naruko, shifting uncomfortably from foot to foot in her old, but incredibly comfortable worn-out flip-flops found on the mezzanine, knocked. Sakura shuddered sharply and turned around, almost slipping on the wet floor and knocking over the bucket in a half-split. She had to jump up from the wet floor, open the door, and at the same time enlist the help of her tall friend. After all, even without heels, she was taller. Remove the tool? Naruko scratched her head in confusion, staring at the low stool provided by her pink-haired friend. Okay, just be quick. Of course, Haruno nodded and returned to work. I'll finally clean up my room, because mom's been bothering me, and then we'll go. Throw it in the washing machine? Uzumaki jumped off the stool, majestically waving the white and gold tool like a cloak. Wait, the pink-haired girl pinned her bangs to the side and pulled out a pile of junk from the dresser. Put this in the laundry basket, I'll wash it later. Aha. Oh, the blonde slapped her bare feet on the floor, awkwardly dropping things on the floor, but managed to reach the right room. She was stopped by some frightened whistling, sigh behind her and a muffled hello. Oh, Mabuki-san, hello, Naruko, turning sharply at the voice, craned her neck, nodding to the mistress of the house. Kizashi-san, good morning to you too. I'm helping Sakura here, and quickly disappeared behind the door, opening it very effectively with her toes. Literally a minute later, loud indignation from Haruno's mother was heard about the exploitation of her friend. Sakura flew into the bathroom red with anger, in some kind of light crimson robe and with clothes in her hands. Fatigue and sleepiness were reflected on her face. I didn't have time to eat or wash today, she complained right away, rubbing her sweat-soaked forehead. She's had enough of me with her cleaning, she needs my room. By the way, I'm in a bit of a creative mess. Naruto smiled thinly at the corners of her lips. She just cares about you. You're growing up, and you have fewer and fewer reasons to talk. Whether through arguments or instructions, she shows her love for you. Appreciate it. Haruno, pursing her lips, took a deep breath and threw off her robe, plunging into the warm water she had just collected. Her friend did not embarrass her, on the contrary, she agreed to rub her back with a washcloth and quickly wash her hair. I know you're right, but it can be hard to accept those facts and silently endure her strict tone. She thinks she knows absolutely everything, and all she does is teach. It happens, the Jinchuriki, of course, would not understand this. And where is your conditioner balm? Naruko opened the small cabinet and literally got lost. Piles of all sorts of ointments for bruises, shampoo samples, and herbal boiled bars of soap simply filled all attention. And, surprisingly, everything except the shampoo, the jar of ointment for bruises, and the aforementioned conditioner found for the umpteenth time, was packed. Sakura did not open them anymore, did not even touch them. But she wanted a long time ago to start taking care of herself, her body, as she did before, being a well-groomed and clean child, neat down to each neatly trimmed nail, and she simply forgot. Although, in general, Sakura did not do this, for the most part, because there was no one to do it for. Naruko's hands are neat, with clean nails, painted her favorite orange, healthy, thanks to excellent regeneration, except for the tightly bandaged wrist. Sakura's hands are calloused on the pads, with rough skin, worn knuckles, and uneven, broken nails. When she fought with Sasori, she broke 3 nails, at the root, to the point of pain and even to the point of blood, but she did not care about such trifles, and now she felt ashamed. She quickly wipes her wet body, gets dressed, and while Uzumaki helps dry her hair with a hairdryer, carefully cuts the rest of her nails, paints them with dark crimson varnish so that the cracked and unhealthy plates are not visible. She does not have gorgeous regeneration, she often does not have time for a standard meal and restoration of the body with food and nutritious vitamins. But there is a desire to improve. Sakura looks at Uzumaki, dressed casually at home, an orange t-shirt, a blue knee-length skirt and flip-flops, and doesn't bother either. A sports bra, a light blue tank top, blue shorts and ninja sandals are just right. The kunoichi puts on a holster with kunai, a loose pouch with all sorts of stuffing, not forgetting about the bag with sleeping darts. Naruto hands out a portion of syringes, they have a stronger dose, she seals them in a fuin bracelet on the hand free of the bandage. They both can't believe that sensei will voluntarily go for a medical examination. If only there were enough darts. Her loose and slightly curly pink hair almost reaches her shoulders, and Sakura slowly combs it with a fine-toothed comb, which has become much easier with the help of balm, while managing to pack various oils, creams and soaps of her own production, created out of boredom, for her interested friend. Naruto openly admires such an activity, causing an embarrassed smile and quiet, weightless gratitude. Thanks to this, her shelf for small things is empty exactly halfway, but this, in general, does not particularly worry the kunoichi. She runs to the kitchen, quickly makes sandwiches with sausage and cheese for two. They leave through the balcony with sandwiches in their teeth, unerringly following straight to Kakashi-sensei. In short, he lives in an apartment near the stadium, but the likelihood that at 11 o'clock he will be shamelessly dozing in his crib and voluntarily going for a medical examination is negligible. And so, the kunoichi find his apartment, on the second floor, and knock, discussing their plan of action along the way. Sakura frowns with displeasure as they do so. What if he thinks that we are some kind of imposters or idiot murderers? She scratches her cheek with displeasure as she approaches the door, and doesn't dare knock. Naruko answers in a whisper, checking the syringe and pushing the air out with a light press. You know, it's better to immediately put a dart in his shoulder and then apologize than to chase him around the entire village and run away from his summoning dogs. And Bull, you remember, can easily bite through a bone, and it will be not him, but us who will have to go to a medical examination, if not to intensive care. Be that as it may, but Kyuubi is no help to me now, and Sensei and I are no match for each other in strength. I regret for the 100th time that I didn't learn Shunshin. There would have been fewer problems. Databeo, she muttered the last phrase somewhere into the void, and then, taking a deep breath and mentally crossing herself, she knocked her knuckles on the oak door. A minute later, slow, shuffling steps were heard, and the door creaked open. Let's take a photo for Tsunade-bachan, okay? Naruko giggles, adjusting the Jonin's body more comfortably on her fragile shoulder. He hung on her like a limp doll, but he was clutching the book Ika tightly in his fingers. It seems he could have killed her, if anything, but they were just incredibly lucky. Sakura winced and narrowed her eyes. Did she ask for Shirsho? Or is this a miscarriage of your imagination? Well, this is a valuable trophy, Tibeo. Only it would have been better to stab not in the shoulder, as planned, but in the soft spot. Oh no. Haruno suddenly blushed, looking down. They were racing at top speed across the rooftops, to the hospital, and, fortunately, almost no shinobi saw them. But Sakura decided not to think about what Shiranui Gunma, who saw them there, had imagined. Although, the sight was very intriguing, the famous copy shinobi was being carried in an unknown direction by two kunoichi, and not only was he unconscious, but he was also holding his porn book in his hands, even if we tried. How would we? Kakashi-sensei, hello. Can you please turn away for a few seconds and relax? Is that it? Ahahahaha. That would be funny, Tibeo. Naruko jumped from the roof onto the hospital's chain-link fence, walked along it for a couple of meters and deftly jumped onto the pebbles. The door. Right now, Haruno opened the door for her friend, letting her go first, and took her now patient's card from the reception desk. It turned out to be practically empty. Naruko blinked in surprise as she watched Haruno flip through the blank pages, her eyes wide. He hasn't been here for 20 years? Probably, croaked Haruno. Or rather, almost. At the time of the last entry, he was 15 years old. Chakra depletion, severe hematomas, a broken right hand, a leg pierced with a kunai, poisoning. What a set! The Jinchuriki glanced sideways at the unconscious Jonin, who, uncomfortably perched on her shoulder, looked quite harmless and healthy. Quite healthy, the main words. In the office allocated especially for Sakura and her patient, Hataki was securely tied to the bed with straps on his hands and feet, and the initial examination with green chakra, carried out by Haruno, said that it was time for Sensei to start beating the coffin. Why didn't he go to the hospital after using the Sharingan? Haruno frowned, placing her palm over her closed eyelids, with red-purple veins. It was probably his fatigue after the mission and the long journey home that allowed him to be captured. One thing is clear, if he had been okay, they wouldn't have given in so easily. Well, he used Mangekyo. Naruko shrugged her shoulders in embarrassment, causing her friend to look at her in an angry and surprised manner. But of course, he wouldn't let anyone examine him, especially in Suna. If it weren't for Tsunade Shisho's order, he would still be walking around in such a terrible state. Haruno almost screamed, almost losing control of the medical equipment from nerves. Naruko pursed her lips, realizing her share of the blame, and then her eyes lit up with interest. "Why are you so concerned about Kakashi-sensei, Sakura? Is this what I think it is?" Haruno recoiled from a simple jab in the side with genuine bewilderment on her face. "Are you crazy, Uzumaki?" The maiden flared up, not noticing how her cheeks were rapidly reddening. "Think what you want, but a medical officer's job is to take care of the patient. A caring look and an embarrassed grin on half of your face are not part of a medic's duties." "You're in love!" Uzumaki exclaimed triumphantly, as if she was trying to shout to the next room, where an examination was also taking place. Perhaps, if Sakura didn't respect her friend so much, and was secretly afraid, she would have given her such a slap in the face. "Shut up. I wouldn't even think about it, Databeo. He might wake up early." "And what?" "Naruko." You're such a dumbass." "Hey. Actually, there's nothing shameful about your feelings, so there's no point in hiding them, Tibeo. He's 13 years older than me." Sakura sighed, sitting on the edge of his bed, and hid her face in her hands, just so as not to see or hear her persistent, stupid friend. She didn't fall in love with him, that's absurd. Kakashi-sensei was always there, always helping her, but what kind of love can we talk about? She's a little girl to him, a student, after all. And nothing more. The fact that she sometimes blushed in his presence means nothing at all. And the fact that his words before the battle with Sasori gave her strength. They don't mean anything. Everything. You can brush it off as much as you like, Naruko sighed and looked down at the floor. I don't know, maybe I'm too pushy, but think about it, Tibeo. As if something will change. Sakura sighed as she filled out Kakashi-sensei's card. She didn't fall in love. She just feels good around sensei and she feels protected. Nothing more. Okay, Naruko, let me examine you. Get behind the screen. Uzumaki left the hospital around noon, sweaty and a little irritated. She wasn't afraid of syringes, but she had a hard time letting them take her blood. What was all this for, one wonders? Especially for a Jinchuriki? With her regeneration, no physical wounds were found, so she had to wait until Haruno filled out her medical card. Naruko, like Kakashi, it turns out, only had a couple of entries, showed it to Tsunade, and went on a well-deserved rest. On the way she met a disheveled Gunma, who literally spat senbons at the medics, but quickly ran away somewhere towards the exit from the village. Yeah, that's a shot, very reminiscent of Kakashi, only with him it's clearly more difficult. After grabbing some ramen at Ichiraku, Naruko didn't know what to do. Wisely deciding to visit the Uchiha brothers, both were supposed to be home, the Jinchuriki bought a bag of tomatoes and dango, and scurried toward their long-sealed neighborhood. Or rather, the head's house wasn't sealed, and that's where they lived. Naruko strolled through the gray, lonely streets, sighing nostalgically, and entered the Uchiha estate without knocking. Hey! It's Naruto, are you there? She yelled at the very entrance. She threw off her flip-flops next to someone's shabby sandals, almost completely convinced of the presence of two Uchiha. I have tomatoes and dango. Shut up, Dobe. For some reason, right after mentioning tomatoes, Sasuke appeared in one of the many turns of the corridor. Thank Kami, he came, otherwise she would have gotten lost. In the kitchen, as it turned out, he was sitting with Itachi and drinking coffee. The air smelled of comfort and something medicinal. The conversation with the Uchiha brothers about Akatsuki, Suna, and the future lasted for 2 long hours, after which the morally exhausted blonde took her leave and promised to come again. On the way home, the only thing she cared about was a hot bath, but on the street she met everyone, Kiba's team, Shikamaru and Konohamaru. The latter dragged her into some cafe, fed her sweets and enthusiastically asked about the mission she had returned from yesterday. She didn't really want to tell the children such things, so she only described the long journey into the desert, her friend who had returned to life and the punished criminals. Konohamaru was pleased, and then he presented Naruko with an improved seduction technique. Naruko was genuinely amazed when Udon and Moegi also performed it, but the men in the cafe fainted, bleeding from the nose. A good result. Well done, Databeo, the Jinchuriki squeezed out, smiling tensely at some disgruntled old woman. And then she decided, since she had a day empty of missions, to train their team, who had recently received the rank of genin, and at the same time teach little Sarutobi the Rasengan. While the boy was busily trying to pop a balloon filled with air with chakra, Naruko asked how his grandfather was doing. Konohamaru, intrigued by the prospect of learning such a powerful technique, reluctantly let the conversation wander. He's resting on his well-deserved pension and smoking like a chimney. But Uncle Asuma taught me a cool technique of the element of fire, the genin boasted, proudly smiling from ear to ear. Yes? Then maybe you could show me her in sparring? Together with Udon and Moegi? Naruko nodded towards the two who were stubbornly doing physical exercises, casting slightly envious glances at the third's grandson. Let's do it. Sarutobi agreed easily. Udon. Moegi. You and I against the boss. And being the boss is still very nice. Naruko smiled contentedly, easily parrying the genin's blows and dodging. Now she began to understand Kakashi-sensei better during their first test with the bells. He did not hit, but rather dodged and tried to knock her out. She decided to do the same. Having driven Moegi into a light illusion and blocked Udon's movements with a light fuin, she was left alone with Konohamaru. But he was not visible on the field. You hid well, well done, she mentally praised him, although she easily figured out his intention to attack. Katon, Haizukshu. Sarutobi, having formed a chain of hand seals, exhaled a cloud of gray smoke in front of Uzumaki. The Jinchuriki frowned, trying not to breathe and not to open her eyes, and jumped back. A moment later, the smoke flared up into fire and exploded, dousing her face and side with hot flames. Naruko dispersed the rest of the smoke with a light gust of wind, smiling contentedly. Good technique, Konohamaru. You could have seriously injured me if I hadn't dodged. Sarutobi decided to continue the attack in close combat. He was faster than the average genin, Naruko noticed, parrying the kick with her foot and grabbing his ankle. Sarutobi fell, but did a backflip and confidently got to his feet. The piece of blue scarf that Konohamaru had worn since childhood was dragging on the ground, slightly dusty, and he almost stepped on it himself. The Jinchuriki did not like it. Watch out, your scarf might get in the way in battle, Konohamaru-kun. Naruko's hair is one thing after all, it can be cut at any time and out of habit it doesn't get in the way, but a long scarf is another thing. If he forgets about it, they'll grab him and strangle him. He won't bother me. Naruto's shadow clone, who jumped out from behind Sarutobi, grabbed him by the long cloth and pulled him hard towards himself. The genin's eyes widened in fear, clutching his throat and breaking with his heels. WH. What are you doing? When he is afraid, he switches to a demanding squeal without noticing. Naruko demonstratively cleaned her ear with her little finger, grimacing. Anyone will grab you like that and not feel sorry for you. Better take it off, or, if you don't want to, at least shorten it. No way. Yes? Naruko raised an eyebrow. She had heard him talk about his late mother's gift for a long time, and she was even somewhat envious, even though she had inherited her mother's eye color, her personality, and a few photos she had received from Mikoto as a child, but dying for such a thing wasn't worth it. Then my clone will show you what an enemy can do to you if they take you in such a hold. First, strangulation. Don't. Moegi screamed in fear, breaking free from the illusion. Udon was standing practically next to her, but he still couldn't move no matter, the effect of the fuin would wear off in 5 minutes. Naruko shuddered. Did she really think that Konohamaru would be strangled? The shadow clone, like the Jinchuriki herself, was intelligent, and Konohamaru earned nothing more than a slight edifying pain and fear. He squeaked something in protest and fell silent, trying to hit the clone with his elbow. The blow was easily parried, and the hand pulled the scarf tighter. Second, tying hands. Tell me, Konohamaru, have you ever been on a serious mission? And no, the genin barked in confusion, lying on the ground on his stomach while the Jinchuriki clone sat on top of him and tied his hands with his own scarf. Pervert. The clone hissed in displeasure, giving him a preventative slap on the back of the head. If you call me that again, I'll strangle you in earnest, Databeo. Get off me. And let me go. Oh no, I'll do it myself, Konohamaru-kun, I'll do it myself, the clone dispersed, looking around the clearing one last time. And you, Naruko, turned to the two remaining genin. Don't try to free him. It will teach him a lesson. It might have been a bit cruel, but it was effective. Naruko watched as a disgruntled Konohamaru rolled around on the floor for a good 10 minutes, trying to get out of the improvised trap, took off his scarf and rubbed his aching neck, muttering something under his breath. It was unclear whether he did it just to get Naruko to leave him alone, or if he really understood what could await him on the mission, but both meant only one thing: Uzumaki, after all, was an authority for him. A little later, he returned to the first stage of studying the Rasengan, taking a white ball out of a huge bag and concentrating. He definitely wouldn't succeed right away, but now, while Uzumaki had the opportunity, she would help him. The Jinchuriki leaned against a tree, trying to reach the fox, who hadn't said a word to her today, but she realized that he had turned off the connection and was sleeping in his subconscious, restoring his strength. He was emitting a slight sadness, because of Shikaku. And his restlessly twitching ears hinted to the blonde that she definitely couldn't touch him today. EXO. Sarutobi held when the balloon deflated instead of bursting. Naruko, having warmed up, had already managed to fall asleep, but this scream completely disturbed her. Perhaps now she understands what effect she had on Jiraiya. He often complained to her about her loudness and demandingness. Boss, explain it to me again. Sakura was rescanning Kakashi-sensei's body for internal injuries while he was still sedated. Naruto had left 10 minutes ago, so she could now devote herself entirely to treating Hitaki. A cracked rib, a kidney problem, probably got it when he was neutralizing Naruto with the fox's cover, old scratches that even medical equipment couldn't heal. Haruno carefully, almost fearfully, ran her fingertips over the scratch on his hand, carefully healing this relatively fresh wound. His skin was slightly tanned and warm, almost like Naruto's. Sakura always associated warmth with trust. She should at least undress him to the waist and examine him. To be honest, she was embarrassed. It would be much easier to examine a stranger than such a familiar Kakashi-sensei. And safer. After all, how would he react when he woke up? What if he was pretending to be unconscious and waiting for a convenient moment to escape? He was wearing sandals, blue pants and a turtleneck, but to take them off, she would have to untie the belts. And that was fraught with danger. Oh, it would be better if Tsunade Shisho dealt with him. Reading the note in the syringe bag, Haruno relaxed a little. Even with one dart, he would sleep for at least 4 hours, and it had been an hour at most. Gritting her teeth, she untied the straps and pulled off Sensei's turtleneck, realizing too late that he was basically left without a mask. A bead of sweat appeared on his forehead, his eyes widened in amazement, and his cheeks again. Stop blushing, weakling, flushed red. And he is so handsome. That thin line of pale lips, that strong chin, that slightly upturned nose, that tempting mole under his lip. Kami-sama, give me the strength not to faint. No matter how much she, Sasuke, and Naruko fantasized about the sensei's appearance, after all, he could be embarrassed by some external deviations. What she saw now was nothing close. What was especially surprising was that he didn't look his 30 years at all, 25 at the most. The only things that spoiled him were the bags under his eyes, which, however, Haruno had already gotten rid of, and his tired gaze. Haruno looked down and swallowed, waving his medical history in front of her flushed face. The scars on his chest were old, but they didn't spoil the look of his strong, toned body. They say scars are a man's beauty. For some reason, the episode from the mission in the Land of Waves came to mind, when Kakashi-sensei parried Kubikuri Bocho's blows with a single kunai. He, accordingly, used both chakra and his muscle power. Okay, Haruno, concentrate on the treatment already, the pink-haired girl stopped herself, getting down to work. In the end, he would still have to be transferred from her office to the ward. Why? Because his condition needed to be stabilized, the nature of the internal injuries, which could easily have caused complications, needed to be studied more thoroughly. And there was also the risk that Tsunade Shisho would come in here at any moment, assess the scope of work and give further instructions, and Sakura really didn't want to mumble in front of her. Well, why did Naruko start that conversation? Does Sakura look like she's in love? Although, looking at her now, one could safely add pervert. The pink-haired girl scratched her nose irritably and found blood. She must have overexerted herself. The next 3 hours were spent on diagnostics, treatment and transferring the sensei, at the request of Hokage-sama, to a separate ward with guards. For a week. Sakura understood that for Hatake this was a very cruel punishment, but for what, remained a mystery. Hatake reluctantly opened his eyes, immediately squinting from the abundance of white. He didn't like this anymore, and when his nose caught the smell of medicine, he almost threw up. What kind of joke is this? Memories from this morning slowly surfaced, dousing him with a gloomy, responsive silence and the understanding that he had been knocked out cold from the threshold of his own apartment by his own students. It's disgusting to understand. Traitors. After checking that he had his clothes on, Hatake sighed almost calmly. He could feel the presence of foreign chakra sources outside the door. Umbu. Well, Orochimaru-san must have been really angry that Hatake hadn't sent him any messages. After all, he was a little busy with a very difficult mission, so he didn't feel guilty at all. The sound of women's heels distracted him from his thoughts. Tsunade swung open the door to his room and chuckled in satisfaction. You've already woken up, then. That's good. Why did you do this? Hatake shuddered as he got up from the bed. The 4-needle in his vein was causing discomfort, but he was not allowed to do anything, his eyes shooting him a very promising glance. The Jonin sighed mentally and resumed his lying position. This woman is no joke. Now, my dear, Sakura will take charge of your health, she has already examined you and healed most of the injuries. And for the future, Hatake, if you ignore medical examinations, then someday you will die on the next mission and they will trample on you like a doormat. Sakura, then, examined him, the Jonin sighed almost with relief, belatedly realizing how an examination was conducted. His palms crumpled the light sheet. She saw his face? Hatake wasn't embarrassed by his face. He'd just gotten used to it since childhood, and no one had tried to get into his comfort zone. Except for Guy, maybe. He could have ambushed him in the toilet, let alone examined his face. And then there was Haruno. In general, she hadn't done anything wrong, there was a pleasant lightness in his body, and his wounds didn't ache, but that was what was strange. He wasn't used to feeling practically healthy. Kakuzu, how lucky we are, huh? The ash-haired missing mean walked contentedly along the path in the direction of Kumo, not looking at his annoying partner at all. He was probably interested in something completely different right now. It turns out the two-tailed Jinchuriki is also a girl. I think I'll deal with her, and you stay out of it. The missing nin called Kakuzu didn't answer his partner. Perhaps Haiden had become much calmer and quieter now. He had already stopped cursing Kakuzu for capturing the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails without his help, stopped rinsing weaklings Deidara and Sasori, who had lost in battle to a bunch of Konoha guys, and whining about the pain in his legs. A week's journey was a lot for him? Pfft. It was good that Haiden had immortality. If Kakuzu had gotten tired of hearing his disgusting whining and had killed him, the leader would have been displeased. They were the immortal duo of the organization. And the most problematic pair of missing nin. Haiden wanted to perform daily rituals of murder, Kakuzu wanted to earn money. Despite all this interconnection, they carried out their plans separately. It seems that only the capture of tailed beasts was an activity where even they had to work together. But even that was a stretch. I will intervene if you lose. The adherent of Jashanism exclaimed in a surprised and offended tone. He narrowed his crimson eyes dangerously. What, you pathetic heretic, don't trust me? Do you think I'm a complete weakling? Maybe I should stab you in the liver as a preventative measure? Shut up, we're almost at the village. Don't draw attention to yourself and keep quiet. Yeah, while you, censor.v, will be looking for the two-tailed one. Be careful not to get lost on the road of life, pathfinder.I. Haydn had an amazing understanding of when to shout and when to shut his mouth. Right now was the second case. Having blurted out everything that was in his thoughts, the ash-haired man grinned and quickened his pace, catching his partner's fierce gaze with satisfaction. There, otherwise he walks like a zombie. And you can't get a word out of him. Haydn had never been to Kumo, but he was very surprised when there was not even the weakest guard at the entrance to the village. Especially in the evening, when the village was already plunged into twilight. Well, have they gone crazy, or what? How can he conduct the ritual now? Jinchuriki can't be killed. They don't think about people at all, morons. Haydn snorted at his thoughts and, to kill time, began to look around almost with interest. Yes, it was not for nothing that the village was the richest, it looked more decent than AIM. At least the clouds hanging over the massive light buildings looked more beautiful than the dull rainy sky and the incredibly high monochromatic towers with chimneys. Kakuzu, passing a couple of turns, led him into some huge dark building, inside of which, apparently, was a Jinchuriki. Haydn barely caught a glimpse of a tall female silhouette behind his partner. He became interested. Accelerating, he overtook him shouting. Where are you going, kitty? It's time to run to daddy. She jumped out into some huge room with a bunch of passages. Stopping in the middle, where for some reason either a lake or some strange spring was flowing, she turned around abruptly. Haydn froze at the passage, looking at the girl. Or rather, the girl. A strict blonde ponytail, a hard look of black eyes, lined with arrows, a light blouse, and dark pants with a cloud pattern. Clouds. Almost like their cloaks. Only Akatsukis are not beige, but scarlet, the color of a crimson moon or viscous blood. No short skirt, no seductive hips. Haydn sighed and leaned one hand on the handle of his scythe. Kakuzu stood at his side. Your face is so pretty, it's even a shame that you'll die. The kunoichi straightened up, her back held high. But her gaze, heavy and wary at the same time, darted from one male figure to another. The red clouds on their cloaks made her shudder imperceptibly and prepare to attack. After all, she knew from Reikage-sama that the seven-tailed and one-tailed had already been captured. Yujito had never been interested in politics, but the animated debates between the Hokage and Reikage that shook the residents could not help but attract attention. She could be next in line at any moment. But Ni was so reluctant to involve her innocent friends in this matter that she desperately decided to deal with them alone. You're from Akatsuki, Yujito said affirmatively, realizing that she had correctly understood and assessed the threat posed by the shinobi with the crossed-out Hitaiate. Did you really think that you had cornered me? You won't leave here alive. The fishing line, lying unnoticed on the still surface of the water, trembled in her hands. Ni knelt down on one knee and pulled it towards herself. The mechanism worked. The explosive seals hidden on the ceiling and practically in every corner of the room lit up in an instant, exploding in a chain. The numerous tunnels exploded first. Stones fell down, crumbled underfoot and overhead. Yujito's keen vision followed the shinobi jumping in different directions, and she retreated. The ash-haired man realized slowly. His braid was covered with stones. Your mother! He screamed, kicking the boulder. It crumbled under the pressure of physical force. Yujito shuddered, but he freed his strange three-bladed scythe and swung at her. It turned out that the long cable allowed her to throw it, and even at great speed the Jinchuriki jumped to the side with a cat-like leap, making his attempt unsuccessful. Maybe it was his mistake to listen to the fluid, smooth female speech, but the Jinchuriki's voice was truly attractive, viscous, like a cat's purr. It really was a pity to kill her. We need to begin capturing the Jinchuriki. But first, a prayer. The Jashinist carefully picked up his necklace with his fingers and closed his eyes. His partner's shadow slid by. I swear on my name, the name of Yujito of Hidden Cloud, that I will kill you. The blood boiled in his veins, the adrenaline jumped up as soon as he saw these two. The fact that they were locked in this room did not play into their hands. The ash-haired man chuckled. You? Us? Oh my. All these battle cries of yours make me so angry. And when I'm angry, I become uncontrollable. That's enough, shut up, Haiden, his partner snapped. Yujito noticed that he was starting to get irritated. I'm silent, the sweaty partner answered surprisingly submissively. And then he bared his teeth. But when I become uncontrollable, I don't give a about our goals. I just destroy everything around me. I told you to stop. Our goals are the most important thing. Haiden didn't like arguing with Kakuzu. He was probably the only one who could stop him, and that was what pissed him off. You know, this task of ours is different from my beliefs. Slaughter is one of the key commandments of the Jashin religion. I can't leave someone half dead. A task that requires me to go against my faith in itself makes me furious. Since it will be extremely difficult for me not to finish you off, he turned to the girl who had been listening to them intently all this time, analyzing. It would be just wonderful if she, as a smart girl, agreed. Maybe we can come to an agreement in a good way, Kitty? The good way? Nee snorted irritably. What is he talking about? Stop spouting nonsense, she growled, covering herself in hissing red chakra. Haiden blinked, belatedly realizing it was a demonic cloak, like the seven-tailed one. That means no, he sighed, twirling the ritual spear in his hand. Well, you decided everything yourself, now don't complain. Wait, has she gone crazy? Why did she remove all the seals? He stared with an unblinking crimson gaze at the demonic cat with two tails that literally grew before his eyes. His eyes began to dazzle from the blue-black coloring. In Kumo, both Jinchuriki control the tailed beasts, idiot. Kakuzu grabbed Haiden by the collar and ran outside, out of the building, which exploded a moment later from some demonic technique. And I thought cats didn't like the heat. The Jashinist sighed, leaning against a piece of boulder. So that's what this demon cat is like. And I'm her mouse, it turns out. It's time for us to switch roles. Humo was in turmoil. Everyone was whispering about how the huge building had been smashed to smithereens by the two-tailed Jinchuriki the night before. Who she had fought, why she hadn't called for backup, and where she had disappeared to were unknown. In the morning, A had simply smashed his residence to pieces after learning that B had also disappeared in addition to Yujito. He was about to go crazy. There was no point in stopping him, it was easier to let him vent his emotions and wait for adequate orders. The Yondame's secretary, Mabui, silently left the broken residence, leaving Darui and Sure to deal with their boss on their own. After all, they were his assistants and guards, and it depended on them whether the Raikage aggression would spill beyond the walls of the residence. It is useless to bind with lightning. It is useless to argue. It is impossible to knock out. Darui tiredly scratched his disheveled blonde head, looking around the broken area with a melancholic gaze. The beautiful white fence around the residence was knocked down and broken into pieces, fragments of walls were scattered everywhere, and the hieroglyph for lightning in a gilded circle was broken into two parts, on which the gentleman was now mercilessly trampling, exuding danger and lightning saturated with a bluish-blue color with all his aura and chakra. Now this building also looked like a place of slaughter, and the disheveled Raikage with an accidentally torn white cloak and white hair bristling from the elements added to the entourage of the picture. Dark eyes shone inadequately, the muscles on his body trembled, as if he was about to break down again. But not a sound came from his mouth, his vocal cords almost tore a minute ago. Sure approaches the ruler with a shudder and silently heals his bloodied hands. They, Darui and Sure, feel sorry for Yujito, she definitely didn't deserve this. She had already been through a lot in her childhood, suffered because of the two-tailed in her body having become a vessel since early childhood. Everyone she loved began to avoid her. This made her withdrawn, and no matter how hard they tried to find a common language with her, Lee always kept herself at arm's length, smiled tensely and said in her wildly attractive cat voice that she did not want to involve her comrades in her problems. And so it happened now. Ei felt, to put it mildly, bad. But the remark of this quasi-princess Tsunade about the guard post stopped seeming stupid. You will pay for your carelessness one day. Senju's words, dropped in anger, persistently swirled in his head. Maybe this crazy woman was physically stronger than him. He had nightmares about her winning an arm wrestling match, but she, as he believed, was a piece of cake. Yes, calling a Sannin names was something for a desperate suicide, but Ei was absolutely sure that he was right. Who in their right mind would invade Kumo? Who wanted to die in terrible agony? He would definitely arrange it. Having calmed down a little, Ei quickly gave an order. The Chunets who appeared out of thin air nodded to their ruler and also quickly disappeared. There would be no unexpected guests at the gates of Kumo anymore. When the Raikage learned of Naya's disappearance, and, most importantly, saw the building smashed by tails and destroyed by cat fire, the first thought in his head was, oddly enough, about Konoha's betrayal. The snake Orochimaru and this Senju could well have staged a sabotage, possibly even with the participation of the Jinchuriki, and kidnapped another tailed beast for themselves in order to learn how to control it, and the peace treaty, in fact, would have been terminated. After all, it was temporary and unofficial, since the Hyuga princess had not yet been delivered to Kumo and the contract had not been particularly discussed, as well as the party of a certain Hinata, although I had thoughts about the fact that it was time for the single Darui to accept the heavy burden of family for the sake of the village. And have children with the precious Byakugan. The second thought was Akatsuki. It looked much more terrible against the background of the first, even though I hated betrayal more than anything else. No one from his village was a member of this organization, even though Yondaime realized with a heavy heart that eliminating at least one shinobi from Kumo would have been an order of magnitude easier. They had few nukmin, only the legendary Gold and Silver brothers stood out against their background, who, although they were not official apostates, were terribly fond of amateur performances. Long ago, as a result of an unsuccessful sabotage, they fell at the hands of the second Hokage. However, they managed to take him with them to the underworld, remaining in history as two quasi-Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed and slightly power-crazed individuals. He rarely admitted his mistakes, because he was absolutely sure that he hadn't made any. But now was a different story. Why? Because he, the F-King Raikage. It wasn't Yujito's fault that she was caught, but his, for not taking action sooner, even though he had been warned about the organization that had begun active operations. Gritting his teeth, he scribbled a message to the Hokage. The two-tailed Jinchuriki has been kidnapped, I don't need your snake help, and sent it off with a hawk, just to keep the Hokage informed and support the terms of the peace treaty, even though the thought of Konoha attacking a village weakened by the loss of the tailed beast was nagging at his temples. The only thing that gave him an incentive not to destroy the entire village was the firm knowledge that B definitely couldn't have been taken. Both tailed beasts would have been beyond the power of two missing nin. And he would have definitely warned him, unlike Yujito, who was alienated from everyone, and the Raikage in particular. He sets off with Shur and Darui to search for the Jinchuriki of the eight-tailed beast. This idiot always wanted to go beyond the village border, dreamed of traveling alone and writing his stupid rap, which, in truth, he never succeeded in. The more often they besieged him, the more stubborn he became. It felt like he didn't even understand how important his life was to everyone, especially to the Yondaime himself. He was his younger brother and a precious vessel for the tailed beast. He was one of the strongest shinobi of his generation. Shur, with some difficulty, finds him tens of kilometers from the village, at the hot springs. After kicking his stupid younger brother with lightning bolts and screams, it calms down a little. After all, at least this idiot is alive. He sends a dozen squads of Jonin and several Umbu groups to look for Yujito. According to information from Konoha, the main Akatsuki base is in Amagakure, but it is such a closed village that his people will never be able to break through there. and wasting fighters in vain is fraught with danger. They need to intercept Ni before the tailed beast is extracted from her, and Kami knows where. He didn't know yet that the one tail had been stolen from the young Kazekage's body. And he didn't fully understand what this Akatsuki was like, other than that they were quite strong and prepared. On the half-broken wall of one of the largest buildings in Kumo, intended for training with elemental chakra, Yujito's still fresh blood was drying. Former shinobi and former Jinchuriki. 3 days pass, and no trace of Akatsuki has been found. Orochimaru angrily crumpled the Raikage's message and shamelessly downed more than one choco sake right there on the job site. What an idiot. How could he not strengthen the village's defense after so many warnings? Tsunade hammered this into his head persistently and tediously, but apparently this stubborn Raikage did not get it. He offered to send a search party to help. A team of Inuzuka, Aburame, and Hyuga would be a good idea, but was refused. So how do we deal with him? The snake threw into the void, resignedly leaning back in his chair. Only a few days had passed since the capture of the one-tailed, when Akatsuki had already captured the two-tailed. In total, they already had 3 beasts out of 9. The 7-tailed was captured after Itachi left the organization, but he preferred to believe the information from Jiraiya and Naruko, especially after the kidnapping of such a strong shinobi as the Kazekage. Akatsuki are dangerous, smart and trained, and probably know all of the Kage's, actions in advance. Jinchuriki were hated in their villages, they were feared and avoided, and understanding this was enough to brainwash some passerby and make him an inside spy. So where to look for the next tailed beasts? Is there a chance to intercept them before Akatsuki and send them far away, under protective barriers? Toshi's advice would not have hurt here. This witch probably learned a lot while traveling the world. His younger sister had not been to Konoha for 20 years, preferring a relatively quiet life. But Orochimaru knew, she always carried her Hitayate with her, and had not lost her Jonin fighting skills. But Orochimaru did not get along with her, they did not agree on ideals, characters, techniques, and even food preferences. Only in appearance, and even then with a stretch, Orochimaru with his experiments had long ago crossed the Dotyu, becoming something like an immortal shinobi, exchanging his years of life for a new body. The shell could be of any gender with any abilities that strengthened him. Soon it would be time to use Guren's body, but the Sannin preferred to keep his face, since it had been carved on the Kage rock for a couple of years, with sharp Dodami, predatory eyes, and compressed lips, which, of course, would look better in a bloody grin, so that everyone would know who the Kage was. The aura in the office turned black, just a little more, and the umbu on the ceiling would collapse to the floor, losing orientation in the air. Frost was spreading along the walls. Snake hid his face in his hands and suppressed a hoarse, crazy laugh. So what should we do now? Kami, how hard the job of Kage is. It would be better if Tsuna or Jiraiya were puffing in this chair, but he only silently supported them. Orochimaru, even at the rank of Jonin, rarely showed initiative and probably considered the only good thing in his life to be killing elders. Becoming Hokage? Easy, he dreamed of it back when Minato Namikaze was not yet called the Yellow Lightning, and Toshi loved and supported her older brother in difficult times. And now? He became Hokage, and now he dies every day at this job without battles, having quarreled with his sister long ago. Is this what he wanted? Simple power? Greater authority? Although, he was definitely more proactive than old man Hiruzen-sensei was always soft and pliable, which Orochimaru never liked. Can a soft-hearted person, subject to the influence of elders, rule a village? No. Orochimaru arranged everything for himself, calculating that the heads of the Konoha clans, Nara, Aburame, Hyuga, would be quite suitable for the roles of elders. The head of the disbanded Rudambu is his student, Kimimaro. The head of the Umbu Hokage is Itachi Uchiha. The future head of the tactical planning headquarters is Nara Shikamaru, Shikaku's son. Sakan, Yukon, Tayuya, Jirobo, Karen, Suigetsu, Yugo assistants in integrating former root members into the ordinary environment. Tayuya and Karen are specialists in Fuin, capable of removing their mental bookmarks. But how much work it cost, how much effort. To plan, think through, direct, train. The only thing that gave him positive emotions was Tsunade. Orochimaru had liked her before, and now even more so, especially since it turned out to be mutual. It was always better, calmer with her. But Senju isn't in his office right now. She's busy with work, probably much more important than brainstorming the Godame. He feels like a useless, worthless Hokage. Yes, people respect him, yes, his subordinates fear him, but has that helped him solve his problems with Akatsuki? No. And that means it was all in vain. Our world is not ideal, but it is better than a stupid illusion, the Hokage hisses and concludes like a snake and with a wave of his palm calls several umbu. Call here the teams of Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai. Hi, a firm voice dissolves in a cloud of smoke along with its bearer. With this medical examination, he needs Hitaki here and now. The huge minus was that Yuhi and Sarutobi had been on a mission for a week already and would return with the little one in mid-September. All that was left was to try out the technique he and Tsunade had come up with. Where was the last time the Three Tails was seen? When Kakashi Hitaki heard the sacred word mission combined with the words heavy and urgent, he almost flew out of the window of the hospital room in joy. When Sakura heard these words, she said with a spiritual calm face that the examination could be continued at any time, even on a mission. The Jonin had never been so disappointed. The essence of the task was explained by Godaima to all four teams that came quite clearly and distinctly: find and seal the three-tailed beast. According to the latest information, it lived somewhere in the depths of the Kanzoku Sea, but this is not certain and is almost a hypothesis. Naruko shared that, having approached the place, she would be able to clearly understand where it is and whether it is there at all. This would make the mission easier and shorten the exorbitant time frame. She approached the next task related to the tailed beasts extremely seriously. The question of the urgency of the execution hung in the air, but was not voiced by anyone. Kakashi knew that sooner or later he would be told about it, and Naruko thought that Kurama had again settled somewhere in the depths of the subconscious and was mysteriously silent, not letting her into the subconscious. Is this a bad sign? Definitely. As she was getting ready for the mission, Naruko thought that she could use Gaara's opinion right now. What would he say about this? Their tailed beasts had said a long time ago that they could communicate with each other, but it required a strong mental connection and a considerable amount of energy. Kurama hadn't spoken to any tailed beast except Shikaku for centuries, so he could only sense the others. What's on your mind, Kurama? The kunoichi asked, even though she knew the mental connection had been broken. What's going on? Why aren't you sharing with me? Kurama tensely pressed his ears, sitting under the pressure of the waterfall. Icy streams of water soaked into his bright red fur, almost piercing through, but were unable to wash away the blood that had stuck to him and the quiet detachment in his burgundy eyes. He himself did not understand what was happening to him now. In order to communicate with other tailed beasts, he needed to get close to them at least once, to feel their chakra similar to his, to break through the mental crust. He could only do this with Shikaku. And she was gone. A part of her chakra was still inside Gaara, but she herself was sealed, and he could not break through this technique. But was that what was bothering him now? Shikaku? He hated it when he or his brothers and sisters were bullied, but he soon had to accept that he was always behind. What's wrong with the others now? He doesn't know. And he can't do anything until Naruto gets closer to solving the mystery herself. She doesn't need to be distracted now. It was even longer to the Kanzoku Sea than to Suna. 4.5 days. If we assume that the tailed beast had already been captured, then this was a colossal failure. Naruko nervously bit her lips, trying not to outwardly give away her state. In the presence of so many people, it was not easy, especially next to the insightful Sasuke team, who expressed his attitude to the situation as a whole with one sidelong glance, but the atmosphere, thank Kami, was not conducive to conversation. Lee and Guy brightened up the silence with frequent exclamations about the power of youth. They selflessly discounted 2 whole days of travel, giving all the teams a boost. Uzumaki heard and saw how Tenten sighed doomedly, and Niji rolled his eyes in irritation. She definitely did not want Gaia and Lee on her team, she was not bored as it was. Sakura glanced at her friend furtively, thinking hard about the upcoming mission. The tailed beasts again. Problems again. Akatsuki again. Sasori alone was enough for Sakura to understand that even such powerful opponents can be defeated, especially if you trust your partners and believe in yourself, but how strong are they anyway? What else can you expect from them? Sakura didn't even want to know. She just wanted Naruko to be at peace, to smile stupidly like before, to carefreely argue with Sasuke over stupid trifles, and be happy with Gaara. But Uzumaki grew up, and at the same time, the problems associated with her increased. The camp was arranged after a whole day of non-stop running. Everyone, sighing with relief, went to their bushes, got firewood for the fire, and set up tents. Naruko unsealed a warm blanket from a futon scroll and laid it out on the cool ground, clearly understanding that she would definitely not fall asleep at night. Lee lit a fire, and everyone sat on the logs around it in search of warmth. The August nights were cold, almost like an evening desert. The moon, rolling out from behind the horizon, just as quickly hid behind the clouds. Kakashi lifted his head to the sky. Not a single star. The clouds were dark, heavy, seemingly reaching the treetops. It could rain right in the middle of the night. As Orochimaru-sensei said, to seal a tailed beast with the four-corner sealing barrier, you need excellent chakra control, Uzumaki spoke up, absent-mindedly examining her nails. Exo, who knew how much she wanted to spare her friends from these details, tailed beasts, demons, incarnations of evil, hatred, vessels, Jinchuriki, each of those sitting here knew only a little about this, but they knew who was sitting in her, behind a strong seal, and it was visible. This can be seen from a distance. And 4 people. Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Tenten, B. She pursed her lip, lowering her gaze. For her, each tailed beast was someone close, even if she did not know them. Be careful with him. But my chakra control isn't the best, Takahashi frowned. She was the one who had managed to turn that flaw into an advantage. Instead of being sad about her failed medic career, she had become the most skilled kunoichi in terms of weapons, but it wasn't working in her favor right now. Me too, the blue-eyed girl shrugged. But in any case, I can't do this. I'll look for the tailed one and block his escape routes with another fuon. And you'll lock him in the seal. There's no other way out. If Akatsuki is there, the usually taciturn Niji spoke up. Sakura, again remembering the difficult battle with Akasuna, visibly shuddered, and, receiving a mixed look from Ino, pretended to stretch her frozen fingers toward the fire. You'll either have to be taken away or protected. I didn't train with Jiraiya to run away, Uzumaki shook her head. Her blonde tails fluttered for a second, got tangled in a strong gust of wind, and sparkled even brighter from the playing tongues of flame. I can't allow the tailed beasts to be captured any further. This lawlessness must be stopped at all costs. And these are not your problems, but mine. If necessary, I will not spare my life, Databeo. Don't say that. Ino was indignant. Sitting on Uzumaki's right side, she pressed her side against her and wrapped her arm around her neck. We won't give you to those freaks, I promise. And stop thinking that you should handle everything yourself, you're insulting us. Naruko smiled. The bright fire slid light across her lips, creating a crooked, trembling shadow on her striped cheeks and narrowed eyes. Sasuke silently looked at Uzumaki until he caught her gaze. It was noticeably different from what her smile expressed. It infuriated him. Considering this dope his friend, he was ready to protect her from Akatsuki, but her independent actions were of no use to anyone here. No matter how much she said that it was none of their business, Ino was right. They would have to protect her not just for the sake of peace, but for the sake of Uzumaki herself. Shikamaru glanced somewhere in the direction of his friends, analyzing the situation. As many as 4 teams were sent to search for the tailed beast, which means there is a high risk of running into Akatsuki. The Hokage did not act very logically, sending Naruko to the front lines. They will have to be doubly careful and cautious if the battle begins. They will have to split up. No matter how strong the tailed beast or Uzumaki herself is, the enemy is strong enough to work in groups of 2 and capture the target without losses. The mission to rescue the Kazekage was a different matter, and proved that it is easier to fight against them in a group, when alone deadly. So Niji's words were not without meaning. They will have to protect her. Revenge is another matter. Nara would not want to feel everything that the Jinchuriki felt just recently. Fortunately, everything ended relatively well. But Naruko's anger has become more and more, and there will definitely be losses, and in order to avoid them, you need to calculate 200 moves ahead. No matter how hard you strain your brain, there is an increased fog in your head. Everyone dines from their own supplies and goes to bed, and Naruko volunteers to be on duty first after her, Gai-sensei and Kakashi-sensei. 6 hours of rest, they don't need more, they just need to get to Kanzoku as soon as possible. No one knows what the next day will be like or what lies ahead. While they run in silence through more than one settlement, they pass by the lake in Nami no Kuni, wisely deciding not to waste time and money on renting boats, and run in a clear direction that Kakashi-san gives them. He knew this area very well. Gaara nervously pressed his fingers to his temples. The headache after his resurrection only subsided at night, and it was better, honestly, only in the presence of Naruko. She did not even let him think about the pain. The need for sleep, which had been a habit since childhood, returned, and the Kazekage only responded with irritation to his sister's concern for putting a small leather sofa in his office. He still would not fall asleep on it, because business would not wait for him. You, workaholic, can't be kicked out of the residence anyway, so now at least you won't put down roots in a chair, she answered half-jokingly, ruffling her brother's copper-red hair. Gaara did not respond to such caresses as willingly as to Naruko, but accepted them with silent gratitude. Over the 3 years, he had become very close to his brother and sister, and their help over time ceased to arouse suspicion and thoughts of unacceptable weakness. Could he really shift his problems onto them? He still remembered that very day when the 3 of them got rid of their father. Gaara didn't have any special feelings for this man, which couldn't be said about Temari and Kankuro. On the one hand, Gaara understood them, but on the other, his father didn't show any interest in any of them, burying himself up to his neck in work and, in general, coming home without much enthusiasm. He didn't know about Temari's childhood nightmares. He didn't know about Kankuro's fights with the neighbor boys. He didn't know that Gaara had been fond of growing cacti since childhood and imagined how he would pierce his own father with these very needles. Even without the poison on the ends, they would cause him wild pain. But Gaara was smarter, and he understood that he wouldn't get away with this indifference. After Yashimaru's death, the attempts to kill him became more frequent, and especially progressed when he received Hatai and the rank of genin. In the last days, their father wanted to kill all 3 of them, giving them an S-class mission. 4 genin. To unknown lands, to the cold land of metal. But they survived, even though Gaara admitted that it was not without difficulty. And they were ready to do anything, just to stop being afraid. With the young Jinchuriki taking over the post of Kazekage, the village began to shine with new colors, and Gaara was very grateful to his family for their help. Gaara, hi. The door swings open from a kick and creaks pitifully, fortunately, held on by strong hinges. The red-haired man lazily looks up at his brother, glowing with emotion. Let your secretary go early today, okay? I really need it. Still can't calm down? He chuckled in response. Gaara's secretary was a young 22-year-old girl named Shizuka, who used to be a chunin, but due to a severe injury to her chakra channels during another mission, she could no longer continue working as a kunoichi. Kankuro was attracted to her character for some reason. Cold-blooded, calm and unapproachable, the Kazekage personally saw how, on their very first meeting, she gave his older brother a good slap in the face for trying to put her arm around his shoulders and invite him on a date. This was honestly the only way to cool him down. What's wrong with that? Kankuro sat down on the sofa with satisfaction, throwing his leg over the armrest. I like such unapproachable girls, it's very interesting to play with them. When will you stop playing? In fact, the fact that the puppeteer noticed his secretary, who had been working for Gaara since the first days of his rule, a month ago, was a miracle. He simply dumped his latest flame and was looking for a new, more difficult victim. Who would have thought that Kankuro was a womanizer? Although, he called it something completely different. So how's Naruko doing? The puppeteer asked casually. While the Konoha guys were in the village, he didn't really talk to his brother, preferring the company of the very nice Tenten, who shared the secrets of throwing weapons within the limits of what was acceptable. Kankuro thought that the Sasori doll he received after the battle between Sakura and Chio would now be even more advanced. The rest of the time, he worked in the workshop, until this morning, Tamari kicked him out of there. Supposedly he would soon react to light like a vampire. And the puppeteer liked to work in the dark, by the light of a single table lamp, but how could you explain that to his sister? Gaara froze in surprise, narrowing his eyes. She's doing well, don't worry. What suddenly interested you? Oh, nothing, he waved off his insightful brother. As if I don't know that you were hanging out at night. God knows where. I'm your older brother, I care about your personal life. It's better not to cross this line. Gaara didn't particularly like to talk about it, even to his brother and sister. The conversations always turned out awkward and, frankly, annoying. Gaara may not have completely gotten used to Naruto's love, understanding that he was truly loved came with difficulty, but he loved her in return no less. Well, even though he no longer had this soulmate mark, it didn't matter. Thank you for your concern, of course, but it's none of your business. The elder Sabaku said thoughtfully, and then asked in all seriousness, do you at least use protection? For the first time in his life, Gaara choked on air from embarrassment. What? He blurted out. What? Kankuro crossed his legs, thoughtfully scratching his cheek, decorated with a purple pattern. It's a completely normal question and I don't see any point in being embarrassed about it. Or haven't you? No, and get out of here. Gaara growled, waving his hand. The sand from his bottle pushed the cork out and loomed menacingly over the puppeteer, who, however, quickly reacted, hiding behind the door. The pile of sand collided with the barrier and fell to the ground, slowly and smoothly returning to the bottle. The Kazekage probably even blushed, realizing the awkwardness of the question and his excessive harshness. Although, in the end, Kankuro had no right to ask such a question. What a moron, Sobokuno concluded, returning to the endless documents, which his brain could not perceive at all because of the indecent thoughts that had flooded his head. At such moments he thought that Kankuro was starting to get dull from the poison. Or was losing his instinct for self-preservation. Kisame felt the sideways, attentive glances on his skin. Here's pain. It wasn't enough to put up with that runt Toby, now he's foisted that. Zetsu on me. So he loved his partners, yeah. No, the latter, of course, moves underground almost all the time, but likes to crawl right in front of your face and show off its disgusting black and white mug. Sometimes you wanted to swat it, but he understood that it was useless, such a scumbag would survive anyway, like a cockroach without a head. The atmosphere around them was not encouraging, even though Toby's chatter was trying its best to correct it. This guy was probably even more suspicious than Zetsu. If he just wanted to feed him to his summoning sharks, then he wanted to turn him inside out during interrogation. And at the same time, see what kind of mug was under the mask. Samahata was reaching out to Toby, demanding chakra. He had interested her in something. Previously, such interest was once shown to Itachi-san, but Kisame controlled these impulses, and here, if a good opportunity arises, he will drain him dry and feed him to Sanbai. Unfortunately, Kisame's spies were not here, there was no one to pass on information through. It was always good when Itachi-san took a break from his mission and sent a messenger raven. Although, he has nothing to tell. Uchiha-san is already very smart. He already knows that with the capture of the tailed beast, Akatsuki began to act actively, and their plan was to act quickly, so that the villages would not react immediately. They have nothing to tell each other now, and it is unlikely that they will be able to talk in person, unless only after everyone in Akatsuki is killed. They would still have to take a break from searching for Sanbai in that sea, because Haiden and Kakuzu had definitely already caught Nibi and it needed to be sealed, but that time, in essence, gave nothing. Kisame would easily find the three-tailed and seal it in the water trap, bring it to the leader via summoning, and everything would continue. But he wouldn't be here anymore. He was tired of this work. To put it mildly, everyone was already him up, let that three-tailed eat them. They had almost reached the Kanzoku seat, only half a day's journey left, when the ring on his finger began to glow and a hot wave of leader's chakra washed over him. Such a high concentration could give even the most impenetrable goosebumps. Hoshigaki stopped and looked around for a place to rest. Sealing remotely was a little dangerous after all. With their eyes closed and their chakra channels rapidly emptying, they could do little, but it was not for nothing that Kisame was sent to capture them. He was not at all concerned about such problems. Toby found a place to rest. Toby babbled in a feigned childish voice. Flying right in front of the swordsman's eyes and taxiing somewhere back into the depths of the forest. His face under the orange spiral mask held some kind of secret, but Hoshigaki didn't fully understand it. If Samahata reacted to him as Itachi-san, did that mean that he also had Uchiha blood? Perhaps, yes. But who was under it, if the genius of the Uchiha clan and his younger brother in Konoha? Kisame-senpai seems kind of thoughtful. Toby approached Hoshigaki, thoughtfully placing his fingers on his chin, hidden by his mask. None of your business, Toby, get lost. Kisame landed on a small but tall boulder and clasped his fingers together in a seal. His projection appeared on one of the fingers of the Geto Mazo statue after a short 5 seconds, small fish eyes glittering. Toby and Zetsu appeared half a minute late. Since 2 members of the organization were killed, they will have to seal the two-tailed one for 5 days, if not more. Finally, the long journey was over. The teams approached from the very shore of the sea, where the waves playfully foamed and washed away the sandy borders. Hinata, having distanced herself from everyone, even from her team, was mesmerized by the beauty of the surrounding environment, breathing in the moist, salty air. In her head, sad thoughts swirled like snakes, which her father had just stunned her with. Hinata, you'll be getting married soon. For the sake of the peace treaty. For the sake of the peace of the villages of Konoha and Kumo. For the sake of the Jinchuriki. For the sake of Naruko. Hinata was not ready for such sacrifices, even for the sake of her friend. But, on the other hand, she had long been prepared for a forced marriage, not for love, since she would no longer become the head of the clan. It would be worth it to resign herself to it, but she could not. Her chest was pricked with resentment towards the clan, towards herself, towards her younger sister Hanabi, who turned out to be much stronger and more capable. And Hinata, it turns out, trained for so long in vain, wasted Niji and Ai-san's time, who came to her for sparring, learned techniques in vain. Naruko tried to talk to her the whole way, her sad eyes sparkled and touchingly pressed her hands to her chest, but to Hyuga, who had not yet gotten used to and resigned herself to the burden of a bargaining chip, it seemed like a feigned, pathetic acting game of sympathy. After all, she was not obliged to suffer for the sake of Uzumaki and the world. How was she worse than Ino? Yamanaka would definitely choose a spouse for love, and not by agreement. She wanted to tell this to Niji and Ai-san, Kiba, Shino, they were her best friends, and could always give good advice. But what good are they now? Emptiness and pity. And Hinata is tired of listening to everyone pity her. Hey, is everything okay? Kiba's tanned and warm palm landed on her shoulder. Hinata shuddered, casting a calm look at the dog owner from her half-lowered eyelashes. Of course, Kiba-kun. I just don't want to distract Naruko, she's very busy looking for Sanbai. She carefully masked her sadness, because she sensibly decided that now there was no need to involve anyone in her problems. In the end, is her problem more important than Akatsuki? Because of them, all this is happening to her now. And she will be happy to help her friends get rid of them and feel strong, as she had long dreamed of. Naruko, walking ahead of everyone, stopped at the very edge of the shore, intensely examining the blue sea surface. The Byakugan would be of little help in the search. According to Kurama, the three-tailed turtle is the only one with a special cover that reflects any effect of dojutsu. In other words, It cannot be found with the Byakugan or captured in an illusion with the Sharingan. Moreover, if he himself can create these very illusions, one could only guess about the weak points of the Sanbai. Where do you feel it? I don't feel it. She even opened her mouth in surprise. How? That is to say, he may be here, but to feel his presence, I need to be at least 5 kilometers away from him. Are you serious? Do I need to go around the entire sea? The fox hissed in displeasure. As if it was his fault. And anyway, if it weren't for the Chunin exam, he would never have sensed Shikaku. We have a lot of time, so you can start right now. Well. Having disconnected the mental connection in order to protect her nerves from the fox's lecture for foul language, Naruko turned to everyone. I can only sense it within a radius of 5 kilometers, Databeo, but she would probably keep quiet about the fact that only Kurama could sense it. And that means, Sakura turned her slightly slow gaze to her friend. That means we'll have to wait a long time, the Jinchuriki continued, clasping her fingers into a single hand seal. Although, I think with clones things will go much faster. Tajuokage Bunshin no Jutsu. A deafening bang rang in his ears. Niji jerked, almost activating his Byakugan automatically. A veil of whitish smoke filled the entire field of vision, completely dissipating only after a minute. And yes, even Sasuke and Kakashi, who were used to it, were not prepared for such a number of blonde clones. Somewhere nearby, Lee whispered in amazement, "This is the power of youth." How many were there? Naruko did not count, but judging by the almost depleted reserve, she estimated that there were about 1,000 of them. Will your head and consciousness even withstand such a load? Ino asked in a hissing whisper. Naruto nodded. Incredible. Yamanaka was not stupid. Shadow cloning is not a simple technique, it is mostly used by Jonin, since their chakra reserves allow them to spend it. It creates an exact copy of a person in appearance and mindset, however, due to the small amount of chakra invested in it, it can dissipate from one blow. But all sensations, from the blow, from the ambient temperature, ki, and all memory, visual, auditory, taste, tactile, are transferred to the original during dissipation, and in order to digest this mix of emotions and isolate the necessary information, in general, Naruko was practically the first shinobi to use shadow clones not for reconnaissance, but for attack and in everyday life. A stable psyche and incredible endurance are needed. In comparison with such a huge number of clones scattered across the sea, generally inhuman. Even if they don't fight, they will visually convey so much unnecessary information to her that she will have to spend time digesting it all. Naruko understood this. At one time, without harm to herself, she would be able to dispel about 100 to 150 clones. So, when necessary, she would dispel them in portions. Don't overdo it, Dobe, Sasuke said. Naruto snorted, turning to him. So what? You'll have to carry me on your back? I'll have to, the brunette agreed. But that doesn't mean I can't throw you into the first hole I come across and forget you there. Gaara's revenge will be terrible for you, Timmy, she drawled almost into his ear. But we'll recreate our fight, which we haven't managed to finish since the Chunin examination. Yeah, just don't faint, the blonde answered very peacefully, giving the disgruntled Uchiha a friendly slap on the back. She remembers those moments when they both lay unconscious, covered in blood. How did the Sanins put them back together, piece by piece? It was terribly horrible, not worth remembering. Half a day was spent searching for Isabu, and finally the only remaining clone of Naruko within a 50-kilometer radius transmitted to the original that the target had been found, but unfortunately, noticing the active activity of her clones, she became painfully mobile. Ino, Sakura, Hinata, and Tenten were preparing to perform a sealing technique, which, by the way, worked on blood. Yamanaka almost sadly cut her finger with a kunai and applied it to her scroll, smearing a strip of maroon blood on the paper over the hieroglyphs. The others did the same after her. Everyone had to run for a long time, considering that the sea had strong waves and an internal current. Naruko pressed her palms to the surface of the water, diligently concentrating. The seals of the Fuin barriers that she had recently practiced came in very handy. A drop of sweat rolled down her temple. Kurama, maybe you can somehow convince him to freeze in place? I'm about to run out of chakra, Databeo. When your chakra runs out, you'll use our common hearth. And I'm not going to persuade him. I told you that I'll only help with his search. Being sealed is humiliating for a tailed beast. What do you mean? The blue-eyed girl couldn't help but scream. Out loud. Everyone, as one, stared at her tensely. Naruko bit her lip. He broke my barriers. Girls, using the technique now is useless. He swam away. A huge funnel grew behind her, sucking her in. She had to run away quickly. Uzumaki, are you immortal or something? Kiba screamed in panic, so much so that Akamaru, who was carrying his master, whined quietly and pressed his ears. And Naruko remained standing in place, feeling how her unstable support was slipping away under her feet. If it's so humiliating, then why don't you hate me, Ku? We'll just seal him in his own dimension. I trust you, Naruko, believe me, but it's time for you to learn to solve your own problems without me. Is this some kind of test? Count as you wish. Help me, the Jinchuriki was slowly. Under the water. Being sealed in your own dimension is definitely better than obeying Akatsuki. The fox sighed in irritation, realizing that Naruko had deliberately allowed herself to succumb to the Sambai technique. Kurama would have had to save her regardless of his desire. He wasn't eager to chat with Isabu. He was certainly much nicer to talk to than the slightly crazy Shikaku or the selfish Songaku, but it was enough for him to just know that he was here, unsealed and free. Kurama also dreamed of freedom. But Naruko fought off the desire to resist and break the seal as best she could, improved the conditions in the subconscious, but this is artificial freedom, a false illusion of safety and choice. The fox felt something in Uzumaki that was characteristic of Hagoromo, and therefore got used to it, settled in, got used to the idea of subordination. And Isabu has been alone and free for a long time. Kurama didn't know until the end whether it was good or bad, but perhaps if he had a Jinchuriki like Naruko, it would be easier to get through to him. Only on the 10th attempt did the fox manage to break through Isabu's mental defense. There, in the outside world, the tailed beast emerged from the water, striking everyone with its enormous size, and dove back into the water, creating a tsunami. Naruko, suffocating from the pressure of the water on her ribs, lost consciousness and was carried by the current somewhere in the opposite direction from her comrades. If they were sure that they would not stumble upon the tailed beast in the water now, they would have dove in and saved her. The 4 kunoichi were making seals for the 4-corner sealing barrier. If it was within 5 meters of them, the barrier would react. The ligature of black hieroglyphs brightened, broke free from the paper and froze in a dome above the scroll. Tenten breathed heavily, trying to improve her control as best she could. She would crawl out of her skin, but she would do it. Isabu. Isabu. Hey, brother, can you hear me? Kurama? Is that you? The three-tailed froze, sending another shock wave towards the enemies. Don't attack them, they are not our enemies, Kami. How difficult it is to express this thought, it is simply beyond words. It feels like the demon has consorted with mere mortals. I feel like they want to seal me. These are the friends of my Jinchuriki, who is currently suffocating on the seabed. I would be very grateful to you if you could get her out. I am ready to explain everything to you. He could take control of her body, but then he wouldn't be able to talk to Isabu. It requires perfect chakra control and clear understanding, one of the two. Even if he swam out of the water, which is unlikely, by the way, because the tailed beast would simply block all movements with water and crush him into atoms, saving the Jinchuriki's body, he wouldn't have enough chakra to talk. He would have to focus on healing his crushed chest. But since she asked for help herself, she shouldn't complain now. Seal me in my dimension? After listening to the nine-tailed story, Isabu snapped his mouth in irritation, while fighting these non-enemies. Fire attacks were nothing to him, but the lightning coming from the hands of the 2 shinobi did not inspire confidence, especially on water. Do I look like a madman like Shikaku? Shikaku is gone. And Saiken too. Maybe Matatabi too. The others will soon be captured too. Sealing you in a human vessel is fraught with danger. The body will not control your chakra and will become an easy target. I remember, wasn't it because of such an incident that you ended up here? Will they release me when this ends? Yup. Okay. I won't disturb you. Isaba dived under the water, unmistakably locating the Ninetails vessel. Oh, here it is. Sharks that had never been seen in this sea surrounded him. He waved his tails, scattering them. And what was that? It didn't look like an illusion. Lost in thought, Isaba hooked the edge of the Jinchuriki's mouth and slowly moved upward. And above were the same sharks, only many times larger, and a strange feeling of strong chakra nearby, right at the depths. Taking water into his lungs to fire the cannon, Isabu. Oh. I swallowed it. I'll kill you, little one, I'll kill you very cruelly, Kurama hissed threateningly, scratching the ground with his claws. Too much concentration of enemy intent. Unconscious Naruko with water in her lungs and Isabu in her stomach, in which, regardless of the Three Tails' wishes, its smaller copies exist. Tobi, through whose body all techniques pass. Grinning Zetsu. Angry to the point of dodging Sasuke. Suspecting something is wrong Kakashi. Guy, who cannot remember the name of his old enemy. They want to seal Sanbai in a scroll. White Zetsu said thoughtfully. Black Zetsu bared his teeth. Kisame, Tobi, do your best to stop them. Kakashi-sensei, we need to get Naruko somehow. Inuzuka shouted nervously, even though he understood that no tactician had a plan in his head. White bodies and cloaks with red clouds flashed before his eyes, and Akamaru, tearing them to pieces, was too busy to nod to his master. A kunai slashed his hand near the wrist, Kiba. In a breath of air and jumped to the side, grabbing the body with yellow, mocking eyes by the collar with his healthy hand. They are weak as flies, but there are too many of them and they are a great distraction from the search for the almost drowned, kami forbid, Jinchuriki. A kunai to the forehead and something falls apart into pieces, carried away by a stormy sea wave. More copies jostle behind him, and the original can't be picked out at any cost. He, a shinobi with an excellent sense of smell, was powerless for the first time in his life before searching for a target. Everyone smells the same, as does the half structure of their skin. Pale gray and deep black. Even the chakra smells the same. They can't be allowed near the barrier at any cost. Meanwhile, Sakura, Ino, Tenten and Hinata are looking for the tailed beast, trying to capture it in the seal trap, but their attempts have been unsuccessful so far. Either it has swum away, or is preparing for a grand attack. What was Sanbai's name? A sea god's likeness? It seems that soon the tsunami will be such that no one will be able to escape it. Tenten, Hinata, don't lose control, we have no time for battle now. Sakura's worried voice barely reaches its target. The water under her feet creeps under her soles, chills her skin and unnerves with its foamy consistency, as if it will now soar up her legs like Gaara's bloody sand and flatten her thin body, crushing her bones and squeezing all the blood dry. Sakura nervously bites her lip and curses her fantasy for the second time. She remembered her terribly violent reaction when she treated the still unconscious Kakashi-sensei. Now she can't heal anyone, she can't enter the fight and help, she can't save Naruko. She consoles herself only with the fact that not a single voice of her comrades has died down. They fight, protect them, and that means they need to give it their all. If Sanbai sensed danger and swam away, then only Akatsuki would be able to catch him. And that can't be allowed. Haruno clenches her teeth and continues to push more and more chakra into the technique. Finding the tailed beast is hard, not impossible. Tenten has only one thing on her mind, not to let her comrades down. Her chakra control is weak, which is why the connection with the technique sometimes almost breaks, but did she have a choice to refuse? She has to do it, otherwise Gai-sensei will force her to train with him and Lee in the mornings. And that, she is sure, is worse than the circles of hell in the underworld. Sakura's voice almost sobers Hinata up. She stops looking around and hoping that all the enemies will soon evaporate. disperse in the haze from Sanbai's illusion. After all, he could easily defend himself this way, without even resorting to any techniques or tsunamis. She's scared. Wildly scared. Her teammates are nearby, a couple of meters away. She can even catch their scent, Shino-kun, Kiba-kun, mixed with their own blood. You don't even need the Byakugan to understand that many are wounded, but not so fatally that they can succumb to the enemy's pressure. Hinata has never been a medic and all her capabilities are limited to bandaging and treating scratches. She watches how Sakura and Ino, medics who are unable to help anyone now, nervously bite their lips, and belatedly realizes that their work is also help. The guys distract, they do. But there's little point in that now, she adds bitterly to herself. Ino swallows the viscous saliva and blinks quickly, suppressing the tears that suddenly came. She can't cry now. She and her friends are currently being protected by their partners. Shikamaru is chasing suffocating shadows across the waves, and Choji is crushing enemies with his techniques, but if something happens to them, she simply won't be able to run to help. She needs to hold this .ov barrier and not interfere. Rule number 1, medics must not engage in combat. Coined by Tsunade Shisho. Yamanaka remembers it, as well as the other two, but now she so wants to forget them. Tenacious fingers suddenly tightened on his ankle, tugging down hard towards himself. Ino screamed, almost losing her concentration on the seal, and poured chakra into his leg, kicking Zetsu hard into the thick of the battle, greedily catching her mouth with her mouth. She was really scared. Akamaru's fangs deftly closed on his neck and gnawed with such persistence that the white clone's fingers could neither tear out a tuft of fur nor reach the carotid artery. It's not time for Inuzuka clan techniques yet. Especially now, when they are busy with an enemy that is useless to mark, and easier to kill in batches individually. At some point, the dog whines, having received a deep scratch on his side and subsequent blows that broke a couple of ribs. Kiba, growling, runs to the rescue and mercilessly kneads their faces with his fists and feet. A white substance, similar to clay, crawls under the overgrown claws. Oh Kami, it seems like it will crawl into your ears at this rate. And Inuzuka wipes his hands on his leather jacket with disgust, nervously feeling his injured dog. Be patient, Akamaru, he whispers through his teeth, comfortingly stroking the quiet dog's withers. We'll get you better soon. Kiba, watch out. Shino's scream freezes in his throat, causing sighs to choke his chest. Katan is a merciless element that leaves no ash when used skillfully. Aburame uses the beetles to carry Kiba and Akamaru to the side, allowing the rest of the Zetsu in the area to scatter in the wind, driving away the burning smell. You won't catch me. Toby doesn't give up so easily. A jerk to the side, a blow. The ringing steel chains rustled under the sleeves. Hatake was trapped, but, having deftly replaced himself with a clone, he had already appeared behind the enemy, filling his palm with Raiten chakra. Missed. All missed. Jackhammers persistently pounded in his temples. It became difficult to breathe, not from fatigue and salty air, but from the aggression that had hit his head. This sneaky guy in an orange mask miraculously avoided all his attacks. They simply passed through him. Whatever he used, his technique had to have exceptions. Had to have them. But with all this, Hatake and his former student couldn't even scratch him, let alone corner him. Agile, smart, he was significantly different from the impulsive Deidara Tsukuri, who acted on emotions and self-confidently tried to bite off more than he could chew. But, unlike this Toby, Tsukuri had real emotions, not a stupid mask on his face, a fake voice. An adult guy can't have such a voice in principle, and fake techniques. This ability to pass objects through himself was somewhat reminiscent of Kakashi's Kamui. The principle of action could not be the same after all. This is not an Uchiha, but the essence itself. If so, then the technique belongs to rank S and you should be extremely careful. Arg. Hatake wheezes, feeling thick blood accumulating in his throat under the mask, which he can't spit out. His right side is pierced by a black, incomprehensible rod, and the chain in the masked one's other hand is squeezed tighter between his fingers. The ash-haired man mentally smiles wildly and, grabbing the rod with a death grip, sends a lightning bolt. Since it is metal, it reaches its target very quickly. Toby jumps to the side and falls to one knee, while a nerve impulse pierces his other leg. He won't be able to move. Sasuke stood behind him, folding another chain of seals. In the evil look of the blood-red Sharingan, one could read gloomy determination and a desire to pierce the enemy through and through. Although, he found another way to be sure. The air vibrated in his lungs, driven by the burning elemental chakra. Fire release, great fire destruction. Soaring into the air, Uchiha exhaled a huge stream of fire from his mouth, covering the surface of the sea. The rising water hissed, the steam froze in the air in hot lumps and floated upward very slowly. And Toby was gone. Sasuke destroyed about 100 Zetsu, even almost hit his comrades, but he still did not achieve his goal. It was no longer adrenaline that flowed in his blood, but pure anger. This jackal dodges all attacks playfully. Who is he anyway? The mark on his neck began to pulse. Use me. You need power. At the other end of the sea, wild speed shakes the restless sea surface, giving off a whistling pain in the temples and dull blows to the body. A member of Akatsuki named Kisame Hashigaki actively fought off Niji and Guy, even managing to exchange a few words with them. Let's just say that the battle for the Konoha team could have been easier if Might had remembered that he once fought him. You really are a beast, the swordsman twisted his lips in a mocking grin, adding a bold hint about his low intelligence and disappointment. And if Guy frowned after that, desperately trying to remember his enemy, then Niji was simply perplexed. How could one forget such an opponent? It was dangerous for Hyuga to approach him in order to defeat the tanker with the soft palm. Half of his chakra was simply out by the special sword after the third touch. There was insanely little time, 2 fast movements, a frighteningly victorious grin. No matter how heavy this special sword was, the tall swordsman had good muscles for a reason, in order to wield it as skillfully as an ordinary tanto. This living sword suited its blue-skinned owner with small but cunning eyes, and, like a fish, they also shimmered with an incomprehensible scaly shine. Reflected in them, Hyuga could see enormous power, chakra, and the illusion of his own death. Sharks, water prison, sharks, death under the water, where the Jinchuriki has been for 5 to 10 minutes. Who must be helped at all costs, no matter what condition she is in. But diving for her now, when Sanbai is also there, at a dangerous depth, is pure suicide. But they can't lose 2-tailed beasts in one day. And no one was going to lose their friend. Samahata was writhing in his hands, trembling with anticipation and feeling the powerful chakra that he wanted to absorb every single drop. It was understandably drawn to the bottom of the sea. Kisame understood this wild interest, which is why he held his weapon in his hands much more firmly than usual. Not cutting the air in half, but creating terrible carved waves from misses that soaked his shoes, pants, and the hem of his dark robe with water. It was hard to control Shark Skin, which so fiercely wanted to absorb more chakra than all of its opponents could have combined. But Sanbai destroyed half of his summoning and water clone underwater, so Shark Skin didn't have even a small reserve of burning scarlet chakra. She whined, licked her lips with her long rough tongue, driving saliva around in her mouth, and wanted to dive down. Kisame understood her, but didn't want to indulge her. There were 2 people fighting inside the swordsman, the one sending him to Konoha. He didn't want any problems or extra deaths of Konoha's weirdos, which is why he didn't kill them all at once, although, he wouldn't mind tearing this green beast apart and feeding it to the young sharks, and the one sending him to Akatsuki. And here Pain and Zetsu were competing to see who could cause the swordsman as many problems as possible. He didn't need surveillance at all. A couple of years under this annoying, close attention was enough for him. He was tired. He really was tired of this organization. They hired him a couple of years ago because he was a capable missing mean, but did he really swear an oath of allegiance to them? What a bunch of freaks. What was that vile Zetsu worth? How many clones did he create? They were such an eyesore. If they were so weak that they could be killed with a simple kunai, then why create so many? Just to distract and wear them down? Following this tactic, he and Toby would have to finish everyone off. Pfft. If he gave another idiotic order, Kisame would happily suck out all his chakra even without Samahata. But leaving this place now would be a sign of weakness. He didn't need to capture Sanbai, but what self-respecting shinobi would leave his mission unfulfilled? Why did you come to this organization? Itachi-san asked him once. Still a little boy, a young teenager with the inexplicably wise eyes of an old man, but a clan killer and a genius, the kind that are born once in 100 years, looking not only forward, but also to the sides. Having his own opinion on any situation, but finding the strength and tact to almost never express them. Why? Because he would consider it unnecessary and a little tiring. Perhaps he was the only quiet and calm person with whom Hoshigaki enjoyed working and communicating, even though they were both so alienated from society that it stopped perceiving them in return. But that is how they actually became friends. First they looked at each other for a long time and silently, trying each other out, evaluating each other, then they exchanged words, and soon, with slight hesitation, they respected each other's difficult past too much to force themselves to remember these moments. They decided to find out what had pushed each other onto such a path from which, it seemed, there was no turning back. Kisame thought for about 5 minutes, but still couldn't find an answer, except, I have nowhere to go. If he left now, would anything change? Would he be considered bad, weak, or dishonest? Unlikely. But now he would know that it was better to exist in a cozy and silent solitude, in his familiar cocoon, than to be under the sights of wild glances and doom himself to a pseudo-dream. An illusion of peace. Kisame listened to the plan to capture the tailed beasts and did not understand why he was even here. Had he ever dreamed? What was his incentive to work for these people whose faces he so wanted to smear on the wall? Itachi-san had more than one dream. To be forgiven by his brother. To have his family back. To live in Konoha. But even this illusion would be imperfect, because it would seem like some kind of puppet theater of mockery, where the actors, despite everything, must smile and dream not of the lives of their loved ones, but of a sunny day. Who would want to live like that? Although, what shinobi hasn't dreamed of a normal and carefree life as a civilian? Itachi understood this, but thanks to this tale, it became easier for him to exist in the organization. The silent shadow of Kisame, nodding his head understandingly, and speaking with just a look. The only one who deserved his respect. Itachi-san. You fulfilled one of your dreams by leaving Akatsuki. And you probably don't need me anymore. He would never meet Itachi Uchiha again unless it was the will of fate or Kami. Although, Kisame knew that people like them would definitely end up with the Shinigami himself, in the darkness that many martyrs greet with relief, like the light at the end of the tunnel. Kisame has no dream, never had one, and never will. And so he will leave to find his purpose. Gaara, sorting through papers in his office, thoughtfully stared at the mug of tea and the crack that had formed on the side. It was very strange that it had cracked in his hands, fortunately without pouring boiling water over his hand. Although, absolute protection would save him even from such stupid damage. He stood up from his chair and turned to the large round window, which offered a view of all of Sunagakure. Slowly but surely, the evening gloom of the village was being twitched by the cold and the stinging grains of sand, not yet cooled by the scorching sun. The clouds were approaching the village very quickly, as before the Akatsuki attack. Jumping out into the street through the window, the Kazekage, driven by some strange desire, left the village, stopping at a huge sand dune, of which there were thousands, tens of thousands in the desert. Behind him was the gorge entrance to the village, a cool walking wind and a dim, unattractive pale gray moon, giving the dark sands a matte gray color. An incomprehensible tremor chilled his fingers, breaking through the dense crust of sand armor. Sabaku frowned, not understanding what this was for, until he remembered Naruko. Either it was a bad feeling, or she really was in danger. Or maybe she's feeling bad now? Strangely enough, there was no rain. A sandstorm began, lasting for a day. Gaara did not try to calm it down. In his soul the wind burned his skin no less weakly than on the empty streets of Suna. Something inside was scraping, hissing, whispering, like Shikaku on full moons, but it was unclear what exactly. The sand tore at the absolute protection in vain, not getting into his hair, eyes, or skin, bouncing off his body or, at his will, joining the bloody armor. Why bloody? Because it was soaked in someone else's blood, the blood of his enemies, including Akatsuki and his own, when he suffered his first crushing defeat and died. A bad sign, Sabaku stated, bitterly removing the dried cactus from the windowsill in the office. So, everything will be fine, everything will be just fine, Kurama had been repeating for 3 minutes now, rapidly supplying chakra to heal the Jinchuriki. The chest was crushed by a thick layer of water, filled with this very water, which was now slowly flowing out of the mouth and ears of the unconscious Uzumaki. The ribs broken from the pressure and the lung pierced by a fragment needed treatment, and very urgent treatment at that. It was dark, gloomy and piles of small copies of the tailed beast slowly flowed straight to her, sensing someone else's presence. Undoubtedly, it was an excellent defense against the tailed beast's encroachments on the flesh. Kyubi himself shuddered as he recalled the day when he swallowed the gold and silver brothers and felt them trampling around in his stomach and tearing out pieces of flesh. He had to spit out these runts, although the opportunity to finish them off was lost due to the subjugation of the Uchiha.S, but it was not playing into anyone's hands now. It was funny that even Sambai himself could not do anything about them. "Forgive me, brother, I didn't do it on purpose." Aisabu apologized for the umpteenth time, cutting circles in the sea, closing a trap for the enemy's summoned sharks and destroying some blue-skinned man with a sword with the water blade. Maybe he had gills, which allowed him to remain unhindered at the depths for more than 1 minute, but the three-tailed was here on its territory and could move just as quickly with all its mass. Somewhere on the surface of the water, a battle was unfolding. The sea was roaring, boiling, rebelling, and objects that could seal Aisabu and reduce the risks were now worth avoiding. Maybe sealing Aisabu for the purposes of safety and protection is a good idea, but at the same time it would take a very long time to unseal and the user would spend an immeasurable amount of chakra, and this is taking into account his 3 tails. And Uzumaki has a demon in his body, 3 times stronger, and it could take more than 1 day to unseal it. In any case, in the Aisabu dimension, a boundless water space, the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed would not survive, unless in the stomach, but even that is not a fact. Small copies of the tailed were very bloodthirsty. There was only one way out, not to get caught under the ceiling net above and get Naruko from Sambai's stomach. The fox snorted once again, concentrating on pressing his ears to his body. The softened orange chakra flowed through the fused channels and carefully wove beyond them, pushing out the water and approaching the places necessary for healing. It enveloped the chest, the ribs, merging with a dry and loud click, straightened the back pressed to the rough and prickly floor. The body, obeying the will of the fox, turned on its side and slowly assumed a sitting position, spitting out the rest of the salty liquid. The body was almost restored, but Naruko was still unconscious. The fox blinked his red eyes, connecting to the vision of his vessel, and noticed copies of Aisabu approaching him at a distance of 3 or 4 meters. They quietly scratched half the stomach of the dimension with their clumsy paws, but moved along the ground, as for sea creatures, very quickly. Without making a seal, Kurama exhaled flame from his mouth, burning the small, prickly carcasses in their shells. He stood up, casually adjusting the short kimono on his body. How do women wear it, one wonders, and wrung out his heavy, heavy hair, which had almost come out of 2 blonde tails. "Where should I go to get out of here?" "In the opposite direction," Sambai answered shortly. Mentally spitting, Kyubi slowly turned around, realizing that if he had really been offended by his brother and had not asked him for directions, he would have come to the end of the stomach, where the acidic walls would have eaten away at his Jinchuriki's body. And it would have been his fault. However, it didn't matter anymore. Another batch of small clones was crawling towards him, which was destroyed with the same ease. Each time, more and more of them came, and they became stronger. The shell was as dense as the real Aisabu, who was not affected by elemental techniques, so he had to strain his legs and break into a run along the ceiling. Even though he wanted to run on all fours more and more often out of habit, the human body would not have been able to withstand such torment for long. The space was uneven, covered with spikes, pits, and holes, from which more and more copies were constantly crawling out. "What is this?" Black Zetsu growls, watching the battle with the eyes of the clones, where one very strong missing mean is suddenly missing. There is no point in him running after him. Kisame is stronger. But he will find the answers, for sure. Madara-sama. White Zetsu, clasping his white palm in a sheep seal, tuned into a mental dialogue. From the thick of the battle, 100 kilometers away. His voice was naturally soft, as Tobi strove to make it, but with a mocking tone. Kisame Hoshigaki has escaped. I sense his rapidly fading chakra. He's not catching Sanbai, the shinobi named by Madara angrily hisses, in reality deftly wrapping some guy in chains, who, however, deftly escapes from the vice, turning into millions of beetles. He retreats, trying not to get hit by a single insect from a huge pile floating in the air. Dangerous, however. No matter how strong he considered himself, the number of enemies affected him very negatively. After 3 nuclear attacks with Katon, Sasuke Uchiha suddenly flared up with Orochimaru's black-violet chakra, and it was very difficult to dodge his black lightning attacks. The Clamus was badly burned in the area of the right arm and thigh, the limbs under them were in burns and deep scratches almost to the bone, and the bottom was especially badly damaged. When the body was pierced by electricity, dodging attacks became more problematic, and Kamui was almost impossible to use due to eye fatigue. He has already sailed far from Sanbai and has now practically crossed the sea. Whatever you say, Kisame moved much faster on water than on land. It was easier that way. For him. Where is the 9-tailed and 3-tailed? Don't ask me for more than you can digest, Black Zetsu winced. I can spread my clones, not underwater, but underground, but I'll tell you one thing, Uzumaki Naruto is no longer on the seabed. The sea heaved. The 4 kunoichi who were maintaining the sealing technique were forced to cancel it and soon leave the ocean. Shikamaru Nara cursed himself for the first time in his life for his lack of strategies, because every plan involved managing the Suiton, which no one, not even Hataki-san, had mastered properly. They would not be able to swim out of those depths with Naruko's body, and for that they had to at least find her. They would not be able to hold back the Sanbai, they would not be able to drain the entire sea, turn it into steam, and they would not be able to avoid Akatsuki. All hope was only on her, Naruko herself. They would only be able to ensure, to distract the enemies for as long as they could hold out. Tobi guessed that either Sanbai had swallowed her or killed her. The first option would have been just fine, but he didn't know the truth. The huge funnel was sucking him in just as quickly as the Jinchuriki had minutes earlier, so, gritting his teeth, he dissolved in his spatial technique. Leaving the sea, he wouldn't be able to capture the tailed beast with so much interference. At the last second, he saw the eyes of the demon fox. The inhuman hatred emanating from that look almost cancelled Kamui. Tobi had many questions. Finally, Kurama came to some abyss. Fortunately, there was no acid there, and asked how far the exit was. Then he jumped into the abyss, which turned out to be a spatial funnel. Perhaps such a specific protective ability associated with dimensions was also present in Chome, and glory to Shinigami that he did not end up inside it, since the latter's small creatures were also flying, and halfway there he stopped with his hands and feet, scratching his skin and cutting his shoes on the thorns. Perhaps he will apologize for the latter, and 5 seconds later his palms healed, as if nothing had happened. He walked along the horizontal surface, carefully avoiding the razor-sharp thorns, landed in the burning darkness and flashed his burgundy eyes with elongated pupils to the right and left, until he came face to face with the largest copies, towering above him at a height of 5 meters. The fox bared his teeth, releasing a huge wave of chakra. Isabu jerked, swimming towards the shore, and stopped, spitting the Jinchuriki's body into the water. A little later, having made sure that Kurama would sort things out on his own, he created another funnel, sucking in enemies and anyone else who got caught. The shinobi in the orange mask fell into it for a split second. Kurama, rapidly swimming to the surface, was not sure that his vision was not failing him when he saw a flash of Sharingan in his only visible eye. He was the same as the one who subdued him. Like Uchiha Madara. The fox's pupil narrowed to the point of impossibility, his gaze frozen as he watched the body slowly disappear into the funnel. This is not their last meeting. Will she definitely swim out? We haven't even found Sanbai. Sakura looked at Kakashi with helpless anxiety as if he were the center of the universe, who would definitely have all the answers to the questions, while he stood tensely at the very shore and was silent for a long time, pushing her caring hands with mid-chakra away from him. He took this pain from the wounds almost as a punishment for the failed mission. And it was noticeable. The shinobi emerged from the water, escaped Akatsuki and the Three Tails. But they could not guarantee that the Jinchuriki was safe. After all, wasn't that why all three opponents suddenly left the battlefield? Sasuke, having cancelled the cursed seal, tried to catch his breath. A thought identical to Kakashi's was persistently spinning in his head, but he constantly pulled himself back. No way, Uzumaki couldn't have fallen into the enemy's clutches so stupidly. And let the Hyuga insist that they don't see her with the Byakugan, but can they really claim that the burst of demonic chakra a couple of seconds ago could not have belonged to Naruto? Orochimaru would bite off all of their heads if they returned from the mission without the tailed beasts. This would be shameful, terrifying, a fatal defeat in a battle that had just begun. Somewhere in Konoha, Snake, with undisguised fatigue in his eyes, was sorting through papers on the medical examinations of Umbu members, and he sneezed loudly. Somewhere, an Umbu hanging from the ceiling blurted something out in response. "I see her," the Hyuga answered almost in sync. And if Niji, with quiet relief, then Hinata in the last seconds to hysteria, which took a lot of effort to suppress. She understood that the tailed beast inside Naruko was to blame for everything: her forced marriage, the peace treaty with Kumo, this battle with Akatsuki. It pushed her away from Uzumaki, as if saying that only he could truly protect her. But Naruko wasn't to blame for this. She didn't ask to be made a vessel, she didn't ask to be left alone, she wasn't angry with Konoha, and she silently accepted the policy, as well as the fact that a serious hunt had been declared for her. She would have it much worse, and it was time for the Hyuga princess to finally realize this. "Do you feel it?" "This chakra," Sakura shuddered. She remembered this feeling. Wildness, power, fear. Her throat suddenly became dry, and her lips trembled slightly. Wetting her dry, cracked lips with a nervous movement, Haruno froze, seemingly not even breathing. She had seen Uzumaki in a similar state more than once, but you can't get used to this. You can't get used to the fear of dying, and to the feeling of pain either. It's the same with demons. Naruko crawled out of the water all wet, slowly and gracefully moving her feet along the wet, heavy sand. Judging by the condition of her shoes, they were hopelessly damaged and torn by something. The soles crunched and slapped on the ground with every step, sinking in up to her ankles. "What are you staring at?" The rough voice coming from the fragile Uzumaki literally nailed everyone to the ground. "Hyubi?" Kakashi asked cautiously, while his hands slowly clenched into fists. Perhaps something like this could have been expected. After all, Naruto would not have been able to survive being underwater for 15 minutes. Sakura stood next to him and saw the look that Sensei was gifted with. She swallowed, probably even very loudly. It seemed to her that the foxes in human gaze soon turned to her. Such people could be driven to the grave. "I thought so," Fox concluded, peering inquisitively into the single Sharingan in his left eye socket. Right now, he wasn't attracted to Sasuke, who was suspiciously drilling his, or rather, Naruto's, figure from head to toe with the same eyes. Cursed eyes. They were the same, of course, but they couldn't have the chakra that had subjugated him 16 years ago, by definition. But that didn't diminish the fact that he wanted to kill him too. Of course, no one understood his words, but they did not stop being cautious. "She'll wake up soon. And you should have dealt with that guy in the mask. He has the same chakra as your Sharingan." Having just finished speaking, Uzumaki's body would have limply fallen to the ground if Lee hadn't held him by the shoulders. He honestly didn't even know how to react to what had happened. He had heard something about tailed demons, but he didn't know specifically that Naruko was one of them. She was a vessel, a body, a shell, a haven, a prison for such creatures. On the mission to rescue the Kazekage, he initially couldn't believe his eyes, seeing a scarlet, bestial gleam in the once purple iris. But his body reacted now the same way it had then. it shrank, trembled, almost prepared for a shameful escape. The same disgusting feeling as during the battle with Gaara 3 years ago, during the exam. Lee, holding the Jinchuriki by the head, carried her to a dry place and laid her down, absent-mindedly noticing that her skin, even in the water, was dry. Maybe her clothes and hair were soaked through and irritated her fingers with a sticky cold, but her body was hot as a stove, even too hot. Maybe it was fever. He didn't know that the fox's chakra had a fire property that evaporated moisture, but he was almost close to guessing. Naruto was always weird. And her weirdness didn't end there. It was dusk when Uzumaki opened her eyes, slightly dimmed from fatigue. She narrowed her eyes, cleared her throat and raised herself up on her elbows. Sakura and Ino were sitting nearby, applying a compress, healing with chakra, and their care brought joy even through unconsciousness. Comrades were sitting nearby, warming themselves by the fire. "Alive, Dobe?" Sasuke asked briefly, expressing his almost concern, and sullenly bit into his last tomato from the reserves. Naruko blinked slowly and hissed something positive in response, noticing how her vocal cords were shaking. As if she had been speaking in a bass voice for half a day. "So why didn't you run away then, huh? Did your legs give out or something, Uzumaki?" Kiba threw up his hands. He was sitting, leaning on the side of Akamaru, whom Haruno had treated first. The dog wasn't stupid either, so he understood who had made a mistake and how, but he himself was only thinking about the safety of his master. This should be the only thing he cares about. But his master's friends are his friends. Akamaru stood up and rubbed himself against the side of the sad blonde, bowing his head to her stomach. Naruto smiled through force and began to slowly scratch him behind the ear, gradually dying out. She had spent all her mental strength talking to Kurama 5 minutes ago. It had to be that way, believe me, was all she could muster. Naruko felt, and it was not at all because of what her body had been through. After all her wounds had been healed by Kyuubi, and the condition close to hypothermia, and then to fever due to the contrast of her own temperature with the demonic one, had been normalized thanks to her medic-mean friends. But guilt was stabbing somewhere in her chest. In the end, she had made everyone worry and had become the reason why Isabu had not been sealed. That's what Kurama had said, mentally sealing her, that he would not have saved her at all if she had not been his stupid vessel. That was how he expressed his love, yes. But Naruko was used to it. She really was a lot of trouble. "Forgive me, guys. I'll fix everything." "What will you fix?" Hatake asked dryly, looking at the flames of the fire, and slowly turned his gaze to his former student. He could have scolded her for her carelessness, if he hadn't known that he wouldn't help. She had always been very willful, and the Kyuubi in her body only developed it. And anyway, what did he mean then? "It has the same chakra as your Sharingan." Obito died a long time ago. He died. And his name is carved on a memorial plaque. If he were alive, why would he do this? What does he want to achieve, and why didn't he return to Konoha then? Everything in life is interconnected. If Kakashi had understood what Rin's death entailed, maybe he would have come to a reasonable conclusion. The thought was beating in his head, it couldn't have been Obito, but the fact that the fox mentioned their identical Sharingan. He couldn't have lied, could he? Even if he had, why would he do it? To mock? To confuse? What was the point? "We will seal Sambai today." "We don't even know if he's here now," Hyuga answered sullenly. He would have been happy to comb the entire sea with his Byakugan, if he hadn't realized that it was useless. Never before had he felt such weakness and uncertainty in his own strength. "I'll find him. I promise, Databeo." The blonde clenched her fists and stood up. "Wandering to the sea. Akatsuki could have already captured him, don't waste your strength." Ino called after her, looking worriedly at her friend. She slowly turned around. "That's what," she said slowly, drawing out the vowels. "The Akatsuki were here," she almost squealed, clutching her fingers at her disheveled, damp hair and almost tearing it out by the roots. Almost everyone nodded at her in disarray. "Kurama." she drawled, looking angrily at the fox. Why the hell didn't you tell me that the guys were attacked by Akatsuki? Did you think I wouldn't find out or what? When are you going to let me sleep, huh? He just yawned widely, but didn't open his eyes. I'm too tired, bringing your stupid unconscious carcass into order. And if you would have found out everything anyway, then why would I tell you? I didn't fight them anyway, which, by the way, I really regret, but I tried to save you. So you should have some respect, said thank you to me and your people and kept quiet for once. Was it my fault that you refused to help me at first? You were wronged undeservedly, deserve it. In my opinion, this is almost Naruto's life motto. Don't put all the blame on me, you little brat. The fox got angry and, it seemed, for the first time in a year, called her a little brat. She won't grow up even in old age, he concluded with resignation, such thick-headed people as Kushina don't change, and why didn't she take on Minato's character? I don't have to help you with everything and indulge your whims, so you better shut up and wait until tomorrow, maybe then Aisabu will forgive you for your idiocy. But you yourself said that it was his fault that I ended up in his stomach. And I might not have ended up there if I had escaped in time. What, you thought you could play games with demons? I saved my vessel, because I would have died myself, you idiot. Why you, Naruko sobbed, wiping her tears with her sleeve. They had both said too much to each other. You weren't worried about me, but about your own skin? You don't care about me at all, right? You're my first friend, how can you say that to me, Databeo? I could have gotten caught by that Akatsuki after Gaara and died, maybe then you would have been sitting in some kind of sealed statue and would have realized that you made mistakes too. She jumped out of the subconscious as quickly as she entered. Kurama stared into space for a long time, until he blinked and fell doomed to the ground. Nearby lay the blood-red pillow he liked to lie on. Naruko made it for him. He mercilessly tore it with his claws and stared at the clouded sky, from which a couple of minutes later either rain or snow began to fall, viscous, unhurried and annoyingly wet. It was the first time they had such a big fight and it couldn't help but affect their subconscious. Idiot, he hissed, pressing his ears to his body, and curled up next to a pile of feathers and a torn piece of fabric. Probably, both of them had the same torn rag instead of a soul. Naruko ran along the sea surface, not noticing at all that the water was chilling her bare feet. They had changed her into dry clothes, but she didn't have any spare shoes. Maybe there were some flip-flops or geta in the Fuin seal on her wristband, but now was not the time for them. No one from Uzumaki pulled her back or stopped her after giving her an attentive and thoughtful look, they sighed, realizing that they would have problems even without Akatsuki. The blonde mentally calculated it was now about 9 o'clock in the evening, which meant that she had been unconscious for 3 hours, no more. Her body seemed to have recovered, but running had tired her out a little. Although, it was more likely mental fatigue. Tears that she hadn't been able to hold back in reality froze on her cheeks. She cursed herself for her big mouth and her stupidity. She had really gotten in everyone's way, both her friends and the tailed beasts, but she couldn't do anything about it. She had spoken not with her brain, but with her heart, impulsively, stupidly, arrogantly. As if Kurama owed her something. Just like when he had reprimanded her for her carelessness. Then she had dared to say that the demon wouldn't harm her friends. And he could. He always could, but for some reason, he held back. Was it out of respect? Now even Kyubi himself doubted it. She desperately wanted to turn around and run to Suna, bury her face in Gaara's shoulder and cry about how unfairly fate was treating her, but she couldn't. She was creating this fate herself, as she had once told Niji. Not in a good way, of course, but she was trying with all her desperation. Since Kurama wouldn't help her now, he had never been offended by her, but it was unlikely that he would get over it in one day. It meant that she had to figure it out herself. In the end, she had to show him that she could handle everything without his intervention. She tried to sense the Sambai's chakra in the sea, whose name was Aisabu. She had learned that one from Kurama. Exo. The hands that had performed the mass shadow clone seal trembled, absent-mindedly clinging to a thin thread of hope. It was definitely time for her to become independent. Aisabu-san. Isabu-san. Isabu-san, she shouted mentally, cutting through dozens of kilometers of water surface. The fire and her comrades behind her had long ago become barely noticeable dots. That's why she had to send one clone there to notify them soon, and the pale moon couldn't help her see anything except soft white waves and her own bare feet. Although as if she would see a tailed one here, honestly. If Kurama could reach him mentally, then how could she be any worse? Moreover, she could communicate in a similar way even with Gaara, but the distance between them could eat up all her chakra and even a little more. It took a lot of strength and concentration, which, to be honest, she only had enough for drawing seals. It's time to grow up. It's time to get stronger. You. Kurama's vessel girl? The three-tailed clarified. Naruko also mentally groaned, and then shuddered violently, feeling the waves rising from Sanbai's approach. He carefully surfaced in front of her, thoughtfully examining her with his only visible eye. And apologized for his actions. Perhaps, if Naruko hadn't been so morally exhausted, her jaw would have dropped. Even Kurama never apologized to her. Although he never considered himself guilty. But she only nodded, noting that this was probably the most polite and understanding tailed beast of all, and bowed deeply. And you forgive me, Isabu-san. I acted rashly. But I am sure of one thing, those people will not leave you alone. Allow us to temporarily seal you for your own safety. No matter how strong you are. Naruko was silent for half a minute, biting her lips. The demon's interested, cold gaze burned her from the inside, and she almost had to force the confidence for her words out of herself. It is my duty. As the Jinchuriki of Kurama no Yoko and his only friend, I promise that you will be returned to this same place and will not be disturbed anymore. Please. One more bow. Another attempt to rise above my former self. And it was a success. By morning, Sanbai was sealed by a Konoha shinobi. That was the end of it.